Marshall Peak, Chapter 4592, Astonishing. Swa Quan Hui, who was sitting in the Heavenly Sword Palace's main hall, wore a gloomy expression as he quickly formed a series of hand seals to control the Heavenly Sword Palace's grand array. He knew that Yong Kai was proficient in the Tao of Space and could travel extremely fast. If Yong Kai insisted on pursuing him, the Heavenly Sword Palace would definitely be unable to escape. However, he didn't see any signs of Yong Kai chasing after him along the way, so he guessed that the latter had chosen another route to return to the star boundary to set up defenses. And facts proved that it was indeed the case. The Heavenly Sword Palace had just arrived in this great territory when it was ambushed. He had already expected that Yong Kai would bring some helpers, but he hadn't expected there to be so many, over 1,000 Open Heaven Realm Masters. Even if they were ants in his eyes, they were Open Heaven Realm Masters. Nonetheless, how did these people get here? Even if Yong Kai is a master of the Tao of Space, he couldn't bring so many people with him. With a series of hand seals, the Heavenly Sword Palace's defensive arrays began to activate layer by layer, but they shattered and collapsed one by one. The entire Heavenly Sword Palace surroundings were crazily flashing, and it was violently shaking, causing everyone to lose their footing. "Meet the enemy," Swa Quan Hui shouted, issuing a command. Although the Heavenly Sword Palace was extraordinary, in the end, it was still just a large-scale palace artifact. While it could defend, attack, and fly, there were limits to everything. Right now, Swa Quan Hui was still a bit wary and didn't dare to appear, so he could only rely on his subordinates to defend. Suddenly, a golden light flashed across his eyes. Swa Quan Hui looked up and saw a great sun at the tip of a spear smashing towards the Heavenly Sword Palace. It even left scorched marks in the void everywhere it passed through, which remained for a very long time. Divine manifestation. Swa Quan Hui coldly snorted before raising his hand and pointing towards the approaching sun. The pressure of a seventh-order Open Heaven Realm Master spread out as a streak of light shot from his fingertip. In the next instant, the sun collapsed as a wave of violent energy spread outward. Swa Quan Hui, who was sitting in the main hall, swayed slightly and his brow twitched. Although they were enemies, Swa Quan Hui had to admit that Yong Kai was a once-in-10,000-years genius, actually able to use a divine manifestation when he was just in the sixth-order Open Heaven realm. Swa Quan Hui himself had yet to comprehend his own divine manifestation. To a certain extent, he was actually inferior to a sixth-order Open Heaven realm master. Furthermore, rumor had it that Yong Kai had comprehended this divine manifestation when he was still in the Emperor realm, which was simply unbelievable. With Yong Kai being in the sixth-order Open Heaven realm and having his divine manifestation, he was able to unleash an attack comparable to a seventh-order Open Heaven realm master. Although Swa Quan Hui managed to block this attack fairly easily, he couldn't help but feel his blood and energy roil slightly. He is already so powerful when he is just in the sixth-order Open Heaven realm. If that brat were to break through to the seventh order, I would not be his opponent. Thinking so, Swa Quan Hui's killing intent became even stronger. I have to kill him before he breaks through to the seventh order, no matter what. Otherwise, I will really die without a burial. Multicolored lights flashed as an overwhelming barrage of attacks flew towards the Heavenly Sword Palace. Heavenly Sword Union naturally wouldn't sit back and wait for death. So after Swa Quan Hui gave the order, they immediately began to counterattack. In a flash, both sides started exchanging attacks as world force flowed out in all directions, churning up the void and warping space as a result. However, not a single person was injured or killed despite it being such an intense battlefield. Needless to say, whether it was sixth-order masters or those below that realm, Voidland had more people than the other party. The divine abilities and secret arts from Heavenly Sword Palace were intercepted before they could even approach. The Open Heaven Realm Masters of Heavenly Sword Union also had their own advantages, which was that they could hide inside the Heavenly Sword Palace. As long as the Heavenly Sword Palace was not destroyed, they would have a layer of impregnable protection and would not need to worry about being killed. However, how could the Heavenly Sword Palace, which had a Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Master assuming command, be so easily destroyed? This massive artifact was the fruit of unimaginable resources and manpower of Heavenly Sword Union. Most of the divine abilities and secret arts aimed at the Heavenly Sword Palace were intercepted, and only a few of them actually managed to hit the palace itself. However, due to the spirit array barriers, it was difficult for Void Land to cause much damage in a short time. On the battlefield, Void Land had the absolute advantage, but the Heavenly Sword Palace was like a hedgehog, making it difficult for anyone to swallow. If this continued for a long time, Void Land would be pushed into a great disadvantage. The Azure Dragon Spear in Yang Kai's hand danced as he used his limitless spear techniques freely. Each spear strike was powerful enough to shatter a star and break through a layer of the Heavenly Sword Palace's defenses, but the Heavenly Sword Palace's arrays kept regenerating, annoying him greatly. At the same time, inside Heavenly Sword Palace, Ziyen and the others also noticed that something was wrong. After fighting each other for more than a year, they had long known that Void Land had both strength and numbers on their side, but the previous Void Land forces were not strong to this extent. After observing for a while, they finally discovered that there were some Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters on Void Land's side they had never seen before, and there were not just one or two, but there were as many as 8. These 8 were Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, not 8 cabbages one could find in a local market. Where did they come from? After a quick count, there were actually 26th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters in Void Land's side. All of Heavenly Sword Union members were shocked. They only had 10 such masters on their side, so the other party had twice their number. If it weren't for Zhuo Quanhui presiding over this place, everyone would have fled long ago. Master, Ziyen called out to Zhuo Quanhui while defending and attacking. I know. Zhuo Quanhui sat still, but his eyes were scanning the surroundings as they shone brightly. Astonishing, simply astonishing. All of them have just advanced to the 6th Order. That star boundary really does carry great fortune with it. As the situation was quite tense, the others failed to pay much attention to the details, but Zhuo Quanhui, on the other hand, could tell with a single glance that the 8 new 6th Order auras were unstable, meaning all of them had just advanced to the 6th Order Open Heaven realm recently. However, Zhuo Quanhui didn't think that these people had advanced straight to the 6th Order. After all, that would make them core disciples if they were placed in any of the cave heavens and paradises with such aptitude. How could there be so many genius-level talents in Void Land? The only explanation he could think of was the world fruit. Perhaps these people had advanced to the 5th Order and consumed a mid-rank world fruit before reaching the 6th Order. Suddenly, he remembered something. Rumor had it that Yang Kai had achieved the 5th Order Open Heaven realm outside the shadowless cave heaven. It was impossible for him to fake this in front of so many masters, but he had actually reached the 6th Order Open Heaven realm when he participated in the Tao Theory Assembly. Previously, Zhuo Quanhui had been unable to understand what was going on, but now everything was clear to him, or so he thought. So it turns out that Yang Kai consumed a world fruit a long time ago to raise his cultivation to the 6th Order Open Heaven realm. Marshal Nephew Een, according to your investigation, has the world tree in the star boundary borne fruits? Zhuo Quanhui asked. Een, Exa, and Zhao pondered for a moment before replying, I don't know. Although I used a soul-searching technique on that woman, the information I obtained was incomplete. I only know that there is a world tree in the star boundary. Zhuo Quanhui gently nodded his understanding. If that's the case, then it must be true. The world tree has indeed borne fruits. I really didn't expect for such a miracle to occur in this remote backwater. In his opinion, since the world tree had already bloomed and borne fruits, the people of Void Land must have benefited from it. Since that was the case, it was not impossible for him to obtain a high-rank world fruit here. If he could obtain a high-rank world fruit, he would be able to instantly advance to the 8th Order. At that time, he would be able to destroy Void Land with a flick of his finger, even if he were to face off against the divine spirit Zhu Jiuyin, and by she, he would still have the strength to fight back. The temptation of a high-rank world fruit was incomparably great. Originally, he had been somewhat afraid that Zhu Jiuyin would follow Yang Kai here and ambush him, but now he couldn't care about that. No matter what, he was an elder of Thousand Cranes Paradise. He might be branded as a traitor by Thousand Crane Paradise now, but everyone knew what was going on behind the scenes. Zhu Jiuyin might not even have the courage to kill him. Thinking along the lines, Suoquanhui made up his mind and changed his hand seal. The next moment, the Heavenly Sword Palace let out a thrumming sound as it flew straight towards the star boundary, forcefully resisting the bombardment of the many open heaven realm masters in the void. "Stop him!" Yang Kai shouted at the sight of this. The shockwaves from the battle between open heaven realm masters were too great, so if the Heavenly Sword Palace really rushed to the vicinity of the star boundary, Void Land would be forced to be in a passive situation. At that time, Void Land's hands would be tied, while Heavenly Sword Union would be able to fight without fear. Stronger and more fearsome attacks rained down on the Heavenly Sword Palace from everywhere. Even though Heavenly Sword Union's numerous open heaven realm masters tried their best to stop them, they were still unable to do so completely. Divine abilities and secret arts landed on the Heavenly Sword Palace one after another, causing its barriers to flicker and shatter. However, new barriers were erected in the next moment, spreading out layer by layer and protecting everyone inside the Heavenly Sword Palace from the oncoming attacks. Seeing this, Yang Kai's eyes cracked wide open. He instantly teleported to the front of the Heavenly Sword Palace before shouting, "Dragon transformation!" The next moment, a deafening dragon roar resounded as a huge golden dragon head appeared behind Yang Kai before it plunged into his body. Suddenly, a series of explosions rang out as Yang Kai's figure swelled under the stunned gazes of Heaven Sword Union's open heaven realm masters, soon becoming a several thousand meters long colossal half-dragon in the blink of an eye. His entire body was covered in dragon scales, and his hands had transformed into dragon claws. The dragon tail on his back swung back and forth, and dragon horns grew on his forehead. And when he shook his head, his dragon beard fluttered about. The next moment, a rich dragon pressure spread into the surroundings. What was even more shocking was that the Azure Dragon Spear in Yang Kai's hand had also grown bigger. The massive Heavenly Sword Palace was actually shorter than Yang Kai, who had assumed his half-dragon form, seemingly affected by Yang Kai's dragon pressure. Another loud and sonorous dragon roar reverberated as Zhu Qing suddenly transformed into a dragon that was several thousand meters long as well. This dragon was crimson red, giving the impression as if it was covered in raging flames. Compared to Yang Kai's half-dragon form, Zhu Qing's dragon form was clearly that of a pure blood. Zhu Qing soared straight up before unleashing a flaming dragon breath straight at the Heavenly Sword Palace. At the same time, Yang Kai thrust his spear out. The huge Azure Dragon Spear crashed into the Heavenly Sword Palace's defensive arrays without any fancy moves. The Azure Dragon Spear was already a peerless weapon, and coupled with Yang Kai's fearsome strength that could shake the sun and moon, the defensive arrays were pierced through like paper. The people in the Heavenly Sword Palace were thrown into panic as the enormous spear's shadows rapidly filled their vision, and an imminent threat of death gripped their minds. At the critical moment, a cold snort rang out from within the Heavenly Sword Palace as the dragon pressure collapsed. Suoquanhui, who was in the main hall, promptly lifted his sword before swinging it down. His movements were graceful and elegant. A 1-meter-long sword wave cut through the air, directly slicing into Yong Kai's half-dragon form. The next moment, a fountain of blood gushed out. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4593, Star Boundaries Change. A gaping wound, so deep that even his bones could be seen, appeared on Yong Kai's shoulder as a rain of golden dragon blood spluttered across the void. Zhou Quan Hui's attack was clearly extraordinary despite its simplicity. It would have been disastrous for Yong Kai had he not tilted his head at the last moment. Nonetheless, he did not retreat. He thrust the Azure Dragon Spear forward, as if he was unable to feel any pain. Hong, hong, hong. One after another, the Heavenly Sword Palace's defenses were broken through. Even its walls were pierced through. Over a dozen Open Heaven Realm Masters who couldn't dodge in time were swept up by the spear's power and exploded into a blood mist before they could even make a sound. When their small universes collapsed, world force dissipated and flowed out into the void. Before Yong Kai could even pull out his spear, he saw the Heavenly Sword Palace suddenly light up, shooting a beam straight at his face. This beam of light came out of nowhere, but its power was extremely terrifying, comparable to an attack from a high-rank Open Heaven Master. Yong Kai couldn't even figure out whether this beam of light had been shot by Zhou Quan Hui or if it had been launched using the Heavenly Sword Palace's arrays. Yong Kai instinctively raised his spear to block, and the next moment he let out a suppressed grunt as he was sent flying out. At the same time, countless beams of light shot out from the interior of the Heavenly Sword Palace. Although they were not as terrifying as the one that attacked Yong Kai, each one was still comparable to an attack from a Fifth-Order Open Heaven Realm Master. There were more than 1,000 such beams of light. Such an attack was obviously not something mere Heavenly Sword Union disciples could release, so it was definitely the power of the palace's grand array. At the sight of this, Void Land's disciples, who had been attacking from the periphery of the Heavenly Sword Palace, didn't dare hesitate and quickly used their defensive divine abilities and artifacts to protect themselves. However, there would always be some flaws. Blood splashed as dozens of Void Land disciples were pierced through. Most of them instantly lost their lives, while a few with tenacious will manage to hang on. Their fellow disciples quickly responded and hurriedly retreated from the battlefield with them to find a place for them to recover. Even Zhu Qing, who had revealed her dragon form, had suffered a blow. Fortunately, Flower Shadow Great Emperor had protected her at the last moment, so she was only slightly injured. For a moment, Void Land's Open Heaven Realm Masters no longer dared to approach the Heavenly Sword Palace and retreated one after another. This was the terrifying aspect of a large-scale palace artifact. This kind of artifact was like a moving fortress with both offensive and defensive capabilities, making it extremely difficult to deal with. This was the first time the people from Void Land had come into contact with such a weapon, so they were not experienced enough to deal with it, resulting in some unnecessary damage. The next moment, a dragon roar reverberated across the void as Yong Kai, who had been sent flying, returned in a flash. When he saw the casualties among his forces, he immediately shouted, "Everyone below the Fifth Order, retreat and coordinate from afar. The rest of you, follow me." As soon as he finished speaking, he took the lead and raised his massive Azure Dragon Spear before smashing it down. Immediately, a transparent barrier appeared above the Heavenly Sword Palace, but it was unable to block the fearsome might of the blow. The barrier shattered as the fearsome force slammed into the Heavenly Sword Palace like a meteor, causing it to sink slightly. Yong Kai's figure flickered as he appeared directly below the Heavenly Sword Palace and swept out with his spear again. A blinding flash of light surged as the Heavenly Sword Palace was knocked back again. After a few rounds, several small universes collapsed, and the aura of world force dissipating came from inside the Heavenly Sword Palace. Obviously, some people had been killed. Meanwhile, Voidland's open heaven realm masters never stopped attacking. However, those below the Fifth Order open heaven realm could only support them from a distance, and their usefulness was limited. The only ones who could pose a real threat to the Heavenly Sword Palace were the Sixth Order open heaven realm masters other than Yang Kai, and the dozens of Fifth Order open heaven realm masters. Even after the original advantage in numbers had been leveled, Heavenly Sword Union's cultivators were able to resist the oncoming attacks and defended themselves. With the exception of a few unlucky fools who had died due to carelessness, the number of casualties for the time being remained mostly unchanged. Previously, Voidland was able to pose a certain degree of threat to the Heavenly Sword Palace's occupants by relying on their numerical advantage, but now that most had to attack from a distance, very few of them were able to achieve anything. Basically, all of them were intercepted halfway. Furthermore, Suoquan Hui attacked from time to time as well, forcing Yang Kai to be cautious in making moves lest innocents get hurt. Although Yang Kai could pose some level of threat to the Heavenly Sword Palace, it was still difficult for him to stop it from advancing towards the star boundary. If this situation continued, if they were unable to destroy the Heavenly Sword Palace, the star boundary would certainly face a great catastrophe. Yang Kai flew into a rage and shouted, "Old dog, if you have the guts, come out and fight. What kind of coward hides away inside his palace when the enemy is before him?" Suoquan Hui's response was an even fiercer attack, forcing Yang Kai to dodge. As they clashed and cursed, both sides fought in the void for half a month, but neither side was able to do anything to the other. On the contrary, they were getting closer to the star boundary. Yang Kai's heart was gripped with anxiety, but there was nothing he could do. He was now a Sixth Order open heaven realm, but he still felt powerless. All of the great emperors were feeling the same. They communicated with each other via their divine senses, discussing how to deal with the enemy, but in this situation, none of their plans could be used. The star boundary was in danger. After a few more days, Yang Kai could already see the star boundary and demon realm, the two universe worlds in the distance. In the periphery of the Heavenly Sword Palace, Yang Kai was no longer able to maintain his dragon form and had reverted back to his human form. Maintaining his dragon transformation for a long time was quite taxing on him. After more than half a month of fierce fighting, Yang Kai's entire body was covered in blood, and his murderous intent was seemingly tangible as it lingered around his body, turning his surroundings as cold as ice. Is that the star boundary? Inside the Heavenly Sword Palace's main hall, Suoquan Hui raised his brow, slightly as he gazed ahead. When the star boundary entered his eyes, he couldn't spot anything special about it and couldn't understand why a world tree would appear here. Although In Xian Zhao had managed to obtain some information from Lan Sun, soul-searching techniques had drawbacks. Even if his strength greatly surpassed hers, Lin Xian Zhao had no way of knowing what kind of information he could obtain from Lan Sun, as the process was quite violent and destructive. In other words, what he could obtain from Lan Sun with a soul-searching technique was entirely up to luck. Just like how he did not know if the world tree had blossomed and borne fruit or not, he also did not know that this world tree was planted by Yang Kai, causing Suoquan Hui to think that it was naturally bred. The world tree was undoubtedly extremely eye-catching, so when Suoquan Hui laid eyes on the giant tree standing in the middle of the star boundary, his eyes gleamed with joy. It really is a world tree. He had never seen a real world tree before, and had only read about it in a few ancient books, but when he laid eyes on it, he saw that the entire star boundary was filled with thick vitality. Looking at the star boundary from the distance, it actually looked completely green. If this divine tree was not a world tree, then what could it be? After taking a closer look, Suoquan Hui furrowed his brow a little. He actually didn't see any world fruits. Perhaps it's because I'm too far away that I can't spot them, or maybe they have been harvested by someone. In any case, as long as I can get my hands on this star boundary, the world tree, and its world fruits will all be mine. At the same time, Pei Wen-xian, who was fending off an enemy at some place in the Heavenly Sword Palace, stared at a different spot. Unlike Zhuo Quanhui, who was looking at the star boundary, he was looking at the demon realm. For some reason, he felt an extremely familiar aura from the demon realm, as if there was something there that was connected to him. On top of that, the demonic chi of this universe world was obviously extremely compatible with his small universe. In other words, he could directly devour the demon realm's world force to strengthen his foundation. If he could do so, it would definitely advance his cultivation, saving him a great amount of time. He had come to help Zhuo Quanhui this time, mainly because he had some personal grievances with Yang Kai and wanted to use Zhuo Quanhui's strength to deal with Yang Kai to vent his anger. But much to his surprise, he actually encountered this kind of opportunity. The energy of an entire universe world was enough to save him several hundred, or even 1,000 years of hard cultivation. He believed that after Zhuo Quanhui had destroyed Voidland and captured the star boundary, he would not be stingy about giving this demon realm to him. I managed to get a hold of a treasure this time. While Pei Wen-xian was secretly excited, a streak of light suddenly shot over from the side. It was the diving ability cast by a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master from Voidland called Hua Yong. He waved his hand as his demon chi surged, canceling the oncoming attack. How did the star boundary become like this? And what's going on with the World Tree? While he was trying his best to block the Heavenly Sword Palace's advance, when Yang Kai glanced towards the star boundary, his heart was filled with shock. He had returned to the star boundary a month ago, but it had undergone a massive change since then. While things were different the previous time he returned, it was certainly not to this extent. The star boundary was currently covered in extremely rich vitality, causing the entire universe world to appear warm and inviting. Everyone gasped in amazement at the sight of this. Even from hundreds of millions of kilometers away, Yang Kai could still feel the vitality of the star boundary and the world tree, although it was already tens of thousands of meters tall back then. It was obviously taller than before, almost twice the size it was compared to just a month ago. It was now nearly 100,000 meters tall, truly making it an existence that held up the heavens themselves. The changes in the star boundary are definitely related to the world tree's growth and nourishment. But why has the world tree's feedback become so much stronger in this 1 month, even allowing it to grow to such a height? Yang Kai couldn't understand. At that moment, fluctuations of a small universe collapsing came from the Heavenly Sword Palace, indicating the death of another Open Heaven Realm Master. Although the Heavenly Sword Palace's defenses were strong, the joint attack of 26th Order and dozens of 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters was no joke. Along the way, at least 100 Open Heaven Realm Masters of Heavenly Sword Union had lost their lives. On the other hand, because the Void Land Open Heaven Realm Masters below the 5th Order were all helping from a distance, their side hadn't suffered many losses, with the exception of the couple dozen people who had died in the initial clash. However, the 6th Order and 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were all injured and exhausted at this point. The next moment, Yang Kai suddenly looked towards the Heavenly Sword Palace in shock before his gaze shifted back to the star boundary. When the unknown Open Heaven Realm Master from Heavenly Sword Union died, his small universe collapsed and his world force dispersed. Almost immediately after, Yang Kai could clearly feel this free world force being drawn straight towards the star boundary, pouring into the world tree where it was cleanly absorbed. In a flash, realization dawned upon Yang Kai. When Heavenly Sword Union's Open Heaven Realm Masters died previously, Yang Kai had vaguely sensed the dispersion of their world force, but he hadn't paid much attention to it at the time. Now, when he observed more closely, he realized that this free world force was clearly flowing towards the star boundary. he was able to feel it so easily this time because they were now much closer to the star boundary. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4594, Defending at the Price of Blood. In the past, the growth of the World Tree was mainly fueled by the energy absorbed from the stars and void in the Great Territory, where the star boundary was located. Its growth had been slow because such energy wasn't very rich. However, during this month-long battle, over 100 open heaven realm masters from Heavenly Sword Union and several dozen from Voidland had died. After their deaths, their small universes had collapsed, and their world force had dispersed into the void before being drawn in and absorbed by the World Tree. Naturally, the World Tree would be able to rapidly grow with nourishment like this, and owing to the corresponding feedback, the star boundary had also reaped great advantages. This was why the World Tree and the star boundary had undergone such massive changes. This was what Yang Kai believed. Otherwise, there was no way he could explain what he was seeing. This kind of change would undoubtedly bring unimaginable benefits to the World Tree and the star boundary, but with such a powerful enemy in front of him, Yang Kai did not have the time to consider such things. In a flash, Yang Kai instantly moved right before the Heavenly Sword Palace and pointed his spear forward. A determined and serious look could be seen on his face. They were only 10 million kilometers away from the star boundary now, so if he allowed the Heavenly Sword Palace to continue advancing, the star boundary would definitely fall into enemy hands. They had to stop the Heavenly Sword Palace from advancing any further no matter what. The only option they had left was to fight to the death. Shwa, shwa, shwa. One figure after another flew over and stood beside Yang Kai, as if they sensed his determination. Iron Blood, Bustling World, Martial Beast, Serene Soul, Flower Shadow, and Ice Feather Great Emperors all arrived together without a word. Immediately after, Yu He Mo Mei Mao Shi Gung Qing Zhou Ye Huayong Shu Mu Dan Huigu Qingkui Suing Shui Fang Yu and Xianging also appeared in a flash. 26th Order Masters stood in a line in the void, blocking the path between Heavenly Sword Palace and the star boundary like an impregnable wall. Behind these 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters stood dozens of 5th Order Masters. The next moment, streaks of light shot over as more than 1,000 Open Heaven Realm Masters who were below the 5th Order flew over to help. As the army assembled, their momentum soared. This scene seems familiar. Iron Blood Great Emperor smiled. Martial Beast Great Emperor Mo. Huang clenched his fists as a series of popping sounds rang out. Reminds me of the Great War. When they had fought against Great Demon God in the past, the great emperors had joined forces to fight the enemy. This was the first time that the strongest masters of the star boundary had all gathered together, and fortunately they achieved their goal, although the ones attacking today were Heavenly Sword Union and Zhuquan Hui. The situation was quite similar. In the past, they had joined forces to kill Great Demon God, and today they had joined forces to destroy the Heavenly Sword Palace and kill Zhuquan Hui. The situation of facing a strong enemy with weaker forces had stirred up the pride and sentiments in their hearts. Young boy, don't die this time. Bustling World Great Emperor turned his head and warned Yang Kai. Yang Kai had died during the battle against Great Demon God. Fortunately, by refining the immortal tree, he was able to reconstruct his body and return to life, allowing him to continue battling Great Demon God. Yang Kai grinned. Don't worry, I won't die. Then he shouted, kill. Using his dragon transformation secret technique, Yang Kai's figure reached the height of several thousand meters once more. A great sun appeared on the tip of the enormous azure dragon spear as he thrust it towards the Heavenly Sword Palace. At the same time, all the Voidland Open Heaven Realm Masters used their respective divine abilities and artifacts to launch attacks against the Heavenly Sword Palace. After nearly a month of fierce fighting, although a seventh-order open heaven realm master like Suoquan Hui had personally defended it. The Heavenly Sword Palace had still suffered some damage. Be that as it may, this artifact's defensive capabilities were quite impressive, and it was still holding up relatively well. With a dazzling flash, the Heavenly Sword Palace launched another wave of attacks to intercept the incoming barrage. Countless divine abilities collided in the void and canceled each other out as void cracks appeared before quickly closing one after another. Most of the attacks were blocked, but a small number of them still made it through and struck the Heavenly Sword Palace, causing layers of protective barriers to shatter and disappear. But before Void Land could launch a second wave of attacks, the Heavenly Sword Palace burst with another blinding flash as thousands of sword lights shone. The next moment, another barrage of attacks headed straight towards Void Land's cultivators like a storm, drowning everyone in its path. Yong Kai immediately stood at the forefront. With a flash of thought, a giant, towering tree appeared behind him, covering the void as its branches drooped down to form a protective shield, blocking the countless sword beams. Ripples appeared on the protective shield one after another as the towering evergreen divine manifestation became much dimmer. The towering evergreen was powered by his wood element power condensed from the immortal tree, so not only could this divine ability heal injuries, it also had an extremely sturdy defensive ability. However, the towering evergreen was not all-powerful and was unable to shield all the open heaven realm masters from Void Land. Although it was able to block most of the attacks, there were still some that managed to slip through. Even though the many open heaven realm masters from Void Land had been prepared for this counterattack, every single sword light from the Heavenly Sword Palace was comparable to an attack launched by a fifth-order open heaven realm master. Blood splashed as dozens died on the spot the next moment. With a deafening crash, Yong Kai's spear smashed into the Heavenly Sword Palace, causing its advance to slow as it shook violently. Hong, hong, hong. Yong Kai kept smashing his spear out again and again, releasing a massive amount of violent energy. The enormous Heavenly Sword Palace was actually stopped in place. Furthermore, under the continuous barrage of attacks, the aura of several small universes collapsing could be felt coming from inside the palace. But before Yong Kai could rejoice, a dazzling sword light slashed towards him. Suoquan Hui had personally made a move. The might of a seventh-order open heaven realm was like a mountain pressing down on them, making it difficult for everyone to breathe and sending their vitality tumbling. When this sword light struck the protective barrier of the towering evergreen divine manifestation, it became even dimmer. After another sword attack from Suoquan Hui, the towering evergreen was instantly destroyed, turning into specks of light that dissipated into the void. Yong Kai's heart shook and his small universe became agitated, causing him to cough up a mouthful of blood. Just like Yong Kai's continuous attacks, Suoquan Hui didn't stop at all, swinging his sword again and again. At this moment, Yong Kai's ears were ringing and his head was spinning. He shook his head to regain his bearing, but still staggered back, unable to defend himself. However, after his small universe was shaken, he felt a strange connection with the star boundary. For some reason, at this critical moment of life and death, the great emperors joined forces and stood in front of Yong Kai. Each of them used their own divine abilities to resist the oncoming sword lights. With a dazzling flash, the great emperors were forced back. All of them were vomiting blood and bleeding from their 7 orifices. Even with the combined strength of all the great emperors present, they were unable to resist Suoquan Hui's assault and were instantly injured. But the silver lining was that the sword light shooting at Yong Kai was intercepted. Overconfident brat. Inside Heavenly Sword Palace, Suoquan Hui sneered as another sword light slashed out. Yong Kai vigorously shook his head before he finally stabilized himself. He then promptly raised his spear to meet the oncoming attack. At the same time, the injured great emperors also gathered their strength and joined forces to resist. Yu He and Mo Mei also rushed over at that moment. With everyone's strength combined, they were finally able to barely resist Zuoquan Hui's sword strike. However, the situation had grown worse. The Heavenly Sword Palace, which had finally been stopped by Yang Kai, had once again started moving forward. Even if the Void Land Masters refused to back down as they made their last stand, they were still unable to stop the enemy from closing in. 10 million kilometers, 9 million, 8 million. A long road paved with blood was floating in the void. Mangled and mutilated corpses of Open Heaven Realm Masters were scattered all over. Every time the Heavenly Sword Palace's arrays erupted, a few cultivators from Void Land would lose their lives. Although the Heavenly Sword Palace was also on the verge of collapsing under the relentless bombardment of Void Land's Open Heaven Realm Masters, it was still a hair's breadth away from being completely destroyed. Had there not been so many Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters on Void Land's side, the outcome of this battle would have already been decided. Be that as it may, everyone from Void Land was on their last leg. Yang Kai was already fighting like he had lost his mind. He had simply stopped caring about saving his strength as he continued to pour his world force into every attack. He had already used Golden Crow Cast the Sun several times, and each time he did, he chipped away at the Heavenly Sword Palace, but he was still unable to break it. His small universe had long been shaken to the point that it was already unstable. Yang Kai didn't have time to investigate right now, but he knew that his small universe would definitely crash if he did not stop. But the more turbulent his small universe became, the clearer Yang Kai could feel the strange connection between himself and the star boundary become. He was Void Great Emperor, recognized by the star boundary's will, so it was not surprising for him to have such a connection. Yang Kai had used this very connection to instantly return to the star boundary a month ago. At first, Yang Kai had not paid much attention to it, but as the battle proceeded and he displayed his stalwart determination to protect the star boundary, the connection grew stronger and stronger. The connection became so strong that it was difficult for Yang Kai to ignore now. He didn't know why, but for some reason, he even felt a faint calling or expression of intent was about to surface from the mist. So, Zhu Jiuyin isn't here. Zuoquan Hui's calm voice suddenly came from Heavenly Sword Palace. Zuoquan Hui was always holed up inside the Heavenly Sword Palace when he was in Void territory and did not dare to show his face. Even though the Heavenly Sword Palace was situated right outside the territory gate, he was afraid that Zhu Jiuyin would suddenly appear and catch him off guard if he went outside. Even when he had come to this backwater great territory, he had always been on guard against hidden, murderous intent, even though he was tempted by the World Tree to take a risk. But even when the battle had reached this point, he hadn't sensed Zhu Jiuyin's aura at all. Seeing that the people from Void Land could no longer resist his advance, he finally understood that his fears were needless. The one person he was afraid of was not even here in the first place. If that wasn't the case, why would Zhu Jiuyin have been hiding all the while? Why hadn't she taken action yet? She was not going to take action after everyone from Void Land died, right? Realizing this, Zuoquan Hui couldn't help but become angry out of shame. He felt that his cautious actions had made him look like a coward. However, he was most pleasantly surprised and couldn't help but burst into laughter. Without Zhu Jiuyin, how can you ants resist this monarch? This monarch will occupy the star boundary and then destroy all you weaklings. Although he had confirmed that Zhu Jiuyin was not here, he still had no intention of showing his face. He simply continued to activate the power of the Heavenly Sword Palace's grand array, throwing Void Land's masters into panic, just as Yang Kai feared. Once Zuoquan Hui reached the star boundary, he would have everything under his control. Void Land's open heaven realm masters would definitely not dare to start a war in the star boundary, so at that time, everyone would be at his mercy. The only option was to end things in the void. Suddenly, the heavenly sword palace shot straight towards the star boundary. As Swaquanhui no longer had any scruples, over 1,000 open heaven realm masters of Void Land desperately tried to resist, but were still forced back. Suddenly, a glimmer of light cut through the fog as the feeling that Yong Kai had been unable to understand for so long finally became clear like the rising sun. Yong Kai quickly dispelled any doubts he had and cleared his mind before understanding the epiphany. So that was how it is. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4595, Lend Me Your Strength. So that was how it is. I have actually neglected my greatest reliance, my greatest foundation. The world lives. Yong Kai lowered his head and mumbled to himself in a low voice. The next moment, he shouted as his long hair fell over his forehead, "You want the star boundary, but have you asked the star boundary's will?" Sitting in the main hall of the Heavenly Sword Palace, Swaquanhui scoffed. "When this monarch occupies the place, this monarch will become its will." Yong Kai slowly shook his head. "Then I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you." Swaquanhui's face sank, as he suddenly had a bad feeling. It was inexplicable, as if something terrible was about to happen. Yong Kai grabbed his spear with one hand and suddenly formed a series of hand seals with the other, muttering in a low voice, "Heavens and earth, lend me your strength." One. The void trembled at that moment, as everything came to a halt. In the next moment, the world tree, which had reached the height of 100,000 meters, began to sway violently. Its giant canopy rustled as a beam of green light shot out from the star boundary and struck Yong Kai. Yong Kai remained still, but his aura, which had become incredibly weak due to overexhaustion, started rapidly rising, soaring upwards seemingly without limit. His turbulent small universe calmed, reaching a state of tranquility that he had never felt before. Furthermore, his small universe's foundation was also rapidly strengthening. A terrifying pressure erupted from Yong Kai, spreading out in all directions, causing space itself to tremble. The open heaven realm masters of Heavenly Sword Union inside the Heavenly Sword Palace were dumbstruck at the sight of this. In the void, 1,000 open heaven realm masters of Void Land also wore looks of amazement. Yong Kai's aura rapidly reached a peak, one far higher than his original. Although he had yet to reach the seventh order, he was just a hair's breadth away from it now. The corner of Swaquanhui's eyes twitched as he stared at this scene in disbelief. Borrowing the world's strength, so that's how it is. Zhang Wuhen's eyes flickered with realization. The great emperors also quickly understood what just happened. Yong Kai was borrowing the power of the star boundary. Any great emperor who was recognized by the will of his universe world could borrow its strength, but this time, Yong Kai was borrowing power far beyond their imagination. In general, there was a vast difference between the Emperor realm and the Open Heaven realm. Any Open Heaven realm master, even of the lowest order, could easily kill an Emperor realm cultivator. But at certain times, in certain special circumstances, an Emperor realm cultivator could display the strength comparable to a low-rank Open Heaven realm master. Just like how the great emperors had fought against Great Demon God in the past. Great Demon God definitely had the strength of the Open Heaven realm at that time, but in the end, he was killed by the combined forces of the Star Boundary's great emperors. The fundamental reason for this was that the great emperors had borrowed the world strength of the Star Boundary to display enough power to kill Great Demon God. Back then, when the Star Boundary had been nearly destroyed, and the people had fallen into misery, the great emperors still had the strength to fight against Great Demon God by taking advantage of the Star Boundary's remaining strength. Now that the Star Boundary had received the World Tree's nourishment, and its foundation had become many times stronger, The world strength Yang Kai could borrow from it was naturally far greater than before. At this moment, it was as if he had the support of the entire Star Boundary's world force. Quan Hui was a seventh-order open heaven realm master with rich experience. So it wasn't that he didn't know about the secrets of universe worlds and great emperors, but under normal circumstances, how much strength could a sixth-order open heaven realm master like Yang Kai borrow from a mere universe world? It was a little better than nothing, that's all. However, the situation in the Star Boundary was completely different from that of ordinary universe worlds. Its foundation was extremely rich due to the World Tree's feedback. Furthermore, the World Tree had also absorbed the world force of all the open heaven realm masters from both sides who had lost their lives in this battle, allowing its heritage to become even stronger. The world was alive when Yang Kai was giving his all to defend the Star Boundary, even willing to put his life on the line to protect it from danger. The Star Boundary itself had sensed it. The feeling lingering in Yang Kai's heart was a sign of acknowledgement from the Star Boundary will. Yang Kai understood a bit too late, but he still managed to deduce it in time. So Quan Hui, you made your biggest mistake by making things difficult for my Star Boundary in this great territory. Yang Kai's world force surged as he felt an indescribable power coursing through his body, borrowing the power of the Star Boundary. Not only had he recovered, but his strength was also only a step away from the seventh order. You're still only a sixth-order ant. How dare you boast so shamelessly? When you have broken through to the seventh order, then you can act presumptuously before this monarch. So Quan Hui was extremely angry. As he finished speaking, sword waves once again shot out from the heavenly sword palace. Furthermore, he had also launched a divine ability personally at Yang Kai. Yang Kai promptly raised his spear to block the incoming assault. Although he was forced back tens of thousands of kilometers again, he was no longer incapable of resisting. The gap between him and Zhou Quan Hui had been greatly reduced. This scene was witnessed by everyone present. Void Land's morale immediately soared, as they all took action to block the Heavenly Sword Palace's attack. The great emperors glanced at each other, but didn't say anything. Nonetheless, all of them could tell what the other was thinking. Young boy, I'll leave this place to you. Iron Blood Great Emperor suddenly shouted. Yang Kai turned his head in surprise and saw Iron Blood Great Emperor's figure instantly disappear from his spot. When he looked back at the others, he saw that bustling world, martial beast, serene soul, flower shadow, ice feather, and the other great emperors were also nodding at him expectantly. Yang Kai instantly understood and shouted, "Everyone, don't worry, I'll definitely kill this old dog at our doorstep." The next moment, several figures suddenly appeared atop the World Tree's crown in the Star Boundary. They were none other than the great emperors who had disappeared from the battlefield. They had never cultivated the Tao of space, so under normal circumstances, it would be impossible for them to travel millions of kilometers in an instant, but the Star Boundary was their homeland. And since Yang Kai was able to return from the territory gate with the help of the Star Boundary, it was naturally possible for them to do something similar. Traversing a few million kilometers was as easy as stepping through their front door for them. They were old friends who had known each other for over 10,000 years. So with just a glance at each other, all of them smiled and sat down cross-legged, opened their small universes, and poured their world force into the Star Boundary. The sixth-order open heaven realm master's assistants caused the entire Star Boundary to tremble slightly, as if it was welcoming their return. In the void, Yang Kai's aura, which was slowly stabilizing, suddenly shot up again. Naturally, this was due to the support of the great emperors, carrying with it the hope of countless living beings in the Star Boundary. Nonetheless, Yang Kai was still unable to break through the shackles of the Sixth Order. Although he was now just half a step away from the Seventh Order, there was still a thin barrier blocking his path. If he could not break through this barrier, he would not be able to glimpse the broad horizons of the Seventh Order open heaven realm. The Sixth Order was in the mid-rank, while the Seventh Order was the beginning of the high rank. The gap between them was simply too great. Just a little more. Just as Yang Kai thought he had reached his limit, another wave of energy suddenly surged through his body. This wave of energy came at just the right moment, shattering the already cracking shackles. Hong! An invisible shockwave burst out from Yang Kai as the prestige of a high-rank open heaven realm master filled the void. Atop the world tree, two figures slowly descended. One of them wiped the cold sweat from his forehead as he muttered, "Luckily we were not too late." The other person stated, "What a pity. I thought that after advancing to the Sixth Order, I would be able to enjoy a good fight with old friends, but I didn't expect I wouldn't have such an opportunity." Iron Blood Great Emperor opened his eyes and gently smiled. "The two of you aren't good at fighting anyway, so it's best if you don't cause trouble." Wondrous Pill and Heaven's Revelations looked at each other and had no choice but to agree. Fair enough. The two of them had been cultivating in Void Land all this time, attempting to break through to the Sixth Order open heaven realm. Just when they somehow broke through and were preparing to head to the territory gate to assist, he happened to bring Lan Sun to Void Land. When the two of them learned of the situation, they anxiously rushed to the star boundary. But they were still a step behind Heavenly Sword Union. By the time the two of them finally returned to the star boundary's great territory, Heavenly Sword Union and Void Land had already fought for a long time. When they finally caught up with the Heavenly Sword Palace and arrived at the edge of the battlefield, they happened to see Yang Kai borrowing the Star Boundary's world force and their old friends returning to the Star Boundary to support him. Seeing that Yang Kai was still only at the peak of the Sixth Order open heaven realm, just half a step away from breaking through to the Seventh Order, the two of them didn't hesitate to return to the Star Boundary. "I wonder if young boy has reached the Seventh Order yet." Wondrous Pill Great Emperor looked up into the void and muttered, "Old dog, next year today will be the anniversary of your death." In the void, Yang Kai was in high spirits. The world force around him surged as he thrust out his spear, transforming it into a barrage of spear shadows that filled the sky and rained down towards Heavenly Sword Palace. How could he lose this battle, carrying the hopes and expectations of all the great emperors and countless living beings in the Star Boundary on his shoulders? Dazzling lights flashed across the Heavenly Sword Palace as its defensive arrays shattered and collapsed. Multiple small universes collapsed one after another at the same time. Although Zhou Quanhui was desperately repairing the arrays, he could not catch up with the storm of attacks. His greatest reliance was that he was an order higher than Yang Kai's cultivation, but now he had even lost that advantage, which had immediately pushed him into a corner. Attacks rained down at the Heavenly Sword Palace from every direction. Heavenly Sword Union disciples tried their best to resist, but it was impossible for them to keep up. In less than a dozen breaths of time, the Heavenly Sword Palace suddenly cracked with a blinding flash as an inexplicable and fearsome aura surged from it. "Everyone, dodge." Yang Kai promptly realized that something was not right and shouted aloud, immediately using his space principles to wrap up those around him and quickly retreating. Not only were Void Land's cultivators retreating, but countless figures fled from the Heavenly Sword Palace as well. In the blink of an eye, a terrifying shockwave suddenly swept out, as if the sun in the sky had exploded. Some of the slower Heavenly Sword Union cultivators didn't even have time to make a sound before they were enveloped by this blinding flash and instantly lost their lives. The fallout from this explosion crashed into everyone, causing them to feel as if they were standing in the middle of a vast ocean, unable to even stand firm. Everyone promptly used their defensive divine abilities and artifacts to protect themselves as stray bolts of energy and rubble flew out randomly. Yang Kai stabilized his footing and stared straight ahead. The Heavenly Sword Palace had exploded. After defending for over a month, crossing trillions of kilometers, They had finally managed to crack this hard nut. Voidland's cultivators had evacuated in time. So apart from some minor injuries suffered by a few low-rank Open Heaven Realm masters, no one had lost their life. On the other hand, Heavenly Sword Union's Open Heaven Realm masters had suffered heavy casualties. Heavenly Sword Union had spent unimaginable resources and effort to build the Heavenly Sword Palace, so the instant it was destroyed, the resulting explosion was not inferior to a full-powered attack launched by a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. When the dust settled, only about 400 Open Heaven Realm Masters remained on Heavenly Sword Union's side, and all of them were in a sorry state. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4596, Huang Quan. A giant black hole had appeared where the Heavenly Sword Palace had exploded. It was surrounded by thousands of cracks that extended to the depths of the void. Space had shattered, making it look like the end of the world. Zhou Quan Hui stood somewhere in the void, surrounded by a group of 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. His face was twitching, as if he had yet to recover from the series of events just now. The Heavenly Sword Palace occupied an absolute advantage. Just a few million more kilometers, and it would have reached the star boundary. At that time, Void Land would have been at his mercy. But much to his dismay, Yang Kai had borrowed the power of heaven and earth to instantly break through from the 6th Order to the 7th Order, destroying the Heavenly Sword Palace, shattering his greatest reliance, and dragging him down into the dirt. Yang Kai raised his spear and sneered, "Old dog, you're finally willing to come out." Zhou Quan Hui narrowed his eyes as he looked at Yang Kai. When their gazes met, it seemed as if sparks were flickering. "Kill!" Yang Kai shouted as his enormous dragon form wrapped in a supreme dragon pressure appeared before the Heavenly Sword Union Masters in a single move. The next moment, Yang Kai swept his massive azure dragon spear that seemed to hold up the sky as a rich world force burst out, wantonly releasing the power of the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm. Even Zhou Quan Hui did not dare to casually take such an attack. Although Yang Kai had acquired the strength of the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm, he did not obtain it by cultivating himself, but because he had borrowed the world force from the star boundary and external aid. Even so, when Yang Kai attacked with the Azure Dragon Spear, using his several thousand meters tall half-dragon form, Zhou Quan Hui had no choice but to cherish his own life. Facing this attack, he used a divine ability to block as a feint before pulling back. Seeing this, the 10 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters around him quickly dispersed. Heavenly Sword Union's formation collapsed in the wake of this attack. Behind Yang Kai, a tide of Open Heaven Realm Masters swarmed towards him. Having been under extreme pressure for so long, it was now their turn to vent, which they did without holding back in the slightest. Everyone used their respective divine abilities and artifacts to their heart's content to attack the enemy. The few hundred Open Heaven Realm Masters on Heavenly Sword Union's side were nearly frightened to death. Heavenly Sword Union's cultivators had suffered heavy casualties thanks to the Heavenly Sword Palace's explosion. Now, there were less than 400 of them left. On the other hand, Void Land still had over 1,000 Open Heaven Realm Masters on their side. With almost 3 times the difference in number, there was no need for any kind of battle formation. Just charging forward was enough to crush the enemy. Not to mention, Void Land had a huge advantage when it came to the 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. Including Yang Kai, Void Land had a total of 22 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. With the 8 Great Emperors having returned to the star boundary, 14 still remained. Even if Yang Kai wasn't included, there were still 13 on their side. On the other hand, Heavenly Sword Union only had 10, so Void Land had a 3-person advantage. Back then, during a meeting with Zhou Quan Hui in the Heavenly Sword Palace, Pei Wenxian had proposed to send a message to Yin Xian Zhao, inviting him to come and help. He had said that as long as they had one more Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master on their side, they could completely turn around the situation. With one more, they would be able to gain an advantage of 2 against 1 in a battle, which would become the key to victory. If just one more Sixth Order Master could be the difference between victory and stalemate, what more need be said if one side had 3 more? 26th Order Masters from both sides were engaged in a fierce battle, and for the moment, they were evenly matched. Meanwhile, the 3 mountain lords of profound Yang Mountain, Mao, Shigengqing, and Zhou, quietly blended into the 1,000-plus Open Heaven Realm Masters from Voidland's side and rushed into Heavenly Sword Union's army, leaving bloody carnage in their wake. With 3 Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters joining forces, how could Heavenly Sword Union's army, who were at most Fifth Order Masters, be a match for them? In less than the time it took for an incense stick to burn, the number of Heavenly Sword Union cultivators had been reduced by half, and the remaining people were now surrounded by Voidland's forces. There was no way for them to escape, and it was only a matter of time before they were defeated and killed. After settling the overall situation, Mao, Shi, and the others rushed back to the battlefield of the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. Huang Quan suddenly had his hair stand on end, as if he had fallen into an ice house. A chill ran up from the tip of his toes to the crown of his head. At that moment, Huang Quan was fighting none other than his old nemesis, Hui Gu. Both were from Yin Yang Cave Heaven's prison star, and had developed a loose friendship during their hundreds of years of imprisonment. However, Hui Gu had infiltrated the prison league under Yang Kai's orders after being subdued by the latter, only to be exposed in the end. As a result, Huang Quan killed Hui Gu's only loyal servant, Bai Mo, right in front of him. That day, Hui Gu swore that one day he would kill Huang Quan and avenge Bai Mo. By some coincidence, when Hui Gu returned to Voidland with Yang Kai, Huang Quan had fallen in with Suquan Hui. Both sides had fought several times in Void territory, but neither of them had been able to gain the upper hand. In fact, Hui Gu's strength was actually slightly inferior. After all, Huang Quan was the league master, while Hui Gu was just one of its protectors in the prison league. There was a difference between their status and strength as well. After exchanging several blows several times over the past year, both of them knew each other's techniques like the back of their hands. Huang Quan naturally wouldn't be afraid if he was only facing Hui Gu. However, the 3 mountain lords of the profound Yang Mountain were now rushing over. Huang Quan was extremely unlucky. Mao Jia and the others didn't intentionally target him. Rather, they were just providing support to the closest battlefield. Huang Quan and Hui Gu just happened to be on that battlefield. Seeing these 3 rushing towards him, Huang Quan didn't hesitate to escape, as he knew that he couldn't remain. Not to mention a 6th Order master like him, even someone in the 7th Order, like Suquan Hui, might not be able to escape this debacle. After Yang Kai had borrowed the Star Boundaries world force, strengthening himself to the point where he reached the 7th Order, he had destroyed the Heavenly Sword Palace and stopped Heavenly Sword Union's momentum. If Huang Quan did not flee now, when would he? As for whether Suquan Hui would settle the score with him later, or not, he could worry about it after he had escaped. However, Hui Gu kept desperately hounding him, which was very annoying. A fierce gleam flashed across Huang Quan's eyes as he ignored Hui Gu's incoming palm strike and ruthlessly launched a divine ability towards him, seemingly wanting to trade a life for a life. In truth, Huang Quan had no intention to fight to the death with Hui Gu. It wasn't easy for him to escape from the prison star and regain his freedom, so he valued his life more than anything. With his 6th Order Open Heaven Realm cultivation and a long life ahead of him, he still had many good days to look forward to. He was simply doing this to force Hui Gu to stop and back off so he could escape. But much to his dismay, when faced with this divine ability, Hui Gu didn't even try to dodge or block. His eyes burned with unquenchable hatred as he appeared completely ready to sacrifice his life if it meant killing his enemy. Huang Quan turned pale in shock as he cursed, "Madman!" In a panic, he hastily withdrew some of his strength to defend himself. The next instant, both of them shook and threw up a mouthful of blood each, their auras weakening as their world force unstably fluctuated. Mao, Zhe, Gengqing, and Zhou arrived just in the nick of time. The three of them formed a triangle and rushed towards Huang Quan. Their world force surged as they fired their divine abilities before even reaching him. "My destined time has come." Huang Quan's face turned ashen. Even if he was at his peak, he would most likely die if he was facing these three, not to mention the fact that he had been forced into a dead end by Huigu. A blinding flash of light appeared before Huang Quan's body flew out like a rag sack as it was struck by three divine abilities. In the blink of an eye, he was left in a sorry state. His hair was a mess and he was covered in blood. Suddenly, an angry and gnashing face appeared right in front of him like a ghost, almost touching his nose. Its eyes were burning with flames of hatred, and blood was flowing from its 7 orifices, making it look like a real devil. Huang Quan's heart almost burst in fright as he felt a sharp pain in his neck. Huigu transformed into a streak of light as he brushed past Huang Quan. About 1,000 meters behind Huang Quan, Huigu looked up into the void and smiled. "Rest in peace, Baiemo. I've avenged you." He raised his hand, holding a bloody head in it as 1,000 meters behind him stood the headless corpse of Yellow Spring Heavenly Monarch. Huang Quan hadn't died yet, as the vitality of a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master was extremely tenacious. He would not immediately die even if his head was twisted off, but he obviously knew what kind of situation he was in right now. Blinking his eyes, he also looked up into the sky and heaved a sigh. Why? Back when he left the prison star, if he hadn't sought refuge with Suoquan Hui, he would have been living a happy life right now. He didn't hold a grudge against Huigu for killing him. From the day he started cultivating, he knew that when one walked the martial Tao, even if he did not kill others, he would be killed by them one day. The martial Tao was long, and there was no one whose hands weren't dyed in blood. How many people were there who did not take life and death lightly? Such a day was bound to come, sooner or later. Be that as it may, he named himself Huang Quan, meaning Yellow Spring. He might receive some kind of preferential treatment in the underworld, but King Yama was not someone to be trifled with. He slowly closed his eyes as his vitality rapidly dissipated. 1,000 meters away, the small universe of a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master collapsed, releasing a massive amount of world force that transformed into a violent wave of energy which was visible to the naked eye. The violent energy was immediately pulled in by the world tree that was still a few million kilometers away. Huigu's hand trembled, and he shattered the head in his hand before keeling over and coughing, spitting out pieces of his internal organs. "Zhou, you flashed over. Are you all right?" Huigu shook his head. "I'll survive." Although he had taken Huang Quan's divine ability head-on and was seriously injured, he would live. Furthermore, a weight had been lifted off his heart after he had killed Huang Quan, allowing his mind to become much clearer. "Retreat and heal yourself first," Zhou Ye urged before following Mao Zhe and Gengqing to the next battlefield. Although many of the 6th Order Masters were fighting their own life-or-death battles, Huang Quan's fall could not escape their senses. The commotion caused by the collapse of a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master's small universe and subsequent dissipation of his world force was not small. Even the dullest of people could sense it. A 6th Order Master on their side had died in such a short period of time, naturally causing great fear among the remaining Heavenly Sword Union Masters. Some of the smart ones immediately began to flee, but how could Void Land allow them to escape? Naturally, they tried their best to stop and suppress them, so the enemy's efforts yielded little result. Under normal circumstances, when two masters with the same cultivation fought, if one of them insisted on escaping, the other would have no way to stop him, let alone one. Even if two of the same cultivation tried to stop someone together, they still might not be able to. This was why the higher one's cultivation was, the easier it was to determine victory or defeat, but the harder it was to determine life or death. If they couldn't beat the enemy, they still could run. Unless one cultivated the Tao of Space like Yang Kai and had unmatched speed, or they had arranged a heaven-sealing, earth-locking array in advance, making escape impossible. Yang Kai was currently locked in a fierce battle with Suoquan Hui. Even though he had obtained the strength of a seventh-order open heaven realm master by borrowing world force from the star boundary, he was unable to divert his attention. Fortunately, there happened to be an array master on Voidland's side. Ooh. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4597, Growing Stronger as the Battle Rages. Somewhere in the void, when Wan Baifeng saw Heavenly Sword Union's sixth-order masters wanted to flee, she immediately sent a transmission to Mao Zhe. The three mountain lords of the profound Yang Mountain had originally planned to assist you here to capture that sixth-order open heaven realm female cultivator named Ziyan, but after receiving Wan Baifeng's transmission, they immediately changed directions and flew towards her. A moment later, Wan Baifeng withdrew from the battlefield, and the three mountain lords joined forces to fight her original opponent, Heavenly Sword Union's Seven Mysteries Heavenly Monarch, Qi Xian. Qi Xian was originally an older generation sixth-order master of Heavenly Sword Union. He spent most of his time in secluded cultivation in order to break through to the seventh order. Even most of Heavenly Sword Union's disciples didn't know that they had an old ancestor like him. Only a few of the higher-ups knew of his existence. Besides Seven Mysteries Heavenly Monarch, Heavenly Sword Union also had another sixth-order red son, Heavenly Monarch, Dan Yam. Suoquan Hui had forcefully taken over Heavenly Sword Union with his seventh-order cultivation, so he naturally wouldn't allow these two to freely do as they wished. Qi Xian and Dan Yang had no choice but to come out of seclusion. Originally, although Qi Xian was shocked by Wan Baifeng's unpredictable methods when he fought her, he was still able to gain a slight advantage. He even had the room to ask Wan Baifeng why she had betrayed Suoquan Hui and joined Voidland instead. When Wan Baifeng left and Mao Zhe, Gengqing, and Zhouya took her place, though, Qi Xian couldn't help complaining bitterly. 1 against 3, and with all of them being sixth-order masters, forget about fighting, it would be difficult to even escape. From the start, Mao Zhe's cultivation was about the same as his at the peak of the sixth order. As for Gengqing and Zhouya, although they were slightly weaker, they weren't too far off. I guess things are not looking good for us today, unless Suoquan Hui manages to take down Yang Kai. Qi Xian was barely able to deal with the three mountain lords of the profound Yang Mountain, and was forced to only defend under their combined attacks, while secretly praying for a miracle. On the other side, after Wan Baifeng broke away from her opponent, her figure shuttled through the void, wandering the various battlefields as she sent out her array plates one after another, instantly activating the arrays engraved on them. She had quite a number of array plates in her possession, and of various types, but because masters on both sides were fighting, Wan Baifeng had chosen to only use trapping arrays, or illusion arrays. Basically, all the array plates she had thrown out were non-lethal. Although the arrays activated from these array plates could not kill or injure the enemy, and might even disturb the judgment of her own allies, they could temporarily trap these sixth-order masters in place and prevent them from escaping. A moment later, 8 arrays took shape in the void. Although no figure could be seen inside these arrays, the cultivators outside were able to clearly sense the shock waves and fallout coming from inside. Obviously, the masters of both sides trapped inside were fighting fiercely. After having done all this, Wan Baifeng took a break and turned her head to look at Yang Kai and Zhuo Quanhui, and saw the two of them exchanging blows, constantly releasing their divine abilities and secret techniques. Although Yang Kai was at a disadvantage, he was still able to hold on. After seeing this, Wan Baifeng could finally feel relieved. She then rushed into the array in front of her to help her companion kill his opponent. The Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were locked in a heated battle with their respective opponents, but the Heavenly Sword Union cultivators below the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm were getting slaughtered one-sidedly. The original 300 or so Open Heaven Realm Masters of Heavenly Sword Union had suffered great casualties under the hands of the 3 mountain lords of the profound Yang Mountain. Now less than half the original number remained. On Voidland's side, over 1,000 Open Heaven Realm Masters formed a huge encirclement surrounding all of Heavenly Sword Union's cultivators and steadily pushing inward. As the encirclement continued to shrink, the Heavenly Sword Union's cultivators suffered more and more casualties. Under the constant barrage of the divine abilities and secret techniques, the Heavenly Sword Union cultivators would explode into blood mists at a steady pace. The huge gap in numbers made it impossible for Heavenly Sword Union to turn the tide. No matter what the outcome of this battle ultimately was, Heavenly Sword Union, a peak second-class force that had enjoyed countless years of glory, would cease to exist. On another side of the void, Yang Kai and Zhuo Quanhui were locked in a heated confrontation. It was a battle between high-rank Open Heaven Masters. The void would shatter every time they clashed, and their battlefields spanned millions of kilometers. Their world force kept constantly clashing, causing the space to crack like a broken mirror. This was especially true for the place where the Heavenly Sword Palace had exploded. A black hole had appeared there after the explosion. This black hole should have slowly closed under the self-repairing properties of the world principles if it was not subjected to any external forces. However, under the influence of the intense battle between the two, not only did this black hole not show any signs of closing, it even grew larger instead. A chaotic aura of nihility was coming from inside the black hole. This wasn't the first time Yang Kai had fought Zhuo Quanhui. The last time they had fought was in Void territory, but that time he had still been beaten miserably by Zhuo Quanhui, even with the support of the 3 mountain lords. Yang Kai would have been killed on the spot if it weren't for the fact that his strength far exceeded an ordinary Sixth Order Master's. Although he had managed to force Zhuo Quanhui back in the end, he had suffered significant damage and had even exposed his sun and Moon Divine Wheel. When they fought again after several years, the disparity between the first and this time was obvious. A high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master was indeed on a completely different level from a mid-rank one. Even if he had reached the high rank by borrowing world force, Yang Kai was still able to exert the might of a high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master nonetheless. On the surface, Yang Kai was still at a disadvantage. After all, Zhuo Quanhui was a veteran 7th Order Master, so he had better command of his strength and skills. However, Yang Kai was confident that it was next to impossible for Zhuo Quanhui to kill him with his current strength. Moreover, he could feel his strength growing with every passing breath. His current strength came from the Star Boundaries world force. Thus, his strength was directly related to the foundation of the Star Boundary. Previously, Yang Kai gained the might of the 7th Order and instantly destroyed the Heavenly Sword Palace with the help of the various great emperors who had entered the Star Boundary, causing countless Heavenly Sword Union cultivators to die. It had to be known that the world force released by every Open Heaven Realm Master who died would fuel the world tree's growth, which in turn would strengthen the Star Boundary's foundation. The more Heavenly Sword Union Open Heaven Realm Masters that died, the more energy the world tree could feed back to the Star Boundary, thereby further strengthening its foundation. This was the main reason why Yang Kai became more confident as he fought. With the Star Boundary as his backer, he had an endless supply of energy. unless the star boundary exploded and collapsed. Obviously, this had not gone unnoticed by Zhuo Hui. In the beginning, Yang Kai was obviously much weaker than him, but as time passed, Yang Kai became stronger, soon almost equaling him in strength. The world force colliding with each other's divine abilities and secret techniques was the best indication of this change. Zhuo Hui's confidence slowly sank to the bottom. He thought that since Zhu Jiuyin wasn't here, victory was in his grasp, but it never crossed his mind that something like this would happen. Zhuo Hui could feel his small universe shake every time they clashed. Although it wasn't a big deal, it meant that Yang Kai had the strength to threaten him. The only thing Zhuo Hui could rejoice about right now was that Yang Kai had not reached this realm through painstakingly cultivating himself, so his control wasn't perfect. It was akin to a child holding a huge blade that weighed several dozen kilograms. Although the blade was sharp and deadly, the child could not wield it properly. However, he was having a really hard time dealing with Yang Kai's space principles. Zhuo Hui did not find them that troublesome when Yang Kai was a sixth-order open heaven realm master, but now that Yang Kai's had reached the might equivalent to that of a seventh-order master, he truly found the Tao of space difficult to handle. Yang Kai would appear and disappear without a trace, often appearing right at his most defenseless corner, and then thrusting his spear out without a shred of mercy. These attacks were simply impossible to guard against. Occasionally, he would be able to determine Yang Kai's position in advance and launch a divine ability to attack him, but Yang Kai would simply disappear like a ghost. Yang Kai's usage of space principles had almost reached perfection. Zhuo Hui's expression became solemn as Yang Kai's world force became stronger and stronger, and with the continuous increase in his strength, he couldn't help but feel an urge to retreat pop up in his mind. I have no choice but to admit that I have grossly underestimated the Lord of Void Land. It's just as he had said, it was a wrong choice to make enemies of him in this great territory. But if he wasn't here, where could he fight with Yang Kai? He couldn't fight in Void territory, as that was even more disadvantageous for him, with two divine spirits lurking in the shadows. What's more, Yang Kai had still not used his sun and moon divine wheel. It was a divine ability that had injured him before, so its power was immense. The battle is already as good as lost. It would be unwise to stay here any longer. It would be better to retreat for now and plan what to do next. Although Zhuo Hui had decided. So, it was extremely difficult to escape from someone who was proficient in the Tao of space. While the two of them fought, Yang Kai also exerted his space principles to turn the surrounding space viscous, making it feel as if they were trapped in a swamp. Had it been any other seventh-order open heaven realm master, even if the opposite party's cultivation was much higher than his, Zhuo Hui was confident he could escape, but facing Yang Kai, he really didn't have that kind of confidence. Suddenly, fluctuations of another small universe collapsing spread out. It was 7 mysteries, heavenly monarch from Heavenly Sword Union, who had perished under the siege of the 3 mountain lords. Zhuo Hui's face became dark and gloomy. The situation would only become more dire as his 6th-order open heaven realm subordinates fell one after another. And once the 6th-order open heaven realm masters of Voidland were to join forces with Yang Kai, he would be doomed. Not daring to hesitate any longer, Zhuo Hui turned his head towards the direction of the black hole. Since things have come to this, I can only take the risk. Knowingly or unknowingly, his body began to move towards the black hole. Yang Kai followed him like a shadow as his azure dragon spear thrust out, releasing world force in bursts all over the void. The shock waves from the battle between the two caused the black hole to expand further as the chaotic energy became even denser. Zhuo Hui, you will die today. As Yang Kai shouted, he felt his strength sharply rise. This increment was far bigger than before, allowing him to feel as if he was now on par with Zhuo Hui. Without a moment of hesitation, A golden crow's cry reverberated as a great sun leapt out, lighting up the void. Golden Crow cast the sun. In that instant, Swaquan Huey's figure seemed to freeze for a moment. Yong Kai's eyes immediately lit up at the sight of this. He promptly thrust the spear with the great sun on its tip straight towards Swaquan Hui without a moment of pause. Space shattered under this attack, and so did Swaquan Huey's figure. As the great sun exploded, Yong Kai vaguely felt as if he had broken something, but he couldn't figure out what it was. And before he could think about it, a mighty sword wave shot towards him. He promptly raised his spear to block the incoming attack. The next moment, a violent energy drowned Yong Kai, sending him flying 10,000 kilometers back. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4598, Territory Gate. Yong Kai's vitality was in turmoil as his small universe trembled. Swaquan Huey's all-out counterattack was truly terrifying. Yong Kai didn't even see how Swaquan Hui had managed to avoid his first spear strike. It could only be said that a high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master was truly beyond common sense. After quickly stabilizing himself, Yong Kai looked up again before his pupils shrank. Swaquan Huey's figure stood straight as a sword in front of the giant black hole, and beside him were several other figures. They were Zi Yen, Yin, Xian Zhao, and several other Sixth Order Masters. After repelling him, old dog Swaquan Hui still had the strength to spare to save his trusted subordinates. At this moment, Zi Yen and the others were still in a state of shock. They had expended a great deal of their strength during their respective battles. Furthermore, they had been trapped by Luan by Feng's array plates. If Swaquan Hui hadn't broken the arrays and rescued them, they would have died here, their remains scattered across the void. Now that they were standing beside Swaquan Hui, they finally felt a sense of security. When they looked around, their eyes filled with sorrow. The Heavenly Sword Palace had long since been destroyed, and the Open Heaven Realm Masters of Heavenly Sword Union had suffered countless casualties. Although there were still over 100 people left who were tenaciously holding on, it was only a matter of time before they would be defeated and killed. Red Sun Heavenly Monarch's lips trembled violently as his face turned ashen. Heavenly Sword Union was done for. Heavenly Sword Union, which had been gloriously standing for countless generations, was completely destroyed after this battle. Dan Yong felt as if a knife was being twisted in his heart. Although he was resentful over the fact that Swaquan Hui had dragged Heavenly Sword Union into this mess, he didn't dare say anything. For better or worse, he and Huang Mao had been saved by Swaquan Hui, so as long as they could escape with their lives this time, with their Sixth Order cultivation, they might still have a chance to make a comeback in the future. Honored Master. Zi Yen suddenly looked towards Swaquan Hui's waist with a look of horror on his face. Much to her shock and dismay, there was a bloody hole in Swaquan Hui's body, which was surrounded by raging Golden Crow's true fire. Master was actually injured. Zi Yen couldn't believe her eyes. Yong Kai had injured her honored master the last time they fought in Void Territory, but that was because Swaquan Hui had been too careless, and Yong Kai had joined forces with two other Sixth Order Masters. The situation was much different compared to now, when he was injured in a one-on-one fight. It was shocking to think Yong Kai was actually this strong. Swaquan Hui didn't seem to have heard Zi Yan's concern, as he simply stared indifferently at Yong Kai from a few thousands of kilometers away. Yong Kai was also looking at him, his gaze slowly shifting down to the bloody wound, as a big grin appeared on his face. It turned out Swaquan Hui did not come out completely unscathed from their last clash. Just now, Swaquan Hui had used some kind of unknown technique to avoid his fearsome strike, while simultaneously repelling him and rescuing Zi Yen and the others. Yong Kai thought that there was still a big gap between him and Swaquan Hui, but by the looks of it, Swaquan Hui had paid a great price to achieve this. Yong Kai was overjoyed. Although he hadn't been able to kill Zuoquan Hui with that blow, if he could seriously injure him, he was not that far from killing him. Raising his azure dragon spear, Yang Kai looked at Zuoquan Hui with a defiant expression on his face. Zuoquan Hui took a deep breath and indifferently stated, "This monarch will pay you back 100-fold for the gift you have given me today." Yang Kai sneered, "You don't need to wait. Let's settle this grudge now. Let us see if you die, or I perish." Zuoquan Hui slowly shook his head in response. "The time is yet to come." Having said so, he turned around and slashed his sword towards the black hole behind him. Yang Kai was dumbfounded at the sight of this. He was completely unable to understand what Zuoquan Hui was doing, but he instinctively felt that something was not right. The next moment, the black hole suddenly expanded under the influence of the seventh order open heaven realm world force pouring out from this sword strike. Zuoquan Hui summoned his strength without a moment of hesitation, wrapping it around the few sixth order open heaven realm masters beside him before diving in. Yang Kai's eyes widened in shock. Is he courting death? That black hole is filled with nihility and chaos. Even if he's a seventh order master, it's impossible for him to find his way out once he's inside. Sooner or later, he would be lost in the void crack and suffer a fate worse than death. But right then, Yang Kai felt a strange aura from the black hole. It wasn't an aura of nihility and chaos, but rather a trace of the power of the stars. He's trying to escape. Yang Kai shouted in anger, "Where do you think you're going?" Pushing his space principles madly, he thrust his spear forward, straight into the black hole. Yang Kai heard a muffled groan as he withdrew his spear, and could see blood dripping from the tip of his spear. Be that as it may, Zuoquan Hui and the others were nowhere to be found, and it was unknown who had been injured by that spear. Standing in front of the black hole, Yang Kai's gaze turned serious as he carefully examined it for a moment. The next moment, he ground his teeth in anger and shouted, "A territory gate." This black hole had formed due to the explosion of the Heavenly Sword Palace, and along with constant barrage of attacks, the void in this region was completely shattered, which actually resulted in the formation of a territory gate that was connected to another great territory. Yang Kai's face turned extremely dark and gloomy. He actually let Zuoquan Hui escape, even when he had such a good opportunity before him. Earlier, Zuoquan Hui deliberately stood in front of this black hole to lure him into attacking with his spear, even at the expense of being seriously injured. At that time, Yang Kai clearly felt that his spear had broken something. However, Zuoquan Hui's quick counterattack sent him flying thousands of kilometers away, so Yang Kai didn't have time to carefully investigate it. "I guess I broke the territory barrier at that time. He lured me into attacking him at the risk of his own life so that he could borrow my space principles." Although Zuoquan Hui was a seventh order open heaven realm master, he was not proficient in the Tao of space, so even if he personally took action, he might not be able to achieve this. On the other hand, Yang Kai could. He knew that he could not escape from Yang Kai, who was proficient in the Tao of space, so the only way out was to borrow Yang Kai's strength to shatter the territory barrier and create a new territory gate to another great territory. If it was the past Yang Kai, he might not have been able to do this. After all, his cultivation wasn't high enough. However, the explosion of the Heavenly Sword Palace resulted in the formation of a weak spot in the territory barrier, which should have closed up soon after, but due to the fierce battle between the two, not only did it not seal itself, it expanded, which made it possible for this to happen. The right conditions and the right person with the right timing made this possible. If even a single factor was missing, this would not have been possible. The fact that Zuoquan Hui was able to come up with such a plan and find a lifeline even in such a desperate situation was a testament to his rich knowledge and experience. He really was an old fox. Yang Kai's teeth were about to break from all the gnashing. He gripped the azure dragon spear so tightly that the veins on his hand were bulging. Although he was filled with unwillingness, he was unable to launch a pursuit. His current cultivation was thanks to the world force borrowed from the star boundary. So once he chased after them and left this great territory, he would lose that boost. At that time, not to mention the sudden loss of his seventh order might, his original sixth order cultivation would be too exhausted to be utilized. Yang Kai had consumed a great deal of his energy before borrowing the world strength and had yet to recover. Mercy, please. I'm willing to surrender. I'm willing to submit. I'm willing to follow Void Land's orders from now on. Amidst the chaos, firm gold, heavenly monarchs begging could be heard from nearby. After Zuoquan Hui repelled Yang Kai, although he had managed to rescue a few of his subordinates, he did not get them all. Apart from Ziyan, Pei Wenxian, and Yin Xian Zhao, he only took Heavenly Sword Union's Red Sun Heavenly Monarch and Huang Mao with him. Ziyan was his only remaining disciple, so no matter what, he couldn't ignore her. Pei Wenxian and Yin Xian Zhao were both Cave Heaven disciples, so he couldn't leave them behind either. Otherwise, even if he managed to escape today, Myriad Demons Heaven and Xian Yuan Cave Heaven wouldn't let him go. He only helped Heavenly Sword Union's Dan Yang and Huang Mao because it was convenient. As for the remaining Jin Gang, Song Yan, and Heavenly Sword Union's Liang Su, Zuoquan Hu, he couldn't do anything about them and had no choice but to abandon them. Now that Zuoquan Hui had escaped and Heavenly Sword Union had almost been completely wiped out, how could Jin Gang and the others still have the courage to fight? Hearing his request, Mao, Zhe, and the others who were surrounding them couldn't help but slow down their attacks. Mao Zhe even retreated and turned his head towards Yang Kai with a look of inquiry. A sixth order open heaven realm master was considered a powerful force in the 3,000 worlds. Although there were currently over 20 such masters in Void Land, no one was going to complain about having a few more. The more masters a force had, the stronger their foundation would be. Mao Zhe could not tell what Yang Kai was thinking, but he faintly felt that Yang Kai should not refuse such a good opportunity. To his surprise, Yang Kai just coldly glanced over and shouted without a moment of hesitation or mercy, "Kill them!" Marshall Peak, Chapter 4599, Old Dog's Trap. Luan Baifeng was just about to take over the remaining Open Heaven Realm Masters of Heavenly Sword Union when suddenly the aura of the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm burst out from inside the huge encirclement formed by the 1,000 Void Land Open Heaven Realm Masters. Immediately after, a figure shrouded in demon chi broke through the layers of the blockade and rushed out, sending many Open Heaven Realm Masters tumbling in the process. Luan Baifeng's beautiful eyes widened in astonishment at the sight of this breakthrough during a battle. Luan Baifeng knew exactly how many Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters there were in Heavenly Sword Union. After all, she had been there for several years and knew all of them like the back of her hand. But at this moment, someone had broken through to the Sixth Order during this fierce battle. Luan Baifeng was shaken, and a storm blew through her heart. On the martial Tao, aptitude, opportunities, and destiny were all indispensable. Below the Open Heaven realm, cultivators would often be able to break through to a higher realm under great pressure, allowing them to turn around desperate situations by killing enemies originally stronger than themselves. This was known as breaking through in battle. Forget about others. Luan Baifeng herself had experienced this once before. She couldn't remember how many years ago it was, but at that time, she was only in the Saint King realm. A man who lusted after her beauty and wanted to do something heinous to her had chased after her relentlessly. Luan Baifeng was still unable to escape from that man, even after fleeing for a month. However, during a cruel battle, she suddenly broke through to the origin returning realm in a moment of life and death and defeated that sadistic bastard. She clearly remembered that she cut off all that bastard's limbs, severed his manhood, peeled his skin from his muscles, and tortured him for 3 days and 3 nights before he finally died. From the beginning to the end, she didn't know the name of that bastard. She only remembered his cries and pleads before he died. His pitiful begging was music to her ears and truly unforgettable. However, she had broken through like this only once on her own path of growth, and she was a proud daughter of the heavens. Otherwise, she wouldn't have reached the sixth-order open heaven realm. Yet, someone with aptitude like her had only broken through like this once in a much, much lower realm, so one could only imagine how rare such an experience was. This was also just for the realms below the open heaven realm. Once someone's cultivation had broken through to the open heaven realm, he or she would need time and accumulation above all else to advance further. It was practically impossible for any open heaven realm master to break through due to a life or death battle, because even if they did gain some insights during that moment of crisis, it would only advance their state of mind or comprehension, not their order. But now, she had personally witnessed a fifth-order open heaven realm master advance to the sixth order in such a crisis. This came as a huge surprise to her. It's that myriad demon's heaven's disciple. Wan Baifeng's beautiful eyes lit up as she developed a strong interest in this person. If such a man was captured and carefully examined, she might be able to gain some benefits. "I'll go capture him," Wan Baifeng stated before rushing forward. Impatience was clearly written on her face, as if she would miss out on something good if she was a moment late. But right then, a spear suddenly appeared in front of her. Wan Baifeng turned her head in shock and saw Yang Kai staring at the myriad demon's heaven disciple who had just broken through to the sixth order open heaven realm, silently. Even when the man rushed into the newly formed territory gate and disappeared, Yang Kai showed no sign of stopping him. Although he could easily stop this man with his current strength of the high-rank open heaven realm and his proficiency in the Tao of space, he still didn't make any moves. Wan Baifeng blinked her beautiful eyes in confusion, unable to understand what Yang Kai was up to. Nonetheless, Yang Kai's intention to let this man live was extremely obvious. So how could she not see it? An extremely audacious idea suddenly popped up in Wan Baifeng's mind as she narrowed her eyes. "If you don't go now, none of Heavenly Sword Union's disciples will be left," Yang Kai indifferently stated, withdrawing his Azure Dragon Spear. Wan Baifeng promptly turned her head and saw that the open heaven realm masters of Heavenly Sword Union were all on their last legs. She could not delay any longer, so she immediately rushed over and shouted to stop Voidland's people. Yang Kai turned his head and looked towards the 3 sixth-order open heaven realm masters before his figure left a long streak of light as he shot towards them, thrusting his spear out. The eyes of Jin Gang, who was still struggling at death's door, suddenly bulged as he stood there in a daze. He looked down and noticed that a giant hole had appeared in his chest at some point. His heart had been eviscerated and his vitality was now leaking out. Before he could recover from his shock, a series of divine abilities came crashing down on him from all sides, instantly reducing him to mist. The other 2 battlefields did not fare any better. Song Yen and the sixth order open heaven realm master named Liang Su were already exhausted, so how could they possibly withstand the might of Yang Kai's spear? Not to mention, they were besieged by 4 or 5 sixth-order open heaven realm masters each by now. The 3 enemy sixth-order masters died one after another, and their massive world force instantly dispersed into the void. With their deaths, the shock waves of the fierce battle slowly subsided. On the other side, Wan Baifeng had also taken over the battlefield of the cultivators below the sixth order. There weren't many Heavenly Sword Union cultivators left, just 70 or 80. In this battle, Heavenly Sword Union's open heaven realm masters had suffered overwhelming casualties. 5 sixth order masters had lost their lives, while the casualties below the sixth order were in the hundreds. The death of so many open heaven realm masters had caused the world tree's growth to reach unimaginable levels. In the star boundary, the massive canopy over 100,000 meters tall now blocked out the sun over a vast swath of land. One could even see the towering giant tree clearly from millions and millions of kilometers away in the void. Recover as much as you can. 2 hours later, follow me to pursue the enemy. Yang Kai ordered before immediately sitting down cross-legged and cutting off his connection with the star boundary. He knew to hit a dead snake to avoid any future trouble. He had managed to injure Zhuquan Hui with great difficulty, so if he let him escape again, it would only be more difficult for him to kill him next time. The last time he escaped, Zhuquan Hui returned with Heavenly Sword Union under his command. Who knows if he would return with some earthly sword union or something next time? It didn't matter which great territory this territory gate led to, or what kind of dangers they might encounter on their way there. Yang Kai was determined to kill Zhuquan Hui. Yang Kai's seventh order open heaven realm cultivation rapidly started receding like a deflated balloon. Even though he was mentally prepared and knew that his cultivation would fall back once he cut off his connection with the star boundary, he still could not bear the backlash entirely. Only after coughing a mouthful of blood did he feel any better. His cultivation returned to the sixth order open heaven realm, and even his small universe was completely barren as his world force had hit rock bottom. He secretly rejoiced that he had not chased after Zhuquan Hui immediately, as he would not have been able to defeat any open heaven realm master in his current state. How could someone in the open heaven realm without world force be called an open heaven realm master? After consuming a large number of open heaven realm pills, Yang Kai's dry, small universe finally received some nourishment and slowly recovered its world force. A short 2 hours was not nearly enough for Yang Kai to restore his strength to its peak, but time was not on his side. Zhuquan Hui already had a head start, so if he didn't chase after him now, he would not even be able to catch sight of his shadow. Yang Kai slowly stood up and took a long, deep breath as he looked up. 22 sixth-order open heaven realm masters from Voidland had gathered around him, including Heaven's Revelation and Wondrous Pill. Yang Kai had already sensed their auras when he was borrowing the world force from the star boundary, so he wasn't surprised by their appearance here. However, since the 8 great emperors had previously poured their world force into the star boundary to allow Yang Kai to borrow more power, their current condition was quite similar to his. Their auras were weak, and they were probably at less than 40% of their peak. Yang Kai nodded slightly to the two. Iron Blood Great Emperor Zhan Wuhen, on the other hand, sized up Yang Kai from top to bottom. When he spotted Yang Kai's gleaming eyes, he could not help but ask in surprise, "Did you gain something?" Yang Kai gently nodded. "It saved me at least 500 years of cultivation." Yang Kai was able to reach the seventh order open heaven realm for a short period of time by borrowing the strength of the star boundary. Although his connection with the star boundary was cut off and his cultivation had receded back to the sixth order now, it wasn't like he had gained nothing. His sixth order open heaven realm foundation had been greatly strengthened because of this, but because his small universe still had not recovered its world force, he was unable to display too much strength right now. Once he did recover his world force, Yang Kai believed he would be much stronger than before. This kind of gain was not inferior to when he entered the divine armament world. Furthermore, he had experienced the strength of the high-rank open heaven realm firsthand, which would be of great help to him when he advanced to the seventh order in the future. "That's wonderful." Zhan Wuhen nodded his acknowledgement, though he felt a little envious. Bustling World Great Emperor asked in surprise, "If you can borrow some strength a few more times, wouldn't you be able to step into the seventh order directly?" Yang Kai waved his hand and explained, "Don't speak about it so lightly. I had to consume a great deal of the star boundary's foundation when I borrowed its strength. The star boundary has not shown any signs of degradation because many open heaven realm masters died in this battle, and the world tree has received a great deal of nourishment from their collapsing small universes, which is why its foundation has strengthened instead of weakening. If I were to do this a few more times, though, the star boundary's foundation would be damaged, and the consequences will be unpredictable. Bustling World Great Emperor nodded lightly. That's true. Since Yang Kai was able to borrow the world strength of the star boundary, the other great emperors of the star boundary could naturally do the same. Originally, Bustling World Great Emperor was considering whether he should use the same method to rapidly increase their strength, but by the looks of it, although this method was feasible, it would damage the star boundary. No one was willing to do this. Yang Kai turned to Qin Kuei and asked in a low voice, "Is there something wrong?" Qin Kuei had been observing the newly appeared territory gate all this while. Unlike in normal territory gates, this new territory gate was constantly twisting and distorting for some reason, giving off an extremely uneasy feeling. "It's not very stable." Qin Kuei frowned. "I don't know what we'll encounter if we enter it rashly. We might end up torn apart by the void if we aren't careful." "Ah, right, never mind. If you lead the way, we don't need to worry about that." Yang Kai was proficient in the Tao of space, so he naturally had a method to deal with this situation. How did he create a territory gate? Yang Kai couldn't understand this, but Zhuo Quanhui seemed to have anticipated this development. Otherwise, he wouldn't have lured him to attack the black hole in the first place. Qin Kuei pondered for a moment before explaining. Rumor has it that the great territories were not connected with each other in ancient times. Each great territory existed independent of the others. Everyone thought that the great territory they were in was the entire universe. However, the great experts of ancient times saw through the mysteries of the world and were somehow able to open passageways to other great territories, which was how the original territory gates came to be, similar to the one in front of us. As more and more territory gates appeared, the number of great territories they could explore increased, eventually forming the current 3,000 worlds. Su Yingxue added, "If one is strong enough, they can break through the territory barrier between the two great territories and open a new territory gate." Yang Kai's expression became ugly. "I knew it. I fell into that old dog's trap." Marshall Peak, Chapter 4600, The New Great Territory. Under normal circumstances, even a fight between high-rank open heaven realm masters might not be able to break through a territory barrier, but Yang Kai happened to be proficient in the Tao of space. Along with the previous explosion of the Heavenly Sword Palace and various chances and coincidences, Zhuo Quanhui was able to borrow his strength to open a passageway between the two great territories, which ultimately gave him a chance to escape. Otherwise, it would be impossible for Zhuo Quanhui to escape from Yang Kai's grasp, even if he was an experienced seventh-order open heaven realm master. If Yang Kai could pin him down until Void Land's sixth-order masters had taken care of all their opponents, Zhuo Quanhui would not be able to resist once they had also joined and besieged him. Unfortunately, Yang Kai had missed such a great opportunity. Who knows whether the old dog's time had not arrived, or the heavens just did not want to side with Yang Kai. "I have no idea which great territory is on the other side." Qin Kuei frowned. "I'll go in and take a look," Yang Kai stated as he took a step forward. "Allow me." Huigu arrived in front of Yang Kai in a flash and rushed towards the territory gate without giving the latter a chance to say anything. After having personally killed Huang Quan and obtaining his revenge, Huigu had no regrets in this life. No one knew if there would be an ambush waiting for them on the other side of the territory gate or not, so the first one to rush in would be at a disadvantage. Yang Kai hadn't fully recovered yet, so it wasn't appropriate for him to lead the way. From this point alone, one could see the difference between Huigu and Mao Zhe's group. Both of them had left their names on the loyalty list, but Huigu was far more loyal. Yang Kai could not let him enter the territory gate alone, though. Although this territory gate had been formed by his piercing through the territory barrier, it had just been formed and wasn't stable yet. With his proficiency in the Tao of space, Yang Kai didn't need to fear the void turbulence. Huigu, on the other hand, was different. He might even lose his way in the void if he was unlucky. Yang Kai followed behind Huigu like a shadow while the others quickly chased after them. The territory gate really was very unstable. It gave everyone a feeling of distortion as everyone passed through it. The void turbulence around them churned wildly with the air of chaos and nihility, causing everyone's heart to clench. Fortunately, everything went smoothly, and in the blink of an eye, all of them passed through the territory gate and arrived at the Great Territory on the other side. Everyone immediately circulated their world force as they secretly raised their guards. But much to their surprise, there was no ambush waiting for them. Zhuo Quanhui probably didn't have the courage to remain here and wait for Voidland to pursue him. He had lost more than half of his Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm subordinates in the previous battle, and all those below the Sixth Order had been killed or captured. If he remained here, he would just be waiting for his death. He might as well escape as soon as possible and find a place to recuperate, then look for an opportunity to make a comeback. When everyone came to their senses, all they saw were dazzling nebulas and stars all around them. It was quite a beautiful sight. Everyone was stunned by this gorgeous and stunning scene. Even Yang Kai raised his brow slightly. Although he had seen many great territories, a beautiful great territory like this was still extremely rare. No great territory could compare to this place. There were many stars in the sky, indicating that there were many universe worlds in this great territory. There was also a sun star just a few million kilometers away, shining brightly while the occasional golden flare would arc up around it. Yang Kai turned his head and looked around, silently investigating. To his side, Qin Kuei took out his universe chart and checked his location, trying to determine their position. A moment later, his eyes went wide in shock. Su Ying-shui, who was standing next to him, curiously turned around and asked, "What's wrong?" Qin Kuei raised his eyes and stared at her in a daze, muttering, "This great territory is not marked on the universe chart." Su Ying-shui was stunned for a moment before asking in astonishment, "Really?" Yuhi, Huigu, and the others also turned to look at him, their eyes filled with shock. "What do you mean?" Duan Hongqin didn't understand, and the other great emperors also wore similar expressions. They could not understand why the others were so shocked. Although the various great emperors of the star boundary had been brought to Voidland by Yang Kai many years ago, they had been cultivating in seclusion almost the entire time and had only recently advanced to the Sixth Order. They didn't know much about the outer universe, so naturally they didn't know what a great territory that was not marked on the map represented. Even Yang Kai didn't dare to be certain and could only make some speculations. Yuhi and the others also took out their universe charts and checked to confirm it themselves. They discovered that Qin Kuei was not lying to them. This great territory was not marked on the universe chart, which also meant that they were unable to determine their current location on the universe chart. It had to be known that even the great territory where the star boundary was located was marked on the universe chart. However, it was given a generic identification code, as it was too remote and desolate, showing just how comprehensive the universe chart was. The universe chart contained all of the great territories that had been discovered and explored. Not a single one was left out. But now, the great territory they were in was not marked on the universe chart, which left only one possibility. This is a great territory that has not yet been discovered, Qin Kuei excitedly stated. Bustling World Great Emperor and the others were stunned for a moment before understanding the meaning behind Qin Kuei's words. A new great territory. Qin Kuei repeatedly nodded, and a new great territory. A new great territory meant unimaginable resources and wealth that could be obtained. Presumably, if news of this new great territory were to spread, it would definitely cause a huge uproar. How could there be a new great territory? Martial Beast, Great Emperor, furrowed his brow. He had just heard from Qing Kui that in ancient times every great territory existed on its own, and everyone thought that the great territory they were in was the entire world. It was only after the great experts of ancient times created many territory gates connecting many great territories that the current 3,000 worlds was formed. But after so many years of exploration, all of the great territories had been discovered. There should not be any new great territories. Qing Kui replied, shaking his head, I don't know, perhaps some ancient great expert did not mark it when they were developing the territory gates. Or perhaps it's a newborn great territory. Suddenly, Yang Kai, who had remained silent until now, finally spoke. This great territory is very young. Using the word young to describe a great territory was undoubtedly strange, but everyone immediately understood what Yang Kai meant. The mysteries of a universe world's life and death were difficult to comprehend even for those with extraordinary cultivation at the sixth-order open heaven realm. The annihilation and rebirth of a great territory was even more out of their reach, and definitely not something they could comprehend with their current cultivation. No one knew when this great territory was born, but Yang Kai could sense the young and tender age of the nearby sun star. Just like how he felt that the sun in the black territory was getting old thanks to his golden crow's true fire having a special connection with sun stars. In contrast to the sun of the black territory, which was like an old man with 1 foot in the grave, the sun star in front of him was a newborn baby. I must lay full claim to this place. If it were any other time, such a great discovery would have made all of them ecstatic. However, everyone was chasing after Zuoquan Hui now, and their futures would be fraught with worries and dangers if they couldn't find him. Yang Kai was originally a bit worried that Zuoquan Hui would escape completely. After all, he was already 2 hours behind him. 2 hours for a seventh-order open heaven realm master was plenty of time to do many things and travel a great deal of distance. However, since they had confirmed that this was a new great territory, there was no need to worry about that. Zuoquan Hui had borrowed Yang Kai's strength to break through the territory barrier and escape to this place. Before, it seemed like he had managed to find a slim chance of survival by some stroke of luck, but by the looks of it, it was a stroke of bad luck, and he had fallen into a hopeless situation. There was only one territory gate, so Zuoquan Hui had nowhere to run. He was like a turtle hiding in his own shell. Let's leave the matter of this new great territory for later. Pursuing Zuoquan Hui comes first, Yang Kai shouted as he headed in a certain direction without giving anyone an explanation, following some traces which were left behind. Everyone quickly restrained their excitement and followed closely behind him. Along the way, they all did their best to recover their strength and energy. Yang Kai was not using space principles. First of all, doing so would consume a lot of his strength, and he was trying to conserve every bit of his energy now to increase his chances of winning against Zuoquan Hui. Second of all, it would be inconvenient for him to track the traces left behind while using instantaneous movement. Wan Baifeng was right behind Yang Kai, so she was both shocked and impressed. If she had just made a guess when she saw Yang Kai let that sixth-order open heaven realm myriad demons heaven disciple go, she was dead certain now. The man who had broken through to the sixth order from the fifth order must be Yang Kai's spy. But how is that possible? That guy was obviously a myriad demons heaven's disciple. So when did Yang Kai get involved with him? She vaguely remembered that when she was in Heavenly Sword Palace, Pei Wenxian had addressed that guy as junior brother Mo Sheng. There were almost undetectable traces of demon qi left in the void, so it was obvious that this guy named Mo Sheng had deliberately left a trail for Yang Kai to follow. If not for this, Yang Kai might not have been able to find Zuoquan Hui in this vast void, no matter how much he wanted to find the latter. Wan Baifeng couldn't help but admire him. The more she looked at Yang Kai, the more she felt that this guy was even more scheming than Zuoquan Hui. What kind of sly and scheming mind is hidden behind this young man's face? It's one thing to send me into Heavenly Sword Union, but to think he can even put his nose into Myriad Demon's Heaven is another thing altogether. It's Myriad Demon's Heaven, one of the famous 36 cave heavens. What is it? Yang Kai turned his head to look, sensing Wan Baifeng's strange gaze. Wan Baifeng shook her head and failed to hold her laughter. This mistress is thinking that her losing to you back then was not undeserved, sir. Yang Kai snorted lightly. If you have something to say, just say it. Wan Baifeng slowly shook her head. Not saying anything, Yang Kai looked at her, with a perplexed look on his face. After seeing that she really had nothing to say, he couldn't be bothered with her, and focused on chasing after the enemy. Although Zuoquan Hui only had a head start of 2 hours, a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master was not slow. It was not easy to catch up to him. Fortunately, Yang Kai and the others also needed to recover, so they were not in a rush. After 5 days, a rich universe world aura blew on their faces as a star appeared in front of them. It was an azure world and should have been peaceful and tranquil, but looking at it from the void, they could clearly see that the weather on the surface of the universe world was rapidly degrading. Thunderstorms could be seen everywhere. Over there, Yang Kai stopped in his tracks as he looked towards that universe world, narrowing his eyes. Wu Kuang's trail pointed directly towards the universe world in front of him. Qing Kuei frowned for a moment before his expression suddenly changed. Damn it, Zuoquan Hui is trying to refine the world force of that universe world to recover. Su Yingshue's pretty face sank. To think that someone from Thousand Crane Paradise would use such despicable methods. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4601, The Heaven's Judgment. Refining the world force of a universe world was a despicable act that went against the heavenly way. After all, doing so would damage the foundation of a universe world, which in turn would bring calamity to the trillions of living beings. What the great demon god had done back then was more or less the same. Only the lawless and wicked would do something so disgraceful. No matter what else, Zuoquan Hui was from Thousand Crane Paradise. Before he was labeled as a traitor by Thousand Crane Paradise, he was an inner sect elder, so it really was unthinkable for him to do something like this. However, when everyone remembered how he had not hesitated to have Yellow Spring, Heavenly Monarch wreak havoc in Void Territory's 3 Brilliance world in order to lure Yang Kai out, killing countless people in the process, it became apparent that there was nothing he would not do. Zuoquan Hui had resorted to unscrupulous means before in order to avenge his disciple, so he would naturally do so again. Supplementing your own energy by refining a universe world's foundation was not something that could be done so easily. However, it was only possible if the universe world's foundation was compatible with one's own small universe. Otherwise, if their energies conflicted with each other, the cons would outweigh the pros. Since Zuoquan Hui was doing something like this, it meant that the foundation of this universe world was compatible with his small universe. Nonetheless, even if he could refine it successfully, Zuoquan Hui would still need to spend a great deal of time and effort to eliminate the sequelae caused by this. There was no doubt that the foundation of the universe world here was beneficial to him, but if he failed to remove the harmful energy, it would damage his foundation instead. It was not as safe as painstakingly refining open heaven realm pills and cultivation materials of different orders, but it won in speed. Apparently, Zuoquan Hui's condition wasn't very good. Otherwise, he wouldn't have taken such a risk. "Let's go!" Yang Kai shouted as he took the lead and rushed towards the universe world. Since he knew what Zuoquan Hui was scheming, How could he let him have his way? On the Blue Clouds continent, Lu Baiyang was leaning against a large tree with his body drenched in blood, his hair disheveled, and his face completely pale. He was the strongest master in the Blue Clouds continent. He had gained some insights into the heavenly way and had gone into retreat for hundreds of years just to comprehend his own Tao. He didn't know what kind of mysteries lay further ahead on the martial Tao, but he could faintly feel that his path had not yet reached its end, and that there was still a vast future ahead of him. He could not prove this point, nor could anyone tell him about this. No one on the entire continent had this qualification. After being invincible in this world for so many years, he longed for an even stronger master to guide him. He had once fantasized about a wider world outside the continent, where cultivators stronger than him existed. He even once thought that it would be great if a stronger master really came to the Blue Clouds continent. No matter if the other party was someone good or evil, he could at least ask for some advice from them. Even if he had to pay a steep price, it was still acceptable to him, and such a day had really come. When the world shook, it shook Lu Baiyang wide awake. He immediately came out of retreat and looked around. The next moment, he spotted 7 figures descending from the sky and landing on Tranquil Heaven's Peak, where he lived. This was the sacred peak of the Blue Clouds continent, the holy land of the martial Tao that everyone on the continent yearned for, because this was where Lu Baiyang lived. Tranquil Heaven's Peak was the source of all earth veins of this world, and Lu Baiyang was its protector. The auras of these 7 people were as deep as the sea, and Lu Baiyang could tell each of them had a cultivation far greater than his own with a single glance. Even someone like Lu Baiyang didn't know how to face them. He had longed for a stronger cultivator to guide him. But he hadn't expected that when such a cultivator arrived, their cultivation would be so high that he couldn't even see the opposite party's back. Just a casual attack from the other party had left him severely injured. His foundation almost collapsed, and his cultivation had nearly been crippled because of this. He hadn't even been able to clearly see how the other party had attacked. In the eyes of the other party, Lu Baiyang's title of strongest under the heavens was no different than a scrap of paper. What caused Lu Baiyang to be bitterly disappointed even more was the fact that after attacking him, the other party no longer paid any attention to him. They did not even care if he was dead or alive. They let him lie on the ground, barely breathing, not even showing the slightest bit of vigilance. Only if the disparity between them was too great would they ignore their opponent like this. Lu Baiyang coughed up a mouthful of blood, leaning against the tallest tree on Tranquil Heaven's Peak. He didn't know what these uninvited guests had done, but half a day ago, the heavenly way roared, and the wind and clouds changed color. Immediately, Lu Baiyang noticed that the Blue Clouds continent was losing something very important at a rapid rate. He had been able to comprehend a trace of the heavenly way after painstakingly cultivating for so many years in the retreat, so he was able to faintly perceive the changes in the world. It was not just world energy that was being drained away, but something far more important. This was the foundation of the entire world. Hung long, long. Deafening rumbles came from the ground as it cracked, and the sky shook to no end. Lu Baiyang felt as if he was hearing the wails of all living beings in the world. Each and every one of the heart-wrenching cries were so real that they seemed to echo in his ears. He shook his head vigorously, but he was unable to shake off the noise. He heard countless prayers and pleas. He saw the world collapsing, volcanoes erupting, and living beings fleeing in a desperate attempt to seek shelter. The world was ending. Lu Baiyang's eyes went wide. He didn't know why he was hearing these strange noises and seeing these strange scenes, but he knew that they were real and were happening all over the Blue Clouds continent. This was the home where he was born and raised, yet these invaders wanted to destroy it. Lu Baiyang actually broke into a fit of coughing as he braced himself and slowly stood up. Not far away, Ziyen, who was recovering, opened her eyes and glanced at him. Her eyes flickered with a cold gleam as she indifferently stated, "If you don't want to die, just lie there." "I actually failed to kill him. This guy is quite tenacious." Lu Baiyang coughed violently again, spitting out pieces of his internal organs before lowering his head, and mumbling in a low voice, "This is Blue Cloud's continent. I, Lu Baiyang, am the strongest master of the Blue Cloud's continent. Everyone in the world knows that even if the sky collapses, someone will always appear to hold it up. If I, Lu Baiyang, don't stand now that it is collapsing, who will?" He stated his inner thoughts word by word, taking a step with each one he spoke, leaving behind clear bloody footprints. After a few steps, his dispirited face slowly brightened as his hunched back straightened. The world hummed. The next moment, a cracking sound rang out. Lu Baiyang stopped in his tracks. He felt as if something had appeared in his body. The grand Tao that had always eluded him, like it was covered in a layer of fog, even after having been in a retreat for so many years, suddenly became as bright as day at this moment as a seal appeared in his body. A steady stream of energy was flowing out from the seal, causing Lu Baiyang to feel as if he possessed the same power as the heavens and the earth, and that he was able to control this omnipresent might of the world. "Oh, you obtained the acknowledgement of the world's will and became a great emperor, allowing you to form a Tao seal?" Yin Xian Zhao looked towards Lu Baiyang with interest. Red Sun Heavenly Monarch indifferently stated, "This world is sentient. It doesn't want to be destroyed. So, naturally, it will strive to find a chance to survive. But, unfortunately, so, what if Lu Baiyang had become a great emperor in front of several Sixth Order and a Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Masters? He was still nothing more than an ant. If he had found such a genius in the past, Dan Yang might have been interested in taking him under his wing and meticulously nurturing him. However, after the battle with Void Land, Heavenly Sword Union had almost been wiped out, with only him and Huang Mao surviving until now. There would be no Heavenly Sword Union in the future. Dan Yang even didn't have the heart to take in disciples and teach them at this point. While Lu Baiyang was still in a daze, Ziyen had already lifted her hand. The next moment, she sent a burst of energy towards Lu Baiyang's heart with a flick of her wrist. In the moment of crisis, Lu Baiyang instinctively dodged to the side, borrowing the might of the world to instantly teleport to another location, but the energy followed after him like it was alive. This time, Lu Baiyang was unable to dodge, and his chest was pierced through, causing a fountain of blood to spurt. Lu Baiyang was shocked and fell into despair. Originally, he had thought that he would be able to fight against these invaders after his strength had greatly increased. He would be able to take a few of them down along with him, even if he lost his life. However, he now finally realized that the gap between him and these people was simply too great. The woman had heavily injured him with a flick of her wrist, so it would obviously be a simple matter for her to kill him. Lu Baiyang looked up in anger and roared, grounding his teeth, "You will surely suffer the heavens' judgment for committing such vile acts. The trillions of dead souls of my Blue Cloud's continent will haunt you day and night. We will not let you rest in peace." Hearing this, Yin Xian Zhao sneered. "Haunt us? The heavens' judgment? Ignorant fool." Mid-speech, Yin Xian Zhao looked up, and a look of fear appeared on his face as he shouted, "How did they find us?" The others also felt that something was wrong, and all of them looked up as if they were facing a great enemy. Even Zuoquan Hui, who was refining the foundation of the Blue Cloud's continent, suddenly opened his eyes as a dark and malicious gleam flashed across his eyes. Lu Baiyang finally realized what was happening and also looked up as well. He then saw an upheaval in the void, as a giant crack appeared in the sky. From the crack, a group of more than 20 people appeared, descending upon the world like divine soldiers from the heavens. The person in the middle was a young man who looked even more youthful than himself. He wore a tight-fitting outfit and had a majestic and dignified expression. In an instant, everyone became tense. The invaders who were ridiculing Lu Baiyang just now wore ugly expressions, as if their parents had just been murdered. Although Lu Baiyang didn't know where this second group of guests came from, it was clear that these two groups were enemies. More importantly, the first group was obviously afraid of the newcomers. Lu Baiyang's heart was filled with joy as he burst into loud laughter. Those who act unjustly will die. The heavens' judgment has arrived. No one was in the mood to pay attention to this fellow, who had just become a great emperor. Yin, Xi, and Zhao and the others became extremely focused as they began circulating their world force up in the sky. Yang Kai stated in a calm and composed manner, coldly staring down, "Sui Hui, you won't escape this time." Sui Hui clenched his teeth and coldly snorted, "And how are you going to fight me exactly? You can't borrow the world's strength after leaving that great territory, can you?" Previously, Yang Kai had advanced to the Seventh Order by borrowing world force from the star boundary, obtaining the qualifications to fight him. Now that he had left the great territory, his cultivation had reverted to the Sixth Order open heaven realm. Although he only had 6 Sixth Order masters beside him, including one more who had just broken through, a Seventh Order master like him alone was enough to bridge the gap between them. So the current situation was not necessarily worse than before. As long as he could take down Yang Kai, he would be victorious. Looking down at the blue clouds continent, Yang Kai sighed softly and sympathetically mumbled, "Many people are going to die today." Marshall Peak, Chapter 46:02, Sneak Attack. If so many open heaven realm masters were to fight here, it would definitely have a huge impact on the entire universe world. If the fight went on for too long, this universe world might even be torn to pieces. However, they could not remain still either. Once Sui Hui had refined this universe world's foundation, he could do as he pleased, and this continent would plunge into misery anyway. All Yang Kai could do was quickly end this battle to reduce the losses. Yang Kai's gaze turned to the nearby great emperor, who was lying in a pool of blood. Lu Baiyang also happened to have noticed him. As their eyes met, Lu Baiyang requested in a low voice, "Blue Clouds Continent's Lu Baiyang begs for your excellency's assistance in slaying these evil people and returning peace to this world." "I won't disappoint you." Yang Kai nodded slightly before raising his spear and pointing it towards Sui Hui. "Today, either he dies or I perish." Seeing this, Lu Baiyang's figure flickered, and he instantly disappeared from his spot. After having obtained the acknowledgement of the world's will and becoming a great emperor, he was able to travel freely on the Blue Clouds continent. Even if he had never cultivated the Tao of space, he could still travel to any corner of this world with its assistance. A great battle was about to break out. Although he had no way of speculating what kind of profound cultivation both sides had, he knew that the gap between him and them was too great. If he stayed here, not only would he not be of any help, but he might even be accidentally injured. Since that was the case, the better choice was to quickly evacuate everyone in the vicinity. Regardless of how many he could actually save, he had to at least try. Sui Hui and the others had no intention of stopping him. The life and death of an indigenous great emperor did not matter to them. The next moment, the aura of 22 Sixth Order open heaven realm masters slowly spread out, causing the entire world to freeze. Xi Yan and the others couldn't help but let out muffled grunts as they felt as if a great mountain was pressing down on them, making it hard to even properly breathe. They had no choice but to use their full strength to resist the pressure. At the same time, they quickly moved towards Sui Hui. The gap in their numbers was simply too great. with Yonkai's group being almost 3 times bigger than theirs. They had no choice but to rely on Zuoquan Hui, a high-rank open heaven realm, to even the odds. The atmosphere instantly became tense as both sides unleashed their auras, seemingly wanting to seize the initiative in this silent battle, but neither of them actually took the initiative to attack. Immediately after, void cracks began to appear right in the middle of the two groups, distorting the surrounding space. They were evenly matched. Surprisingly, they were able to block the invisible pressure emanated by Void Land's masters under Zuoquan Hui's leadership. Ziyan and the others were ecstatic, and they pushed their auras even harder. Void Land was losing ground. Among the 22 people who stood in midair, a few of them suddenly stumbled, and their faces went slightly pale. They looked like they were about to collapse. Heavenly Sword Union's masters became even more excited at the sight of this. They immediately wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to push further and crush the arrogance of Void Land. If they could achieve this, Void Land would be at a disadvantage in the actual battle. With such a huge disparity in numbers, Heavenly Sword Union's side should have been at a disadvantage even if they had a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. But the fact was that Void Land were the ones losing momentum. They appeared to have the upper hand, but actually didn't. Ziyan failed to understand why they were gaining the upper hand, and could only guess that Void Land's side had consumed too much energy in the last battle, and had yet to recover. This was great news for Heavenly Sword Union's group. Yin Xian Zhao, Pei Wenxian, Dan Yang, and Huang Mao also had similar thoughts. Perhaps this time they would be able to turn defeat into victory. But the next moment, something happened that took everyone by surprise. Palm shadows filled the sky as they rained down on Zuoquan Hui's back like a violent storm. Then, the fearsome world force of someone in the 6th Order Open Heaven Realm suddenly erupted. Zuoquan Hui fell victim to this sneak attack, even though he was a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. His eyes widened in anger as he slashed his sword behind him without a moment of hesitation. This sword light seemed to be able to cut through space, leaving only the brilliance of the attack behind. A figure quickly retreated, but it was still unable to avoid that sharp attack, and was slashed from head to toe, almost splitting in two as a result. Fortunately, the figure immediately retreated after launching their sneak attack. Its quick escape saved its life, but it was still seriously injured. This attack left a huge gaping wound spanning from the middle of its brow to its abdomen. Red, hot blood immediately gushed out of the wound as the figure was sent flying, crashing into tranquil Heaven's Peak. The 10,000 meters tall mountain split and collapsed into rubble. This sneak attack came out of nowhere, and Zuoquan Hui's counterattack was not slow either, so everything was over in a flash. It wasn't until this moment that Ziyan and the others came to their senses. When they turned their heads, they recognized the attacker to be the myriad demon's heaven disciple named Mo Sheng, who claimed to have broken through at the last moment and fought his way out. Pei Wenxian's mind went blank as he instinctively felt that something was wrong. He could not believe his junior brother, Mo Sheng, launched a sneak attack on Zuoquan Hui. Why would he do that? As impossible as it seemed, the truth was right in front of him. Mo Sheng had already been sent flying, and no one knew whether he was dead or alive. So Pei Wenxian had to accept the reality before his eyes. Suddenly, he felt a cold gaze focused on him, filled with murderous intent. Pei Wenxian was startled and quickly turned his head, explaining himself in horror. Martial uncles? Well, I don't know. Before he could finish his sentence, an incomparably terrifying pressure descended from the sky. It was none other than Void Land's cultivators who had been forced to retreat previously and were now counterattacking. The pressure emanating from the Void Land masters was tremendous, completely opposite to the weakness they showed before. The pressure felt like it could topple the mountains and overturn the seas, sweeping away the world as it passed. They were feigning weakness. In an instant, Pei Wenxian understood everything. No wonder they didn't attack just after they arrived, and deliberately used their pressure to suppress us instead. They wanted to distract us so that Zuoquanhui would have no choice but to exert his pressure to resist, allowing Emo Sheng to launch a sneak attack. Once Zuoquanhui fell into this trap and used his pressure to counterattack, he could not stop. Their every step was meticulous and carefully planned. Those from Void Land were too cunning. Pei Wenxian also finally understood how those from Void Land had found them so quickly. This great territory was vast, and they had not left any trail behind on their way here. Furthermore, it was just a coincidence that they found this continent. However, those from Void Land had arrived here less than half a day later. It was simply too quick. Since Emo Sheng was a traitor, though, it was naturally not difficult for him to secretly leave behind some clues. Emo Sheng was a myriad demon's heaven disciple like him. So after Zuoquanhui was ambushed, one did not need to be a genius to understand why he was showing such murderous intent towards him. However, Pei Wenxian couldn't come up with anything to prove his innocence. He had no intention of betraying Zuoquanhui, but he had been implicated by Emo Sheng. The only thing he couldn't figure out was why Emo Sheng had betrayed Zuoquanhui and when he had teamed up with Yang Kai. Now, after he gave it another thought, though, he found Emo Sheng's breakthrough to the Sixth Order extremely suspicious. However, when Emo Sheng had rushed over, no one had the time to look deeper into this matter. In addition, he was also a myriad demon's heaven disciple, so asking too much would inevitably cause the other party to feel some displeasure, which could lead to a conflict they couldn't afford right now. In their situation, even one more Sixth Order open heaven realm master meant better chances of survival. At this moment, none of them had the time to think about these things. Everyone, including Zuoquanhui, a Seventh Order open heaven realm master, buckled under the fearsome wave of pressure. Their energy was sent into turmoil as they spat out mouthfuls of blood. Kill! Yang Kai angrily roared as he raised his spear. Immediately after, the 22 people on his side, who had been suppressing their auras since they appeared, rushed down like a tiger hunting its prey, as they each went looking for their opponent. Iron Blood Great Emperor and Bustling World Great Emperor headed straight towards Pei Wenxian together. Martial Beast and Serene Soul charged straight at Yin Xian Zhao. Flower Shadow and Ice Feather attacked Dan Yang together. Wondrous Pill and Heaven's Revelation fought Huang Mao together. Fang Yu and Xiang Ying were thus left with no choice but to go after Ziyan. As men, they really did not want to gang up on a lone woman, but since everyone had already decided on this strategy, they had no choice but to accept it. The 8 great emperors, as well as Fang Yu and Xiang Ying, were Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm masters who had advanced in recent years. Their foundations were shallow and could not compare with veteran Sixth Order heavenly monarchs like Dan Yang and Huang Mao, or even Ziyan, Pei Wenxian, and Yin Xian Zhao. In a one-on-one fight, they were definitely not their opponent, but 2 against 1 was naturally not a problem. They were also in desperate need of a fierce battle to consolidate their cultivations and adapt to the battles between open heaven realm masters. In the Star Boundary's great territory, the great emperors had not had a chance to act because they had all gone to the Star Boundary to support Yang Kai. Now, their wish had finally come true. Although the Void Land cultivators weren't at their peak because of the last battle, the same was true for Yin Xian Zhao, Pei Wenxian, and the others. Everyone's situation was similar, and neither was better off than the other. On top of that, Yin Xian Zhao and the others had just suffered under the joint pressure exerted by those from Void Land just now, which had put them at a disadvantage. For the moment, Void Land had the absolute upper hand in their respective battlefields, leaving Yin Xian Zhao and the others bruised and battered. The peaks in the vicinity collapsed one after another as the heavens were torn asunder, and the earth was split apart. The fallout from a battle between Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were extremely terrifying. Lu Baiyong would have lost his life had he not left, even if he was a great emperor. On the other side, the three mountain lords, Huayong and Shu Mudan, Qinghui, Su Yingshui, Yu He, Emo, Mei, Huigu, Luan Baifeng, and Yang Kai as the leader together fought the Seventh Order Master, Zhuo Quanhui, in a 12 versus 1 battle. To be honest, even 12 ordinary Sixth Order Masters might not be able to defeat a Seventh Order Master. Even if they somehow won by putting their lives on the line, the price they had to pay would be quite steep, and they might even be dragged down with them. Fortunately, Yang Kai was no ordinary Sixth Order Master. The Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were extremely precious to Voidland. So how could Yang Kai bear to let Zhuo Quanhui kill anyone? Wu Kuang's sneak attack played an important role here. Zhuo Quanhui had not expected that a myriad demon's heaven disciple would attack him from behind. When he had lured Yang Kai into attacking and piercing through the territory barrier, he had suffered severe injuries from Yang Kai's Azure Dragon Spear. On his way here, he did not have the time to heal himself, and had only thought of a way to disperse the Golden Crow's true fire lingering around his wound, and the sneak attack had only made his injuries worse. At this moment, Zhuo Quanhui could only exert about 70% of his peak strength, perhaps even worse. If Zhuo Quanhui escaped even in these conditions, Yang Kai would simply stab himself to death with his own spear. As soon as they began fighting, Zhuo Quanhui was forced to retreat again and again. Although he was recklessly waving his sword and spending his world force, he was still unable to withstand the combined onslaught of 12 Sixth Order Masters. Yang Kai's spear struck his shoulder and sent him flying in just a few breaths of time, as a dozen or so divine abilities and secret techniques followed closely behind. It immediately caused Zhuo Quanhui's eyes to widen in anger as he drew a circle with his sword, barely managing to block the oncoming attacks. Even so, his vitality was sent into turmoil from the impact. Martial Peak, Chapter 4603, Fighting a Seventh Order Master Together. Voidland's group launched another salvo, without giving Zhuo Quanhui even a moment to catch his breath. One after another, multicolored flashes of their divine abilities and secret techniques glimmered before bursting into dazzling halos, destroying everything in their path. With a loud crash, dust and pieces of rocks flew into the air, as a figure draped in demon chi flew out from the cloud of dust and smoke. It just so happened that Zhuo Quanhui's back was towards the figure. The demon chi in the figure's hands transformed into 2 demon dragons as they flew straight towards Zhuo Quanhui, bearing their fangs and brandishing their claws. Close behind the demon dragons was the figure, heading straight at Zhuo Quanhui. Zhuo Quanhui let out a cold snort and slashed out with his sword, blasting the demon dragons into smithereens. Afterwards, the long sword that was wrapped in intense world force continued moving straight towards the figure's head. With a deranged smile on its face, the figure wrapped in demon chi didn't even try to dodge. Its body was covered in blood, as if it didn't seem to care about its life, and was ready to die with Zhuo Quanhui. Just when the sword wave was 100 meters away from the figure, the Azure Dragon Spear broke through the barrier of space and shot straight towards Zhuo Quanhui's back. There was a fist-sized black ball on the tip of the spear, releasing the aura of nihility and chaos. Zhuo Quanhui furrowed his brow, and he flicked his wrist, sending his sword flying towards the spear. The black ball instantly exploded, transforming into a black hole that swallowed everything around it. Yang Kai was also sent back, flying by the violent blast of energy. From the left, Mao Zhe, Gengqing, and Zhouya left 3 long streaks of light as they brushed past Yang Kai, while from the right, Luan Baifeng, Huigu, and Huayong swooped in, filling the gap in their defenses. The 7 of them used their divine abilities to bombard Zhuo Quanhui, not giving him a single moment to regain his balance. At the same time, Yu-hee and Mo Mei flew over, supporting Yang Kai's tumbling body and stabilizing him in midair. Yang Kai, taking a deep breath, and rejoined the attack with the two women as their momentum soared. In this chaotic confrontation, the 12 Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters of Void Land were like a wheel, attacking Suoquan Hui in turn without rest. Even though Suoquan Hui was a high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master, he was struggling to defend himself. Not dead yet, Yang Kai glanced over at Wu Kuang, taking a moment away from the intense fight. The figure clad in demon chi was none other than Wu Kuang. He had been sent flying by the sword strike when he tried to sneak attack Suoquan Hui. The sword attack left a gaping cut on his face as well as on his chest and abdomen. However, he didn't seem to feel any pain. Rather, the more he fought, the more berserk he became. Wu Kuang laughed loudly. A good man does not live long, but a scourge lives 1,000 years. This king is destined to exist for as long as the universe does. Yang Kai curled his lips and stated, "At least you have some self-awareness." Wu Kuang's expression suddenly became serious. "You owe me this time. I expect to be compensated fairly." Yang Kai replied, "Fine, if you have any requests, feel free to ask. Whether or not I'll fulfill them will depend on my mood, though." Wu Kuang moved to Suoquan Hui's flank, waiting for an opportunity to unleash a series of divine abilities as he shouted, "I want this old dog." As he stated his request, his eyes lit up as he stretched out his tongue, licking his lips as an evil aura started emanating from him. Yu-hee and Mo Mei beside Yang Kai suddenly shivered at the sight of this. They still didn't know what kind of friendship Yang Kai had with this myriad demons heaven disciple for him to be willing to cooperate with them and ambush Suoquan Hui, a Seventh Order Master, but they instinctively felt that this guy wasn't a good person. Wu Kuang's request further caused Yu-hee and Mo Mei's brows to inexplicably furrow. Yang Kai's face twitched as he resolutely declared, "Ask for something else." Others might not know what Wu Kuang meant, but Yang Kai did. Wu Kuang cultivated the heaven-devouring battle law, so it was obvious he was interested in Suoquan Hui's Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm cultivation. No, Wu Kuang firmly refused. The last time he had devoured a Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Master with his heaven-devouring battle law, his cultivation had soared tremendously. After having tasted such sweetness, Wu Kuang simply found anyone in the third, fourth, or even fifth order bland now. How could he be willing to give up such a big pie like the Seventh Order Open Heaven Master before them? As long as there was a glimmer of hope, he was willing to risk his life. Arrogant brat! Suoquan Hui roared in anger. Yang Kai and Wu Kuang were talking like he was already a fish on the chopping board, completely at their mercy. As a Seventh Order Master, how could he not be angry? He had never suffered such humiliation in his life. However, no matter how angry he was, he could not reverse the situation. The last time he was in Void territory, Yang Kai and the 3 mountain lords of the profound Yang Mountain had been able to barely match him. Although they had been at a disadvantage in every aspect, they were already qualified to fight him. Now, there were 12 Sixth Order Masters of Void Land fighting him, 3 times more than previously. He had also suffered multiple injuries and was no longer at his peak, so how could he be their opponent? With a dazzling strike, Suoquan Hui split the ground and the sky before putting a distance from his attackers. The next moment, his figure flickered and actually transformed into 3 clones. Everyone promptly spread their divine sense, but the next moment, all of them looked surprised. The 3 figures were exactly the same. They were unable to differentiate which one was real and which one was a decoy. They had never heard or seen such divine ability before. The 3 Suoquan Huis wore the same expression, and even their movements were fluid and lifelike. As soon as they appeared, they rushed forward in 3 different directions. As everyone worked together to block the 3 Suoquan Huis, They were shocked to discover that these three Zhuoquan Hues possessed the full strength of his true body. For a moment, everyone was thrown into confusion. The power of a high-rank open heaven realm master was really frightening. Although it still wasn't as good as his own Tao of Space, it was more than enough for him to improve the might of his Sun and Moon Divine Wheel. The current Sun and Moon Divine Wheel was more than 20% stronger than the past. Yang Kai had specially kept this as a surprise for Zhuoquan Hui. Originally, he had wanted to use this move to end everything, but the situation on the battlefield had completely changed. Since Zhuoquan Hui wanted to consign him to death, regardless of the cost, Yang Kai had no choice but to reveal this card. At this moment, each passing breath felt like 1,000,000 years had passed. A loud bang reverberated through the sky as a terrifying shockwave spread out in all directions. The shocking sword wave shattered and transformed into countless thin strands of sword chi, causing the surrounding space to be riddled with cracks. Even the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters of Voidland were unable to withstand this fallout and were all covered in blood. Yang Kai was also struck in the chest by the remnants of the sword chi and was sent flying with wounds so deep that even his bones were visible. Zhuoquan Hui didn't fare any better. Although the Sun and Moon Divine Wheel's power had been reduced by more than half by his sword wave, the remaining space-time strength still continued to head towards him. Even with his cultivation, he was unable to avoid this blow. Just like last time, when the Golden and Silver Divine Will crashed into his body, a terrifying power burst out and strangely seeped into his body, directly attacking his small universe. In an instant, Zhuoquan Hui's footing became unstable, and everything went white before his eyes. His small universe became even more unstable, and at the same time, his exposed skin began to wrinkle and crack. A dragon swimming in the shallows could be toyed with by a shrimp. A tiger could be bullied by a dog. If it left its mountain, Zhuoquan Hui was livid. In order to lure Yang Kai into breaking the territory barrier, he had taken a great risk. Although he had successfully forced Yang Kai to open a territory gate, he had not been able to completely avoid the blow at that time and was seriously injured. If not for this, he wouldn't have come to this blue clouds continent to refine its foundation to supplement his energy. On top of that, he had been caught off guard by the sneak attack of the myriad demons' heaven disciple, making a bad situation worse. If that wasn't the case, how could he be at such a disadvantage? After a while, the shock waves from the collision gradually subsided. Yang Kai's figure left a trail in the air as he struggled to stabilize his retreating figure. When he finally stood firm and looked up, he saw a streak of light flying towards the horizon. "You want to run?" Yang Kai fiercely shouted as he raised his Azure Dragon Spear and chased after him. The Sun and Moon Divine Will had exhausted him greatly, and he had not fully recovered to begin with, so now he was even more exhausted. However, Yang Kai could not miss this opportunity. If he did not eliminate Zhuoquan Hui this time, he might not have such a good opportunity next time. Pushing his space principles, Yang Kai's figure flickered and disappeared from his original position. When he reappeared, he turned around and thrust his spear out. He happened to be standing right before Zhuoquan Hui, who was fleeing straight towards him. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4604, Manifest My Universe. Zhuoquan Hui was obviously prepared for this, as escaping in front of someone who was proficient in Tao of Space was simply too unrealistic. As a result, this spear strike didn't do anything to him, and instead he managed to hit Yang Kai several times until the latter was coughing up blood. In a one-on-one fight, Yang Kai was no match for Zhuoquan Hui. Fortunately, Voidland's Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters had caught up in this brief delay. unleashing their respected divine abilities as their world force surged violently, pushing Zhuquan back down to the ground. A strong wind blew, and his clothes fluttered. Next to tranquil heaven's peak, Zhuquan stood with disheveled hair, his long robes stained with blood. It was unclear whether this blood belonged to him or his enemies, but he no longer possessed the aloof air of a high-rank open heaven realm master. With Yang Kai in the lead, a total of 13 sixth-order open heaven realm masters surrounded Zhuquan from every direction, firmly locking him in place. He could not escape, not to the sky, nor towards the ground. He had never imagined that he would one day fall into such a predicament. Be that as it may, Zhuquan didn't show any sign of anger or frustration. His expression remained the same as he swept his eyes over everyone present, seemingly trying to imprint their faces into the depths of his soul. His indifferent gaze was like a sharp blade, and when it swept across them, even these masters felt their skin being pricked. Yang Kai took out a handful of open heaven pills and tossed them into his mouth, and started chewing them, taking this opportunity to restore some of his energy. He then pointed his azure dragon spear at Zhuquan and stated, "The sooner you die, the sooner you can be reborn. You're already so old. Why bother making things difficult for yourself?" Zhuquan turned his eyes towards Yang Kai as he indifferently replied, "This monarch has underestimated you. This monarch has only himself to blame for falling into such a state today." Yang Kai praised, "It's good to know one's own limits. Since you have realized this, just obediently stand still. Don't worry, I'll end this in one thrust so you won't feel any pain." Zhuquan slowly shook his head. "It won't be that easy to kill this monarch. Yang Kai, how about this monarch makes a deal with you?" "A deal?" Yang Kai looked at him with an arrogant look on his face. "Do you think you have the qualifications to negotiate a deal with me in this situation? If I give the order, do you believe you'll immediately be reduced into a pile of mud?" As he spoke, he kept tossing the open heaven pills into his mouth, and at the same time signaled the others with his eyes, making sure they were ready to respond. Although Zhuquan seemed to be at his wit's end, if a high-rank open heaven realm master were to lash out without regard for his own life, Yang Kai couldn't predict what kind of methods he could use. It was impossible for Zhuquan to escape, but Yang Kai had to be on guard against him dragging some of them down with him before he died. Thus, even though he had the upper hand, Yang Kai didn't dare to lower his guard in the slightest. On the contrary, he became even more vigilant than before, madly urging his divine sense. The moment he noticed Zhuquan doing anything suspicious, he would instantly go for the kill. "You can give it a try," Zhuquan calmly stated, showing a fearless expression. Yang Kai instinctively felt that this guy was purposefully trying to mystify things, but he didn't dare to take the risk, so he could only follow up, "Then tell me, what kind of deal do you want to make with me?" Yang Kai threw bunches of open heaven pills into his mouth, like he was eating candy. From beginning to end, Yang Kai had no intention of letting Zhuquan off, without even mentioning his ridiculous request to negotiate. Even if he had proposed a feasible offer, Yang Kai wouldn't have listened to it. After having paid such a huge price to force this old bastard into a desperate situation, how could he let him escape so easily? Allowing a tiger to return to the mountain would only lead to disaster, as it would surely return to bite him in the future. The only reason Yang Kai even bothered talking just now was to allow his side to recover slightly, hopefully allowing them to use just one more divine ability at the critical moment to save themselves. Be that as it may, using open heaven pills to recover was simply too slow. It was while Yang Kai was grumbling to himself about this that he suddenly remembered he had a number of world fruits on him. In the great ancient ruins boundaries primordial land, Yang Kai had obtained a total of 16 world fruits from the world tree, 3 mid-rank and 13 low-rank. The 3 mid-rank fruits had already been used up. He had used one to advance from 5th order to 6th order. One had been used by Yu He, and one was used to help Lu Shui advance from the 4th order to the 5th order. On the other hand, Yang Kai had only used one of the 13 low-rank world fruits, giving it to Guo Ziyan, which helped him advance from the 2nd order to the 3rd order open heaven realm. Yang Kai still had 12 low-rank world fruits left. Although world fruits were rare and valuable treasures, a low-rank world fruit was quite useless to him now, strictly speaking. This fruit could at most allow a 2nd order open heaven realm master to advance to the 3rd order directly, but it was not enough to allow someone in the 3rd order to advance to the 4th order. Only a mid-rank world fruit could do that. Therefore, Yang Kai had simply held on to the remaining 12 world fruits. It wasn't until this moment that he had a flash of inspiration. He had personally consumed a mid-rank world fruit before and knew that it was filled with extremely rich world force, and to top it off, it had no impurities. It could easily be refined. It just would not help an open heaven realm master advance by an order. A low-rank world fruit naturally couldn't allow him to break through to the 7th order, but it shouldn't be a problem to supplement his consumption. Figuring it was worth a try, he ate one. The effect was immediate. The world force in his small universe was rapidly growing, and he swiftly regained his strength. Although he had not recovered completely, Yang Kai still recovered about half of his energy. Furthermore, he was slowly recovering the rest of his energy as he refined the rest of the world fruit. Su Hui had obviously noticed this as well, so he could not hesitate anymore. The trapped beast immediately began fighting back. At Yang Kai's command, the 6th order masters had already prepared their divine abilities in advance and fired them straight towards Su Hui like a storm at this moment. This time, Su Hui did not dodge, though, and instead, a universe world illusory phantom suddenly expanded with him, at its center. The next moment, Su Hui's resolute voice rang out in Yang Kai's ear, "Manifest my universe and eliminate my foes." Heaven and earth started spinning, and by the time Yang Kai thrust his spear out, the sight before him had completely changed. Su Hui was nowhere to be seen, and even the 12 6th order open heaven realm masters had disappeared. Even the environment around him had changed dramatically. Originally, they were above tranquil heaven's peak. The picturesque scenery of the Blue Cloud's continent's sacred peak had been shattered by their battle. The sky had cracked, and the ground was split apart, flipping the mountains and rivers. The entire site looked quite apocalyptic. But at this moment, Yang Kai found himself standing in a green field. The sky was blue, and there was vast wilderness around him. There was nothing else in sight. Yang Kai's face turned pale. He instinctively thought that he had fallen into some kind of illusion, and promptly used the demon eye of annihilation, but he found nothing strange. Su Hui was nowhere to be seen, but his aura was all around Yang Kai, making Yang Kai feel as if Su Hui was everywhere. Realization suddenly dawned upon Yang Kai as he shouted, "His small universe!" Yang Kai was not taken aback after realizing this. Rather, he burst into laughter. "Oh, Su Hui, are you out of tricks? You even manifested your small universe." Had he not been at the end of his rope, why would Su Hui have taken such a risk? A high-rank open heaven realm master's small universe had already transformed from ethereal to corporeal and was capable of accommodating living beings. It could even be said that if one were to raise some living beings in their own small universe, its foundation would be constantly enhanced as they multiplied, which was equivalent to constantly cultivating. Inside Blood Monster Cave Heaven, the ancestors of Abundant City's cultivators were the ones who had been raised by Blood Monster Divine Monarch in his small universe in the past. Blood Monster Divine Monarch had fallen, but his small universe had not collapsed. Instead, it transformed into a universe cave heaven and survived. This allowed Yang Kai to bring Mo Mei and the others out of Abundant City. Blood Monster Divine Monarch was an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, but even though Su Quan Hui was just a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, he too was able to accomplish this. Basically, no 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master would do this, however, because it was extremely taxing to raise living beings in one's small universe. The environment of their small universe was not necessarily suitable for living beings to live and reproduce, and if they did not take care of this population well enough, all their efforts would wind up being fruitless. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4605, Opportunity Within Crisis. What's more, when fighting others, once their small universe became unstable, it could quite possibly lead to natural disasters, causing the many living beings inside it to die. Therefore, 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were extremely cautious when it came to raising living beings in their small universes. Being qualified to do so was one thing, but whether or not one would was another. Su Quan Hui wasn't rearing any kind of living beings in his small universe, so he knew his limits. A 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master wasn't invincible. So instead of wasting his time and energy on such a risky pursuit, he might as well refine Open Heaven pills. Nonetheless, as a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, Su Quan Hui's small universe had indeed become tangible. At this moment, Yang Kai was inside Su Quan Hui's small universe. Yang Kai had brought over 1,000 Open Heaven Realm Masters from Void Territory all the way to the Star Boundary's Great Territory by putting them into his small universe. However, sending people into one's small universe required their cooperation. The people he had placed inside could not have any thought of resisting. Otherwise, Yang Kai would have had to spend a great deal of effort even if he could put them inside. Su Quan Hui was obviously using a different approach because Yang Kai didn't feel any force pulling him in. Su Quan Hui had actually done the reverse, summoning his small universe and manifesting it into the outside world, essentially engulfing everyone and everything that was in his small universe's range. Yang Kai couldn't help but recall some of the things the proprietress had told him before she went into seclusion, including how 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters used their small universes. The proprietress said that once a high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master used his, or her small universe like this against an enemy, it would mean that he or she had really decided to fight with their life on the line. This was also the most powerful method a high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master could use, a trump card every high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master possessed, because in their own small universe, they ruled over everything, just like how Yang Kai once ruled over the small sealed world. So, when he noticed that Su Quan Hui had actually summoned his small universe, Yang Kai was both surprised and happy. What surprised Yang Kai was that Su Quan Hui had decided to go all out. He might have really decided that he would not rest until either Yang Kai was dead, or he was. Yang Kai was happy because if he could resolve the situation, Su Quan Hui would definitely die today. This was a crisis, but also an opportunity. Yang Kai took a long, deep breath as he immersed himself in his thoughts, carefully recalling what the proprietress had said before she went into seclusion. The injured Su Quan Hui was besieged by over a dozen 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. Su Quan Hui realized that he was no match for them. So he summoned his small universe without a moment of hesitation. It wasn't that he didn't know the risks of doing so, but rather that he had no other choice. By pulling everyone in his small universe, he would be able to control the battle more easily. At the very least, he had dispersed Void Lands Masters. Now he could fight them individually rather than as a group. It was just like how Yang Kai was all alone at this moment. Everyone had clearly been with him, but they had all disappeared now. However, doing so was extremely risky as well. Firstly, by manifesting his small universe, Su Quan Hui could only use his full strength to control the various elements inside the small universe and could no longer interfere with the outside world. In other words, The small universe he summoned became a fixed target. If someone tried to attack him from the outside, he would be unable to resist and could only passively endure. Secondly, taking more than a dozen Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters into his small universe posed a huge risk. All the damage Yang Kai and his friends caused to the small universe would damage Zuoquan Hui's foundation directly. This kind of damage to one's small universe was extremely dangerous. Only if there was no other choice would a high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master be willing to use such a method. As such, Zuoquan Hui was obviously desperate. Yang Kai was also certain that not only had Zuoquan Hui taken him into this place, but he had also not let any of the dozen or so Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters of Void Land escape. After all, everyone had been standing not too far away from him, so he would otherwise have to be on guard against any attacks from the outside. Thinking this, Yang Kai couldn't help but break into laughter. Zuoquan Hui, you really outthought yourself. No one can save you from dying today. Without any more delay, Yang Kai's body rapidly expanded as he let out a dragon roar. His small body transformed into a several thousand meters tall half-dragon, and the azure dragon spear in his hand grew proportionally bigger. He then mobilized his world force as he thrust his spear forward, releasing a violent burst of energy that caused the world around him to collapse. Since this place was Zuoquan Hui's small universe, Yang Kai did not have any scruples when he acted. All he needed to do was use his most powerful methods and wreck the surrounding world as much as possible. There was also no need to seek out Zuoquan Hui, as he could come and go as he pleased in this place. Even Yang Kai, who was proficient in the Tao of Space, might not be able to catch him. Zuoquan Hui was nowhere, but he was also everywhere. All the damage Yang Kai caused to this world would cause some degree of damage to Zuoquan Hui. What Yang Kai could do now was try his best to attract Zuoquan Hui's attention. Yang Kai wanted to make Zuoquan Hui divert at least 60% of his focus onto him. This way, Zuoquan Hui wouldn't be able to focus much of his strength on dealing with the other Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters from Void Land. After all, not everyone was as strong as him. If Zuoquan Hui were to use his full strength to deal with any one of them, the others would find it very hard to resist. The ground split apart as huge ravines spread out like a spider web. Even the sky was riddled with tiny cracks. Yang Kai was unleashing his strength to his heart's content, not caring about anything else. Space principles pulsated violently, and every time he thrust a spear out, a giant black ball would explode from its tip, transforming into a black hole that swallowed everything around it. His rupture secret technique was the best method Yang Kai had to destroy the foundations of Zuoquan Hui's small universe. Coupled with his enormous half-dragon form, the entire space around Yang Kai had been shattered after a dozen or so strikes, but much to his surprise, Zuoquan Hui did not even try to counterattack. Yang Kai clenched his teeth and coldly snorted. "You dare ignore me? Zuoquan Hui, you're quite courageous." Yang Kai hadn't encountered any obstructions up until now. Obviously, Zuoquan Hui hadn't paid any attention to him. Zuoquan Hui also knew that Yang Kai was the strongest among the Sixth Order Masters from Void Land, far surpassing what should be possible for an ordinary Sixth Order Master. He could not possibly kill him in just a few moves. As such, his intentions were clear. He was planning to deal with the others first, then he would slowly handle Yang Kai. How could Yang Kai allow Zuoquan Hui to do as he wished? He used his entire strength to cause as much damage as possible here in order to draw Zuoquan Hui's attention, as the more he could cause Zuoquan Hui to divert his focus, the safer the others would be. Seeing that ordinary methods weren't effective, Yang Kai decided to go all out. A golden crow let out a cry as a great sun rose into the sky, followed by a round silver moon. The sun and moon began cycling as a gold and silver wheel expanded and space and time principles spread into the surroundings. The sun and moon divine will had appeared again. This time, he did not have to worry about Zhuquanhui blocking or dodging. This was the latter's small universe. So Zhuquanhui was everywhere and had nowhere to hide. Originally, Yang Kai had expended a great deal of his energy, so he was unable to display the Sun and Moon Divine Wheel again, but after consuming a low-rank world fruit, he was simply brimming with energy, allowing him to use it once more. The strange space-time strength filled the air. Wherever the divine will passed by, everything cracked, crumbled, and withered away. Not only did the solid ground become like this, but it was even true for the empty sky. Moreover, the space-time strength was crazily spreading in all directions, forming a crystallized world wherever it passed by. It looked beautiful, but it was also filled with endless murderous intent. Right then, the surrounding world force started surging before transforming into a series of divine abilities that flew straight towards the Sun and Moon Divine Wheel, intercepting it. Since Zhuquanhui had pulled the Void Land Masters into his small universe, he naturally wouldn't sit back and wait for death. Once Yang Kai displayed the Sun and Moon Divine Wheel, he had no choice but to stop him, no matter how unwilling he was. He had been affected by this space-time strength before, so he was well aware of how terrifying this strange energy was. If he allowed Yang Kai to do as he pleased, his foundation would be greatly damaged even if he managed to escape this time. Boundless divine abilities and secret techniques blotted out the sky and earth. Furthermore, Zhuquanhui did it with just one thought. As the ruler of his small universe, he naturally had many advantages in this place. After spending a great deal of energy, Zhuquanhui was finally able to completely block the Sun and Moon Divine Wheel. But the battlefield was already a mess, and the strange space-time strength had begun corroding his small universe's foundation. Zhuquanhui had no choice but to use even more of his strength to seal this space-time strength, hoping to slowly eliminate it after this battle was over. Elsewhere, Huigu stood there with cold sweat dripping down his forehead and blood dripping down his nose. Just now, he thought he was going to die, but for some reason, the might of the sword wave attacking him had greatly reduced at the critical moment, allowing him to survive. He vaguely guessed that someone else must have pulled Zhuquanhui's attention, saving his life. Without delaying for even a single moment, he promptly pushed his strength to the limit and destroyed everything around him. Since Yang Kai could figure out that this was Zhuquanhui's small universe, naturally everyone else understood this as well, especially the veteran Sixth Order Masters like Huigu. Even if they had never fought with a Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Master before, they had at least heard of their unique methods and could match them with their current situation. Similar to the Huigu, Wan Baifeng's figure kept moving like a nimble snake. She never stopped at one place to avoid being targeted by Zhuquanhui. She was holding a bunch of array plates in her hand and was continuously throwing them out. These array plates would form killing arrays one after another after they were activated, wantonly destroying everything around them. She had used up all of the array plates she had amassed over nearly 1,000 years in no time, causing her a great deal of heartache. Ever since her name had been put on Yang Kai's loyalty list, the array plates she had amassed were being rapidly consumed one after another. Previously, she had used up many array plates to set up a number of illusion arrays and bewildering arrays in the Star Boundary's great territory. Now, she had expended most of her killing array plates. The wealth she had gathered over these years was all gone. She secretly made up her mind that after this was all over, she would make Yang Kai compensate her 10 times or even 100 times over. Mao, Zhe, Gengqing, Zhouya, Huayong, Xu Mudan, Qingkui, Su Yingshui, Mo Mei, and Yuhi were all separated, but each of them was simultaneously launching their strongest attacks. Zhuquanhui's small universe instantly became unstable as his world force churned. Even with his Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm cultivation, he still ran himself haggard, dealing with everyone. One figure in particular, clad in demon chi, stood atop a tall mountain. After entering this small universe, Wu Kuang's eyes lit up as he sensed everything around him. The surroundings were filled with extremely rich world force. It was like a mouth-watering feast was spread before him, exuding a delicious scent. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4606. If one suffers, all suffer. Since Marshall Uncle Zwa is being so hospitable, then your Marshall nephew won't stand on ceremony with you. Wu Kuang grinned maliciously as he sat down cross-legged and activated his heaven-devouring battle law. Immediately after, his body seemingly transformed into a bottomless pit as the world force in the surroundings swirled towards him. In an extremely short period of time, Wu Kuang had pushed his heaven-devouring battle law to its limit and devoured all of the nearby world force. Wu Kuang couldn't help the look of glee that appeared on his face, feeling the endless stream of pure energy. His expression gave the impression of a perverted, hungry ghost holding a warm and fragrant body, as if he could devour its body and soul. When others were pulled into this small universe by Zuoquan Hui, they could only use everything they had to wreak as much destruction as possible. This was even true for someone as strong as Yang Kai, but Wu Kuang was different. He could devour the small universe's foundation directly and strengthen himself in the process. Zuoquan Hui had not expected this, and this was his biggest mistake. He thought that Wu Kuang had advanced to the 6th order from the 5th order during the last battle, but he had no idea that Wu Kuang had reached the 6th order long ago. It was just that he had been carefully hiding his 6th order cultivation to the end in order to track down Zuoquan Hui and inform Yang Kai. They might not have discussed any plans beforehand, but Wu Kuang was sure that Yang Kai understood his thoughts, and Yang Kai was sure that Wu Kuang understood his. To a certain extent, their hearts were connected. Destruction and devouring were two completely different things. The reckless destruction Yang Kai and his friends had caused to the small universe would undoubtedly bring great damage to Zuoquan Hui's foundation, but their efficiency was far lower than Wu Kuang's. The small universe's foundation began to rapidly deplete as the devouring took place. On the other hand, Wu Kuang's aura gradually grew stronger. Yang Kai could clearly feel that Zuoquan Hui's interference with him had taken a huge dive and laughed loudly as he continued to bombard his surroundings. You finally noticed? But what to do? It's too late. A figure suddenly appeared not far from Yang Kai. It was none other than Zuoquan Hui, who had been hiding all this time. At this moment, this high-rank open heaven realm master's face was slightly pale, and he was fuming in rage. He raised his long sword and asked, pointing it at Yang Kai and glaring at him, "You knew this was going to happen?" Yang Kai thrust his spear towards him, blotting the sky with spear shadows, his face beaming with joy as he taunted, "Guess." Zuoquan Hui's figure did not move, but an enormous sword wave shot forward, shattering the spear shadows and heading straight towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai quickly retreated, blocking that enormous sword wave that spanned across the sky, but the next moment, his heart suddenly clenched as he threw himself to the ground. A bolt of lightning came rumbling from behind, brushing past his scalp, burning a few strands of his hair. Yang Kai stood back up again, but he had broken into a cold sweat. It was indeed difficult to fight with someone inside their small universe, not to mention that this opponent was a high-rank master. Although Zuoquan Hui had not fully recovered from his injuries, a starving camel was still bigger than a horse, but he had no choice but to fight on. "Who are you? You are definitely not a myriad demons heaven disciple." On another side, Wu Kuang was no longer able to calmly continue devouring in peace. In fact, when he activated his heaven-devouring battle law, Zuoquan Hui appeared before him out of thin air, slashing at him. Wu Kuang was so flustered that he quickly counterattacked and fled. However, after exchanging blows with Sua Quan Hui, Wu Kuang discovered that there was something wrong with this Sua Quan Hui. He didn't appear to be real, but more like a projection. He also didn't have the strength of a seventh-order master. Wu Kuang might be fleeing in panic at the sight of Sua Quan Hui chasing after him, but he was not completely helpless. He realized that Sua Quan Hui could not divert too much attention to his side, which was why he was so weak. Having realized this, Wu Kuang greatly calmed down. While running around in circles, he circulated his heaven-devouring battle law, greedily devouring the surrounding world force. There was a malicious grin hanging on his face as he responded, "Of course, I'm a myriad demon's heaven disciple. Why is Marshal Uncle Sua asking such a question?" Sua Quan Hui didn't appear to have taken any action, but he appeared in front of Wu Kuang like a ghost and gently thrust out his sword. Had Wu Kuang not been constantly changing his position, it would have been next to impossible to avoid the sword strike for him. Myriad Demons Heaven definitely does not have such an evil technique. What kind of secret art are you cultivating? Sua Quan Hui shouted, gnashing his teeth as a sliver of fear could be seen in his eyes. He had never seen such an evil technique before, and much to his surprise, it could actually swallow his small universe's foundation and make use of it. This kind of secret art went against the heavens. If everyone could cultivate it, it would not be this difficult to break through to the open heaven realm. Among the dozen or so sixth-order open heaven realm masters he had pulled into his small universe, Yang Kai's was undoubtedly the strongest, but if there was anyone who posed the greatest threat to him, it would be this myriad demon's heaven disciple before him. Even now, Sua Quan Hui still couldn't understand why myriad demons heaven's own men would ambush him. Meanwhile, Sua Quan Hui's projection also appeared in front of the other sixth-order masters of Void Land. Be that as it may, these projections weren't very strong at all. They were at most on par with their respective opponents, some of them even slightly weaker. Occasionally they would launch a fierce attack, but it was clearly not working. Obviously, Sua Quan Hui was too distracted to control them all. At first, everyone was shocked by Sua Quan Hui's sudden appearance. Even a sickly tiger was quite fierce, so no one was confident facing a seventh-order master. But after exchanging a few blows, they discovered the truth and no longer panicked. The dozen or so battlefields were like a raging wildfire. Each time they clashed, they would cause damage to Sua Quan Hui's small universe to a certain extent, whereas Wu Kuang was constantly using his heaven-devouring battle law to devour Sua Quan Hui's foundation. Yang Kai's several thousand meters tall half-dragon form was riddled with wounds and had many places where his dragon scales were blown off. A shocking sight to behold. Sua Quan Hui had placed most of his attention on him, giving Yang Kai a really hard time. Although his life was in no danger, being constantly suppressed was not very enjoyable. Be that as it may, Yang Kai was more than happy to see this status quo maintained. The longer this dragged on, the more disadvantageous it would be for Sua Quan Hui, and once he reached his limit, he would lose for sure. Sua Quan Hui was a seventh-order open heaven realm master, so how could he fail to realize this? He was thinking of taking down Yang Kai first, and then dealing with the others one by one. As long as Yang Kai died, it did not matter how many sixth-order masters Void Land had. But after a while, he realized that it was easier said than done. Even if he could push Yang Kai into a corner, he wouldn't be defeated so easily. Since things had come to this, he could only change his strategy. As the two figures clashed, Yang Kai's spear struck Sua Quan Hui's figure, but no blood flowed out. Yang Kai wasn't surprised either. He had already noticed that Sua Quan Hui wasn't a real entity, but a lifelike projection. Suddenly, Yang Kai raised his spear and looked around, but he could not spot Sua Quan Hui. Even his barrage of attacks, which had never ceased, had stopped. Yang Kai's heart clenched. This undoubtedly meant that Sua Quan Hui had no intention of hounding him, and had instead focused his attention elsewhere. And on Voidland's side, Wu Kuang was the biggest threat to Zhuo Kuanhui. Wu Kuang was in danger. Although Yang Kai could take this opportunity to vandalize Zhuo Kuanhui's small universe, Wu Kuang would probably be killed by Zhuo Kuanhui in less than 10 breaths. Yang Kai instantly spread out his divine sense, but he couldn't sense anyone's aura, let alone find Wu Kuang's location. Zhuo Kuanhui's aura was all around him and disrupting him. What should I do to get out of this? Yang Kai asked himself. He couldn't save Wu Kuang if he couldn't find him. Furthermore, once Zhuo Kuanhui killed Wu Kuang and the others, he could not be stopped. And Yang Kai would definitely not be able to completely destroy Zhuo Kuanhui's small universe before then. After a moment of consideration, Yang Kai slammed the Azure Dragon Spear into the ground and pressed his palms together before fiercely pulling them away from each other, as if he was trying to separate the whole world, shouting word by word, "Heaven and earth, open!" His small universe rapidly rotated before it suddenly manifested. The reason why Zhuo Kuanhui was able to manifest his small universe was because his small universe had already turned tangible. This was a trump card that could only be displayed by a high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master. Ordinary Sixth-Order Masters would not be able to do such a thing. However, Yang Kai was able to do so because his small universe had materialized from the very beginning. Yang Kai had no idea what the consequences of doing so would be. After all, he had never tried something like this ever before, but he knew that if he didn't do so, Wu Kuang would die without a doubt, and then the others would follow suit. Yang Kai's small universe instantly spread out, and he suddenly felt as if he had stepped into a whole new world. He could clearly feel that his small universe was now nested inside Zhuo Kuanhui's small universe, and the two small universes were overlapping each other, one within the other. The bigger one belonged to Zhuo Kuanhui, while the smaller one belonged to him. An extremely uncomfortable feeling coursed through Yang Kai's body. He felt as if he was trapped in a cage and was being squeezed from every possible direction, causing him to let out a muffled groan. But the next moment, Yang Kai sensed the auras and locations of the others. He knew everything within his small universe like the back of his hand. Wu Kuang was indeed hanging by a thread, one of his arms limply hanging, connected only by skin and muscles. His body was covered in blood as he desperately tried to escape from Zhuo Kuanhui's assault. In the moment of life and death, he no longer had the time to use the heaven-devouring battle law to devour energy. All he could focus on was preserving his life. Zhuo Kuanhui was everywhere, his sword following him like a shadow. Just when it looked that Wu Kuang was about to die, Zhuo Kuanhui's movements suddenly became sluggish. As Yang Kai's small universe spread out, he felt extremely uncomfortable, as if he was trapped in a cage, but Zhuo Kuanhui did not feel good either. In contrast, he felt like his small universe had become bloated, like he had eaten far too much. He even found circulating his world force a little difficult. Otherwise, there wouldn't have been such a slight pause just now. With such a good opportunity before him, Wu Kuang was finally able to escape from the jaws of death. Fear was clearly visible on his face. Zhuo Kuanhui didn't give chase, and instead gazed around with a look of shock hanging on his face. Yang Kai's figure suddenly appeared out of thin air, alongside the dozen or so other Sixth-Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. Everyone had gathered. The others obviously hadn't realized what was happening, but since they were together again, it was better than fighting on their own. They looked at each other, and seeing that they had not lost anyone, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. You're only a Sixth Order. How could you possibly manifest your small universe? Zhuo Kuanhui stared at Yang Kai in disbelief. None of your damn business. Yang Kai raised his spear and pointed it at him with an arrogant and unyielding look on his face, suppressing the surging blood in his heart. Your small universe has become tangible when you are only in the Sixth Order. You really are a rare genius. Quan Hui sighed. Yang Kai sneered. Don't think that you can save your life just by some ass-kissing. Today, you are going to die no matter how unwilling you are. Quan Hui suddenly smiled and stated, now that our small universes are overlapping, if one of us suffers, we both suffer. This monarch wants to see how you will kill me now. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4607. Do you have any last words? Then you'd better open your dog eyes wide and watch. Yang Kai pointed his spear at Quan Hui and coldly shouted, Kill! But the people around him remained motionless. He nervously looked at him. Nervously, young master. If everyone failed to understand what just happened before, why were they suddenly together when they were clearly separated? How could they not understand after hearing what Quan Hui said? Much to their dismay, Yang Kai had actually manifested his small universe inside Quan Hui's small universe world, endangering himself. It was really reckless of him. And just as Quan Hui said, both of their small universes now share the same fate. Whatever happened to one would happen to the other as well. If they were to really attack, it would not only destroy Quan Hui's small universe, but also Yang Kai's small universe. Unless they could find a place where their small universes weren't overlapping, only then could they have a chance to only affect Quan Hui. But as things stood, how could Quan Hui allow them to do so? He was more than happy to see Yang Kai's fate tied to his. No one dared to act rashly in this current situation. What are you all waiting for? Attack! Yang Kai shouted, This is a heaven-sent opportunity. If we don't act now, we won't get another chance in the future. Yuhi's eyes turned red as she grit her teeth and shouted, Young master, you must hold on. As soon as she finished speaking, she took the lead and charged straight towards Quan Hui, closely followed by the other Sixth Order Master. Quan Hui was extremely stunned. Boy, you're insane. Before Quan Hui could finish cursing, he was forced to flee as a series of destructive divine abilities came shooting at him, his heart filled with shock at Yang Kai's ruthless determination. A series of explosions reverberated as the ground and the sky cracked at a spot where the small universes overlapped. Yang Kai spurted a large mouthful of blood as he felt his soul violently trembling. What he was doing was akin to sacrificing 800 of his soldiers to kill 1,000 of the enemies. Now, it all came down to who fell first, Quan Hui or him. Suddenly, Yang Kai turned his head and cursed Wu Kuang, you bastard. Wu Kuang didn't attack Quan Hui, but instead sat down sitting cross-legged, madly using the heaven-devouring battle law to devour the surrounding world force. Yang Kai was so angry that he almost coughed up blood. Wu Kuang's act of devouring world force like this might be harming Quan Hui, but Yang Kai couldn't escape from it either. Furthermore, he was so brazen that he actually sat down next to Yang Kai, as if he wanted the latter to protect him. Yang Kai could not wait to take out his Azure Dragon Spear and plunge it right into his heart. However, Wu Kuang shamelessly raised his head and added with a serious look on his face, You should not divert your attention during this life and death battle. Yang Kai suppressed the boiling blood in his heart and quickly took out a low-rank world fruit and swallowed it, forcefully calming his nerves. He then turned his head, avoiding looking at him. What the eyes did not see, the heart did not grieve. Before refining the world fruit's medicinal efficacy, Yang Kai stuffed another one into his mouth. After eating 2 world fruits, Yang Kai finally had the confidence to drag Quan Hui down to his death. He raised his head, looking at the battle that was raging on the other side. Quan Hui was at the end of his rope, though he was still desperately struggling. It wasn't that Yang Kai didn't want to step forward to help, but since the 2 small universes were stacked together now, he needed to exert all of his strength to interfere with Quan Hui's control over the surrounding world. Yang Kai stood not far from him, looking at him indifferently. Don't have any unrealistic fantasies? Your cultivation has already fallen to the sixth order, and your small universe has become unstable. There is no hope for you to advance again in this life, even if you survive. So why not just die? When the surrounding crowd heard this, they discovered that Zuoquan Hui's omnipresent aura was rapidly fading. Furthermore, the surrounding scenery was also distorting. It was obvious that Zuoquan Hui's cultivation had fallen to the sixth order open heaven realm, and his small universe was no longer able to maintain its solid form. Everyone let out a sigh of relief. They were extremely wary of this seventh order open heaven realm master. After all, Zuoquan Hui was a veteran powerhouse, so who knew what kind of trump cards he was still hiding? If Zuoquan Hui really managed to drag some of them down with him, their losses would outweigh the gains. But since he had fallen to the sixth order, the threat he posed was greatly reduced, making him look like a tiger without its fangs. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Zuoquan Hui moved and slowly sat up straight, crossing his legs as he stared at Yang Kai indifferently. I'm afraid the future will be quite exciting with a monster like you appearing in the 3,000 worlds. You flatter me. Yang Kai maintained a stoic face. Unfortunately, this old master won't be able to see it, Zuoquan Hui sighed. After I die, that disciple of mine won't be able to escape death either, right? Yang Kai raised his chin. Don't worry, I'll let her reunite with you as soon as possible. Well, maybe she's already waiting for you on the road to the Yellow Springs. Zuoquan Hui nodded. It's up to you. The winner is the king, and the loser is the villain. If you had lost, your fate wouldn't be any better than this monarch's. Yang Kai clapped his hands and scoffed. You've got quite a vivid imagination. Zuoquan Hui smiled at him. There will come a day when you will understand. Saying so, he suddenly made a hand seal and asked, looking at Yang Kai, do you know why a high-rank open heaven realm master won't easily open their small universe to kill their enemy, even if it is a trump card that every high-rank open heaven realm master can use? Yang Kai slightly furrowed his brow. Please enlighten me. Zuoquan Hui replied, because if we do this, even if we successfully kill the enemy, there will be no end to the trouble, just like this. The next moment, Zuoquan Hui's figure shook. Yang Kai could clearly feel the aura of a small universe collapsing as world force spread out. Everyone watching was shocked. Zuoquan Hui's action would undoubtedly disintegrate and collapse his small universe. The small universe world was the foundation of an open heaven realm master. Once the small universe collapsed, the open heaven realm master would not be far from death. Zuoquan Hui had fallen to the sixth order, so even if he still had the strength to mount up a fight, he would only be humiliating himself. Rather than losing his life to the enemy, he preferred to end his own life. Not everyone possessed such courage. Zuoquan Hui, who had shattered his own small universe, started loudly laughing. Boy, this monarch will teach you a lesson with his life. You should cherish it. While he was laughing, Zuoquan Hui's head drooped down as he died. An inner sect elder of Thousand Crane Paradise had fallen. Yang Kai's expression changed drastically as he stomped his feet and cursed, why can't this old dog just die peacefully? Yang Kai's figure shook, and his world force was mobilized, sealing the surrounding region. With them as the center, everything within a 10,000 kilometers radius was completely sealed. Yang Kai finally understood what Zuoquan Hui meant when he said there would be no end to the trouble. The old man had broken his own small universe and poured his world force into Yang Kai's small universe. Not only was this energy not beneficial to Yang Kai, though, it was akin to a kind of impurity as it was wholly incompatible with his own body. In short, this foreign energy was corroding his small universe. Had Yang Kai not quickly reacted and sealed off the surrounding 10,000 kilometers and allowed this energy to fill his small universe, it would have been difficult for him to remove it. He would have had to spend a great deal of time and energy in retreat. In other words, although high-rank open heaven realm masters could use this trump card to kill enemies, and it was their most powerful trump card at that. It could not be used lightly, regardless of whether the enemy committed suicide or was killed. Once their world force leaked out, it would be akin to swallowing a mouthful of poison. The price Suoquan Hui had to pay to teach this lesson was not small, and the price to receive this lesson for Yang Kai was not small either. Yang Kai promptly turned his head to Wu Kuang, whereupon the latter snapped at him. What? He still had not forgotten that Yang Kai kicked him before. The heaven-devouring great emperor had never been a magnanimous person. Otherwise, he wouldn't have caused so many deaths. Yang Kai snorted, "If you're willing to take action, then do it. If you're not, then I won't force you. At worst, I'll just cut off this region. In any case, it'll only damage some of my foundation." Wu Kuang pretended to be slow-witted before he agreed. "Since you are asking for help, I'll help." As Wu Kuang activated the heaven-devouring battle law, the world force within the 10,000-kilometer radius madly flowed into his body. The group of sixth-order open heaven realm master watching from the side instantly felt an instinctive sense of dread. Although they had seen Wu Kuang use the heaven-devouring battle law before, everyone had been fighting with Suoquan Hui, so they hadn't paid much attention to it. Now, when they got to see it so closely, they were all shocked. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4608, Beg for Death or Beg for Mercy. The universe was huge and boundless. There were 3,000 worlds and countless mystical arts, but they had never seen or heard of one which could refine the world force of others for their own use until now. This was definitely a heaven-defying evil technique that went completely against the heavenly way. So when everyone saw Wu Kuang activate the heaven-devouring battle law and devour the world force, they were completely shaken up. It was just that cultivating this kind of secret art would damage the peace and harmony of the world, and he would be fraught with endless danger. He would ultimately meet an untimely death. So, although they were shocked, they didn't feel much envy. Wu Kuang finished in less than an hour. Yang Kai felt so much pain and anger that he almost vomited blood. Although he had killed Suoquan Hui in this battle, he had paid a huge price for that. Over 10 sixth-order masters fought inside his small universe, causing great damage to its foundation. And coupled with Wu Kuang's repeated acts of devouring his world force, the losses he had suffered were so great that it was difficult for outsiders to understand. Previously, when he borrowed the world force from the star boundary, Yang Kai had obtained quite an advantage. His foundation had been greatly strengthened, saving him at least 500 years of bitter cultivation. However, after what had happened today, the benefits he had obtained before had basically been negated. If he hadn't eaten 2 world fruits at the last moment, his situation would have been even worse. After having suffered this kind of loss, all he could do was slowly cultivate to make up for it. However, this way, he was certain of one thing. Although he was unable to put a sixth-order open heaven realm master into his small universe, if he were to spread his small universe, he would not be restricted in this aspect. After all, even Suoquan Hui, a seventh-order master, was technically inside his small universe. The fierce battle inside the small universe had finally come to an end. The battle concluded with Suoquan Hui's death, and the battle raging outside should be coming to an end as well. After all, Voidland's side was facing the enemy in 2-against-1 battles, so how could Yin Xian Zhao, Ziyan, and the others be their opponents? When Yang Kai withdrew his small universe and everyone returned to the Blue Clouds continent, they looked up and saw that the people from Heavenly Sword Union were indeed in danger. Yin Xian Zhao and Pei Wenxian were barely holding on. They had just advanced to the Sixth Order not long ago, and although they had broken through a few years earlier than the great emperors, their foundations weren't that strong. While everyone was fighting, they were also paying attention to the situation here. At this moment, when they saw Yang Kai appear with other Sixth Order masters, The great emperors felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted from their shoulders, whereas the faces of the Heavenly Sword Union members were ashen. Sua Hui was nowhere to be seen, so it was obvious that he was dead. Seeing this, Yin Xi and Zhao, Pei Wenxian, and the others quickly used their divine abilities to shake off their opponents before fleeing without a moment's hesitation. But how could Yang Kai give them this chance? With a wave of his hand, over a dozen people rushed straight towards the various battlefields. A short while later, the remaining 5 members of Heavenly Sword Union were all captured, and a series of restrictions were placed upon them to seal their cultivation. Yang Kai took a seat on a rock, holding the Azure Dragon Spear in one hand. He would lightly cough from time to time, and his aura was a little dispirited. Yu He and Mo Mei stood behind him like guards. Amidst the pushing and shoving, Ziyan, Yin Xi and Zhao, Pei Wenxian, Huang Mao, and Dan Yang were all brought before Yang Kai. Among the 5, Ziyan was glaring at Yang Kai, while Huang Mao and Dan Yang's eyes flickered with regret and fear. On the other hand, Yin Xi and Zhao and Pei Wenxian both stood up straight and wore calm expressions like they were not captives at all, especially Pei Wenxian, who was even in the mood to size up Wu Quan. He still didn't understand why his junior brother had suddenly changed sides. Coincidentally, Wu Quan also looked towards him with interest. His eyes were shining brightly, like when a lecher saw a beautiful woman, causing Pei Wenxian's face to turn pale and his heart to quickly pound. "Where is my honored master? What did you do to him?" Yen gnashed her teeth and glared at Yang Kai. Although she had some inkling of an idea, she still refused to believe it. Yang Kai raised his head and sneered. "Since I'm here, can't you guess what happened to your master?" "Impossible." Yan's eyes almost started shooting flames, but the next moment, her pupils constricted when they landed on the corpse casually tossed before her by Yang Kai. Before Sua Hui died, he was struck by a dozen or so divine abilities. He might have died in the end, but his body was completely mutilated and beyond recognition. "Honored Master." Ziyan's eyes filled with tears as she muttered to herself. Looking at her honored master's body, she couldn't help but recall all the things she had experienced in Thousand Crane Paradise, her honored master's sincere guidance, her senior brother's love, and her junior brother's respect. She had no worries back then. But now, her junior brother was dead, her senior brother was dead, and even her honored master was dead. All of them had died at the hands of this bastard. "I'll kill you." Ziyan leapt forward. Her cultivation might have been sealed, and she might not have been able to bring out her strength, but her sharp teeth still bit towards Yang Kai's flesh. Yang Kai turned the Azure Dragon Spear in his hand and thrust its butt into her soft belly. Ziyan immediately fell to her knees and hunched over, unable to catch her breath for a long time. Yang Kai lifted her chin with the tip of his spear and stated in a cold voice, "Zhao Xing died because he provoked me first. Furthermore, he wanted to kill me too, so he got what he deserved. As fellow disciples, if you want to take revenge for him, I have nothing to say, but since you want to take revenge, you should be mentally prepared to be killed by me. At the end of the day, the winner is the king, and the loser is the villain." Ziyan's eyes welled as she looked at him. Her eyes became lifeless and filled with despair. The next moment, she suddenly threw herself forward. Yang Kai withdrew his spear just in time. The sharp Azure Dragon Spear only left a red mark on her throat. "Kill me! Kill me!" Ziyan madly screamed, wanting to rush forward and beg for death. But Luan Bai Feng pressed her down to the ground, causing her to endlessly whimper. Yang Kai added lightly, "Don't worry, I'll let you die a quick death, but not now. You have more use to me alive than dead." Saying so, he turned to Huang Mao and Dan Yang. The two immediately got down on one knee without a moment of hesitation and cupped their fists together. "We are willing to submit to you, willing to lay down our lives for you. Come hell or high water. Yang Kai chuckled. Look at her. How unyielding she is. She prefers to die honorably than to live on in shame. On the other hand, the two of you, two grown men, are acting so subserviently. It's really disappointing. If you don't blush, I'll blush. As expected, the faces of the two remaining ancestors of Heavenly Sword Union turned red. However, their pride and honor were nothing when their lives were on the line. Not to mention bowing, they could even endure greater humiliation if it let them survive. Huang Mao lowered his head and stated, Heavenly Sword Union had overestimated itself and made an enemy out of you, Heavenly Monarch Yang. So we have only ourselves to blame for falling into such a situation. However, we were forced to do so. So Quan Hui was a Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Master. Heavenly Sword Union was unable to refuse him. Heavenly Monarch, please understand. Dan Yang also added, although this old master is old, I'm still able to kill enemies for the Heavenly Monarch. Right now, only Huang Mao and I are left of Heavenly Sword Union. If Heavenly Monarch can let bygones be bygones, Heavenly Sword Union will become a branch of Void Land in the future, only following the orders of Void Land from now on. Heavenly Sword Union might be bruised and battered, and they might have lost all of their open heaven realm cultivators except for these Sixth Order Masters, but they still had their inheritances which had been passed down through the years, and their foundation was still intact. Anyone would be tempted with such a huge price before them. However, Yang Kai remained indifferent and simply stared into the sky. Hundreds of my Void Land's Open Heaven Realm Masters have lost their lives in this war. All of them had families, husbands, wives, or children, but none of them had made any mistakes. If I let you two old bastards live, how can my Void Land's dead rest in peace? Yang Kai had clearly made up his mind to cut the weeds and pull out roots. With Void Land's current foundation, they did not need Heavenly Sword Union at all, so it could just disappear from the face of the 3,000 worlds. Although his voice was calm and gentle, it sounded like a thunderclap to Huang Mao and Dan Yang's ears. The two of them immediately fell to the ground, and their faces turned ashen. Yang Kai then turned to Yin Exan Zhao and Pei Wenxian, smiling. What about the two of you? Do you want to die or beg for mercy? Yin Exan Zhao sighed in helplessness. As you said, the winner is the king and the loser is the villain. You can do whatever you want. It's your choice. Pei Wenxian coldly snorted. Do you have the guts to kill us? Didn't you mention Zhao Xing just now? Have you forgotten what happened already? Yang Kai indifferently looked at him, while Pei Wenxian stared back at him fearlessly in response. With a flash of light, Yang Kai flicked his spear, all while maintaining that same indifferent look on his face. The next moment, something fell to the ground with a thud. Pei Wenxian looked towards the source of the sound and saw a severed arm lying there. The cut was completely clean, like butter cut with a hot knife. A blood-curdling scream rang out as Pei Wenxian stretched out his other hand and covered the wound left by his severed arm, but he couldn't stop the blood from gushing out. He immediately shouted in horror, You dare? I'm a core disciple of Myriad Demons Heaven. Yang Kai tilted his head, calm and relaxed. So, core disciples of Myriad Demons Heaven also bark like stray dogs. The nearby Yin Exan Zhao gulped hard. Although he looked at Pei Wenxian with a look of sympathy, he didn't dare to say anything. Rather, he was secretly rejoicing in his heart that he hadn't fought back just now. Yang Kai might not dare to kill them, but torturing them was not a problem. Pei Wenxian had lost an arm. So unless he could find a heaven-defying medicine that could regenerate his limb, his strength would forever be greatly reduced. Just as this thought flashed through his mind, Yang Kai suddenly stated in a deep voice, Of course, I haven't forgotten about Zhao Xing, so Quan Hui took revenge for his disciple, even going so far as to rebel against Thousand Crane Paradise. Unfortunately, he still died a miserable death. Saying so, Yang Kai kicked the corpse he had just thrown out and added, smiling, "After you die, who in myriad demons' heaven will avenge you? That old dog Shobukun? Let him try. Today, I can kill Zuquan Hui. Tomorrow I can kill Shobukun." Yin Xian Zhao's face suddenly paled. "You're really planning on killing us?" Yang Kai glanced at him from the corner of his eyes. "What do you think?" Yin Xian Zhao didn't say anything, fearing that he might just make things worse. After all, Yang Kai was still young and hot-blooded, so he could easily act on impulse. "Originally, you and I didn't have any deep enmity with each other. It was just that we didn't like one another. Then, Yin Xian Zhao, you hunted me down in the blood monster cave heaven, and if it weren't for Chu Huashang carrying me and escaping, how could I have survived? Pei Wenxian, there was only a small grudge between us. It's normal for young people to fight and compete, but why did you have to act as if you and I had a life or death grudge? Why did you get involved in the mess between Heavenly Sword Union and my Void Land? Since you want to kill me, I naturally can't let you live." The blood drained from Yin Xian Zhao's face. Wu Kuang licked his lips. "Boy, I'll ask you for a favor." The moment Wu Kuang stuck out his nose, Yang Kai knew what he was pulling, so he couldn't help but roll his eyes. "Pei Wenxian?" Wu Kuang nodded. "It would be even better if you leave the other one too. Are you still not full?" Wu Kuang patted his stomach. "My appetite is big. There's nothing I can do about it." The group of Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters couldn't help but shudder. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4609. "You've made a huge mistake." Yang Kai remained seated for a while before waving his hand. "Whatever. Just take them away." Wu Kuang guffawed and gave the other man a thumbs up. "You're indeed generous, kid." Upon finishing his words, Wu Kuang pushed his world force and engulfed Yin Xian Zhao, and the others with it. Following that, he turned into a demonic cloud and shot into the sky. Yang Kai looked up and shouted, "Clean up everything. Don't leave any traces behind." Wu Kuang's voice was heard coming from the distance. "Don't worry. That old ghost is now a Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master." With a conflicted gaze, Bustling World Great Emperor watched as Wu Kuang left. When he was in the Shattered Star Sea in the past, he failed in his attempt to kill Wu Kuang. Instead, his body was almost taken over by the latter. Their souls ended up living in the same body for many years, and their enmity slowly subsided as they had gone through some hardships together. After killing great demon god Mo Sheng, Wu Kuang left, and there had not been any news about him since. Bustling World Great Emperor had never expected to come across him on this day. He was able to recognize Wu Kuang even though the latter's appearance was completely different now. Over the past few years, the great emperors had been cultivating in seclusion in Void Land. With Void Land as their support, there had never been a lack of resources. However, it wasn't until recently that they made it to the Sixth Order. On the other hand, it appeared that Wu Kuang had achieved an ascension much earlier than them. It had to be noted that Wu Kuang had been making a living on his own, but he was still able to attain such achievements. This fact alone made Duan Hongchen realize that he was no match for him. Wu Kuang lived up to his name as the strongest great emperor in the history of the Star Boundary. That was Wu Kuang. Iron Blood Great Emperor Zhan Wu Hen suddenly exclaimed, as he had just realized it. Duan Hongchen nodded gently. The corners of Zhan Wu Hen's brow twitched. "No wonder I found that guy annoying the first time he entered my eyes." Junior brother Yang. Qin Kui dashed towards Yang Kai, Yin Xian Zhao, and Pei Wenxian cannot die. Earlier, he saw Wu Kuang using the heaven-devouring battle law, and now he brought Yin Xian Zhao and the others away. It was obvious to him what fate awaited them. He was also shocked by Yang Kai's audacity. After a cough, Yang Kai turned to look at him and replied with a smile, "I know what you're worried about, senior brother Qing. You know nothing." Qing Kuei turned solemn after you killed Zhao Xing. Only Zuquan Hui and the others came over to retaliate against you. That was because Yin Yang Cave Heaven interfered and resisted most of the pressure for you. Now that traitors on paper like Zuquan Hui are dead, those from Thousand Cranes Paradise won't do anything to you even though they're resentful. Otherwise, they'll have to openly offend Yin Yang Cave Heaven. However, Yin Xi and Zhao and Pei Wenxian are different. If you let someone kill them, Myriad Demon's Heaven and Xian Yuan Cave Heaven will never let you off. By then, more than one Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Master will come to destroy you. Yang Kai batted his eyes with an innocent expression. No one from Voidland killed them. Did anyone see it? Wu Kuang wasn't a member of Voidland. Strictly speaking, he was just a traitor from Myriad Demon's Heaven. Yang Kai initially intended to bring those people back to the Great Territory, where the star boundary was located, and kill them to further nourish the World Tree. However, if Yin Xi and Zhao and Pei Wenxian were really killed there, some faint traces might be left behind. Moreover, after the previous epic battle, the World Tree had obtained quite a lot of nourishment, so there wasn't a need to provide more for it now. That was the reason Yang Kai gave up on that idea. A frustrated Qing Kuei stared at him. It is a well-known fact that Pei Wenxian and Yin Xi and Zhao assisted Heavenly Sword Union to make things difficult for Voidland in the past. Both Heavenly Sword Union and Zuquan Hui were destroyed, so if Pei Wenxian and Yin Xi and Zhao are also killed, even a fool will figure out that it has something to do with Voidland. In fact, there's no need for any witnesses at all. Do you think the two cave heavens will go easy on you? They'll settle the issue with brute force. Yang Kai chuckled. I absolutely agree with you, senior brother Qing. However, Pei Wenxian and Yin Xi Zhao repeatedly made things difficult for me in the past. Previously on the Prison Star, I intended to make use of the Prison League's power to kill them, but Yellow Spring, Heavenly Monarch, and the others proved unreliable. That was the reason they managed to flee. Now that there's such a great chance, I naturally wouldn't let them leave. I'll feel nauseated if I ever see them again. Qing Kai was so exasperated that he stomped his foot on the ground. Don't you get it, junior brother Yang? They can't be killed, although Voidland is fairly powerful now. Yang Kai raised his hand to cut him off. Senior brother Qing, even if I'm willing to let them off, someone else won't let them live. Why don't you try to persuade that person instead of me? That person, Qing Kai, became startled for a moment before realizing that Yang Kai was talking about Wu Kuang. That's right. Wu Kuang was technically a disciple of Myriad Demon's Heaven, but he launched a sneak attack on Zuquan Hui and cultivated an extremely evil secret art. If such secrets were exposed, he would never be able to settle down in any place, even though the 3,000 worlds was so expansive. Certainly, Wu Kuang would want to silence all witnesses to his crimes. Therefore, it was pointless for Qing Kuei to keep persuading Yang Kai. A moment later, Qing Kuei snapped out of his dazed state and sighed. You've really made a huge mistake this time. Yang Kai got up with difficulty and patted the other man's shoulder with a smile. I believe that person will not leave any traces behind. Xian Yuan Cave Heaven and Myriad Demons Heaven might speculate that their disciples were killed by me, but they can't do anything to me, since they don't have any evidence. Qing Kuei put on a helpless smile as he thought that Yang Kai was oversimplifying things. If the two cave heavens wanted to avenge the death of their disciples, they didn't need any evidence. A simple doubt was a good enough reason for them to make a move. Junior brother Yang, there's one more thing you need to know. If Yin Xi and Zhao and Pei Wenxian are really killed, those from Myriad Demon's Heaven and Xian Yuan Cave Heaven will immediately find out about it. After all, they are core disciples of their sects, so they must have left behind soul lamps in their headquarters. Once they die, their soul lamps will go out as well. The 2 cave heavens will definitely send some people over once that happens. Yang Kai frowned. Will they be able to find out that those people were killed here? Qing Kuei nodded with a solemn expression. Given the powers of the senior experts of those cave heavens, they can definitely do that, even though it might take a while. Yang Kai arched his brow. In that case, we're running short on time. Following a pause, he continued, There's one thing I need you to help me with, senior brother Qing. Qing Kuei replied, Just tell me straight away. Since honored master has sent junior sister and me to help you, we'll follow your commands. Yang Kai cut to the chase and said, I need you to go back to Inyang Cave Heaven and invite Marshal Uncle Su to come to the star boundary. Qing Kuei raised his brow in confusion upon hearing that, but soon understanding something, he said in shock, Junior brother Yang, you... Suddenly, Yang Kai put on a smile. I'm a son-in-law of Inyang Cave Heaven, and I've gained some benefits from the sect. Marshal Uncle Su has been treating me well, as he had even let me enter the divine armament world once. Now that I have gained some benefits of my own, I naturally can't gobble everything up by myself. When you return to Inyang Cave Heaven, senior brother Qing, please help me inform Marshal Uncle Su that I have a gift for him. Su Yingshui, who had chosen to take a passive role up until now, appeared surprised as well. Upon realizing the other man's intention, Qing Kuei became excited. In that case, I'll not hide anything about what went on in the star boundary. Yang Kai chuckled. It can't be hidden. The secret of the star boundary will be exposed sooner or later. If possible, tell Marshal Uncle Su to invite some of the representatives of the other cave heavens and paradises he's on good terms with to come to the star boundary as well. Qing Kuei examined him and remarked, You're pretty audacious, junior brother. There was a bitter smile on Yang Kai's face. It's not possible for us to monopolize such a big piece of fat. Rather than waiting for other people to come snatch it, I'd rather expose the truth myself and negotiate to remain on top. Following the transformation of the star boundary, the world tree started growing madly and amplified its heritage, which allowed the cultivators living there to more easily comprehend the heavenly way and martial Dao. Even Yang Kai's father and mother, whose aptitudes were average at best, could still easily make it to the 4th order open heaven realm with the hope of ascending to the 5th order. If cultivators with exceptional aptitudes started cultivating in the star boundary from a young age, they might be able to directly ascend to the 6th order, or even the 7th order. It could be said that star boundary was now the best cradle for nurturing future open heaven realm masters. Nowhere else in the entire 3,000 worlds was comparable to it. Certainly, Yang Kai would have monopolized such a precious place if he could. However, life was not a bed of roses. In the past, no one bothered to come to the star boundary as it was located in a very remote area. Now that the world tree had matured, though, it would send a shockwave across the entire 3,000 worlds. No one could stop the secret from spreading. Moreover, following the death of Yin Xian Zhao and Pei Wen Xian, those from Xian Yuan Cave Heaven and Myriad Demons Heaven would definitely come over to investigate. Yang Kai naturally had to be prepared. It was true that Void Land was fairly strong now, as 2 divine spirits were residing in its headquarters. Even the cave heavens and paradises wouldn't dare to underestimate them. But in the end, that was just Voidland's headquarters. There were not many powerful cultivators in the star boundary. It could be said that over 1,000 open heaven realm masters, more than 20 of them were in the 6th order, were a force to be reckoned with, but any cave heaven or paradise could easily deploy such a powerful force with ease. Yang Kai didn't think they could win if they were faced with any of those great forces, not to mention that Xian Yuan Cave Heaven and Myriad Demons Heaven would probably join forces to deal with them. In order to survive, those from Voidland had to make use of the power of others. Only other cave heavens and paradises could deal with the cave heavens and paradises. However, without enough benefits, there was no reason for those forces to make a move. Although Su Linggong was close to Yongkai, he was unable to represent the entire Yin-Yang cave heaven. Since they were running out of time, Qing Kuei decided to leave immediately, as Yin-Yang cave heaven was far away. Fortunately, since he was on his own, he could make use of universe temples to move around faster. It would probably take him 3 to 4 months to go there and come back. Those from Myriad Demon's Heaven and Xian Yuan Cave Heaven probably wouldn't be able to find the star boundary in just 3 to 4 months. Su Yingxue didn't leave. Since she was a disciple of Yin-Yang Cave Heaven, she might prove to be useful if anything unexpected happened. Yang Kai stopped letting his thoughts run wild as he turned his head and raised his hand. Tell him to come over. Earlier, when Lu Baiyang noticed that the battle had ended, he decided to come over and have a look, but he waited at a distance so as not to appear rude. Upon stepping into this place, though, he felt his chest tightening when he saw the pale young man who was covered in blood and the people around him. He was already the strongest cultivator in the Blue Clouds continent, but he was still unable to sense the true cultivation of these people. As he swept a glance over them, he realized that the aura of every one of them was extremely imposing. Then, when he recalled the heaven-destroying and earth-shattering noises just now, he realized that the powers of these people far exceeded his own. In a respectful manner, he cupped his fist. Blue Clouds Continent Lu Baiyang greets seniors. Yang Kai examined him and nodded gently, a promising man indeed. Faced with formidable enemies, Lu Baiyang was still determined to defend his homeland. At the most critical moment, he even obtained the acknowledgement of the world's will, thus allowing him to become a great emperor and condense his Tao seal. Therefore, it was obvious that even though Lu Baiyang was still weak right now, he was a resolute person. Marshall Peak, Chapter 46:10, Ownerless Land. Yang Kai recalled that when the great emperors of the star boundary had to face the great demon god, their situation was similar to that of Lu Baiyang. The only difference was that no powerful cultivators showed up and helped them at that time. However, on this day, those from Voidland appeared and killed the enemies, thus solving the crisis for this place. Lu Baiyang appeared somewhat bashful. Many thanks for your compliment, senior. What's this place called? Yang Kai asked. Lu Baiyang replied respectfully, Senior, this is Blue Clouds Continent. He felt his heart pounding against his chest, thinking that these were indeed the senior experts that came from somewhere else. That was the reason they were not even aware of this world's name. He had previously speculated that there was a wider world and greater martial Tao outside the Blue Clouds continent, but that remained a speculation that couldn't be proven. Nevertheless, what he had gone through on this day proved his theory right. Upon seeing the other man's fervent gaze, Yang Kai put on a smile. You've obtained the acknowledgement of the will of this world and condensed your Tao seal, thus allowing you to become a great emperor. After that, you'll need to refine various resources to condense the powers of Yin, Yang, and the 5 elements. Once you accomplish this, you must split heaven and earth apart within your body, allowing you to step into the open heaven realm. There was a longing expression on Lu Baiyang's face as he muttered in a dazed state, split heaven and earth apart. Yang Kai went on to say, we will remain here for some time, so I will have someone explain the abstrusity of the open heaven realm to you at a later point. An elated Lu Baiyang saluted him. Many thanks for your kindness, senior. It was like passing through a forest as a blind man when he cultivated on his own. If he could get the advice of some senior expert, it could save him time and allow him to take the correct path. It was expected that he was pleasantly surprised. Yong Kai waved his hand. The calamity that befell your Blue Clouds continent is partly my responsibility, and your homeland has suffered immense losses as a result. Just see it as my compensation to you. Naturally, Lu Baiyong wouldn't dare to seriously take it as compensation. Then Yong Kai changed the topic by asking, how old is the Blue Clouds continent? Since Lu Baiyong had obtained the acknowledgement of the Blue Clouds continent and become a great emperor, he was definitely the one who knew this universe world the best. When Yong Kai became a great emperor in the past, the entire process of the star boundary's birth and growth played out in his mind. He supposed that Lu Baiyong had gone through a similar experience. After giving it a thought, Lu Baiyong replied, "It's about 1 million years old." Yong Kai nodded. "It's quite young." A universe world that was born roughly 1 million years ago could be considered very young, and it was now confirmed that this place was a newborn great territory. Mo Mei, Yong Kai called out. Mo Mei took a few steps forward. "Yes, sect master. Go back to the star boundary and bring some people over. Tell them to form into groups to explore this great territory. If they discover anything of importance, report it to me immediately." "Yes." Upon receiving the order, Mo Mei turned around and left. This newborn great territory was a lucrative, ownerless land. Since Yong Kai had discovered this place, he definitely wanted to take control of it. If there were any hidden treasures in this great territory, over 1,000 open heaven realm masters would certainly be able to find some traces. Yong Kai naturally wouldn't want to miss such a great chance. Voidland was tight on money right now. With a territory gate blockaded by those from Heavenly Sword Union, which was led by Su Quanhui for a few years and influencing trade, all of Voidland's resources had been used up, so they seriously needed to replenish their reserves. Otherwise, it would be hard for their disciples to cultivate. Business in Void Star City had to be restored, and the problem regarding the lack of resources in Voidland had to be settled. Yong Kai also needed to make some future plans for the star boundary. Even though they had defeated Zhuo Quanhui, they had to deal with a lot of issues. All these were giving him a headache, as it wasn't until he began trying to solve these problems that he realized how difficult it would be to do so. He missed his days when he basically acted as an arm-flinging shopkeeper despite being a sect master. Everyone had consumed a lot of energy in the epic battle. So Yong Kai told him to get some rest and asked you to teach Lu Baiyong some basic knowledge about the open heaven realm before he started cultivating. Zhuo Quanhui collapsed his small universe before his death, allowing his world force to contaminate Yong Kai's small universe. Although Yong Kai had cordoned off his small universe in time, and Wu Kuang had activated the heaven-devouring battle law to gobble up the mixed heritage, some of Zhuo Quanhui's world force still managed to leak into Yong Kai's wider, small universe. The power that belonged to Zhuo Quanhui was no different from impurities for Yong Kai. He had to get rid of it sooner rather than later, or else it would affect his foundation. Lu Baiyong personally led Yong Kai to a secluded place where he could cultivate a restricted area of the top 4 sects in the Blue Clouds continent. Tranquil Heaven's Peak was definitely a good place. Otherwise, it wouldn't have become the holy land of the cultivators in the Blue Clouds continent. However, after the great battle, the area around Tranquil Heaven's Peak was destroyed, and the peak itself was gone for good. Lu Baiyong was the most powerful cultivator in the Blue Clouds continent who was respected by all. Since he had spoken, no one dared to disobey him. Therefore, Yong Kai successfully entered the restricted area of this sect called the Primordial Sect. It wasn't that he insisted on cultivating in a restricted area as to him. He could just cultivate anywhere. However, since Lu Baiyong had mentioned it, he didn't think it was appropriate to turn him down. The elders of Primordial Sect were beside Lu Baiyong the whole time. And the fact that Lu Baiyang treated this young man respectfully, as though he was the latter's disciple, terrified them. They were fully aware of Lu Baiyang's capabilities. He was the most powerful master in the Blue Clouds continent. So why would he still treat someone else in such a solemn manner? These elderly people were doubtful, as they couldn't figure out the reason behind it. Eventually, the sect master of Primordial Sect summoned his courage and asked, "Saint Lu, who is that, sir?" Saint was an honorific given to Lu Baiyang by the cultivators in the Blue Clouds continent. Other than his cultivation, he also received this title because of his temperament. However, at this moment, Lu Baiyang appeared bashful as he took a glance at the beautiful woman beside him. He reckoned that he didn't deserve the honorific since he was so weak. Upon seeing that there wasn't a change in her expression, though, he wiped off the cold sweat on his forehead and replied, "He's a senior expert from the outside world. The noises we heard before were the fallout of Senior clashing with his enemies." The people from Primordial Sect widened their eyes in disbelief. Earlier, the world-shattering noises reverberated across the entire Blue Clouds continent. Many of them thought that the end had arrived. It wasn't until this moment that they realized those were the repercussions of a battle. Even the fallout was so horrifying. So how powerful was the person who made the move in the first place? Furthermore, Lu Baiyang had mentioned the words senior expert. The people from Primordial Sect still couldn't believe what they had heard. Lu Baiyang waved his hand. "All of you should treat him with respect. No one should approach Senior without his permission." All of them obediently saluted. "Yes, Saint Lu." It was then Lu Baiyang bent his back at Yu He. "Many thanks, Senior." Yu He replied with a smile, "Since it is the young master's order, I will definitely do my best. By the way, stop calling me Senior. I'm not that old." Lu Baiyang hurriedly nodded in agreement. While he was excited, he took a glance at the elders of Primordial Sect but appeared hesitant. Knowing what was on his mind, Yu He said with a smile, "You're quite generous. The average person who has obtained such an opportunity would never expose it, but you're willing to share it with the others. It is no wonder that you were able to gain the acknowledgement of the world's will and became a great emperor at the most critical moment." A humble Lu Baiyang replied, "Many thanks for your compliment, Madam." Yu He put on a bright smile as she seemed pleased with the title, and then she said amicably, "Others are welcome to join. It's not a secret anyway, just some common knowledge from where we come from. It's just that the Blue Clouds continent is fairly isolated, so you know nothing about the outside world." Lu Baiyang let out a long breath. "Many thanks, madam." He then sent a signal to the others from Primordial Sect. These elderly people felt their hearts racing as they said in unison, "Many thanks, madam." They previously thought that this beautiful woman was just a maidservant, but it wasn't until Lu Baiyang called her Senior that they realized they had greatly underestimated her. She was also one of these senior experts. They had no idea what this woman wanted them to listen to, but it must be some valuable information since Lu Baiyang regarded it as important. The sect master of Primordial Sect then led all of them to a grand hall and invited Yu He to take the head seat. These people in the hall were the cultivators at the peak of martial Tao in the eyes of the commoners in the Blue Clouds continent, but at this moment they were seated with straight backs and looked attentively at Yu He as though they were disciples awaiting a lecture. Yu He then talked about the classification of the martial Tao. After she was done explaining the Emperor realm and the world's will, she went on to talk about great emperors and Tao seals. Lu Baiyang and the elders of Primordial Sect felt as though they had been struck by a huge wave. The classification of the martial Tao was unified across the entire 3,000 worlds. After all, the 3,000 worlds were well connected and communication was frequent. However, in this new great territory, the martial Tao was classified in a slightly different way. It was vaguer than from the outside world. In comparison, they realized that the classification system mentioned by this beautiful woman was more comprehensive and logical. They fell into their thoughts and realized that they were in the Emperor realm, just like what she had said. At the mention of the world's will and the great emperors, those from primordial sect started breathing rapidly. Yuhi said with a smile, "Every universe world can be thought of as a bottle with certain limits, oftentimes referred to as the world's bottle. The number of great emperors any universe world can support depends on the limit of the world's bottle. Even though there's only one great emperor in the Blue Clouds continent now, there will be more in the future." The sect master of Primordial Sect took a deep breath and looked fervently at Yuhi. "So, all of us have a chance to become great emperors." Yuhi smiled and nodded. "You'll have the chance, as long as you manage to gain acknowledgement from the world." These people traded glances with excitement. This was truly a piece of shocking news. They previously thought that Lu Baiyang was already at the peak of the martial Tao, but they hadn't expected to find out there were more powerful beings in the outside world. With a clear goal in sight, they naturally wanted to work hard to tread further upon the martial Tao. The sect master of Primordial Sect asked humbly, "How does one go about gaining such acknowledgement?" Yuhi only shook her head with a smile. They thought that she wasn't willing to expose such a secret, but no one dared to complain. Lu Baiyang, on the other hand, asked with a frown, "Madam, what happens to the others of the Blue Clouds continent once the world's bottles limit is reached? Does that mean it becomes impossible for them to advance further on the martial Tao?" Naturally not. The great emperors can make use of the world's will to condense their Tao seals, but it doesn't mean those who are unable to become great emperors can't do so as well. I've never been a great emperor myself. As long as one can find their own grand Tao, they can continue rising. Alternatively, they can make use of heavenly Tao pills or other similar spirit pills. Many people in the outer universe rely on such pills to condense their Tao seals. Oh, Dale Lidrikes, 1 million years old? Seriously? Just Earth is estimated to have formed more than 4 billion years ago. Some Hindu texts, which are also works of fiction in my opinion, say Earth has been around for more than 150 trillion years, and the best you can come up with is 1 million. Marshall Peak, Chapter 46:11, Chaos stirs, and a world is born. In comparison, Yuhi was evidently more amiable to Lu Baiyang, but that wasn't because he was the strongest amongst these people. She was now a sixth-order open heaven master, so emperors and great emperors were no different to her, ants she could squash with a snort. The main reason was that Lu Baiyang was truly concerned about his world and people, which was proven to be true in their conversation. The Emperor Realm Masters of Primordial Sect only cared about whether they would be able to secure a place in the world's bottle. On the other hand, Lu Baiyang was concerned about how others could move forward once the limit in the world's bottle was reached. That was why Yuhi regarded him highly. Half a day later, all of them left the place with excitement. Yuhi's narration seemed to have opened the door to a new world for them, allowing them to know that besides the Blue Clouds continent, there were more universe worlds that they were not aware of out there. Outside of their own great territory that consisted of many universe worlds, there were even more great territories. The Emperor realm was followed by the Open Heaven realm, which was divided into high rank, mid rank, and low rank. They had never heard about such things before. Ignoring the sentiment of those from Primordial Sect, Lu Baiyang asked for Yuhi's opinion about sharing what they had learned with others. Upon receiving her permission, he gathered all the Emperor Realm Masters in the continent together 2 months later and told them everything he knew. He also explained to them what happened in the Blue Clouds continent on that day. Certainly, Lu Baiyang wouldn't lie to them. So upon hearing his words, all of them broke into a commotion. 5 days after the epic battle against Quan Hui, more than 1,000 open heaven realm masters from Void Land streamed into this new great territory. Groups of 2 were formed, and each pair picked a direction and flew off to begin scouring this great territory. Half a month later, many of the 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters who had recovered could no longer contain their urge to explore the new great territory. The new great territory was full of mysteries. They naturally had to personally find out about the opportunities and risks in this place. Only Yu He and Su Yingxue were left in Primordial Sect to handle the more administrative affairs. 1 month later, Yang Kai finally left the restricted area. He had managed to get rid of the impurities from Quan Hui's small universe, but the loss of heritage he had suffered in that battle couldn't be replenished in a short time. His decision to merge his own small universe with that of Quan Hui in a final attempt to kill him turned out to be harmful to him, which was inevitable. Fortunately, he managed to kill Quan Hui in the end. Seeing that Yang Kai had come out of the restricted area, Yu He hurriedly approached him and called out, "Young master." Yang Kai nodded at both Yu He and Su Yingxue, then asked, "How's the situation in this great territory?" An excited Yu He replied, "This great territory is very vast. It's been a short time since the exploration started, so we haven't found out where the boundaries are. However, we've discovered many universe worlds with ample resources, even though their orders are fairly low." Yang Kai arched his brow. That's good news. There was a lack of resources in Void Land now. The issue could be alleviated if they could get some resources from this great territory. "Have you discovered any open heaven realm masters?" Yang Kai asked. Yu He shook her head. "No. Many of the universe worlds only have the most basic forms of life. There are not even living creatures with sentience. We've discovered 2 universe worlds where there are living beings, but the Martial Tao there is even lower than that of Blue Cloud's continent." Yang Kai nodded gently. "Now, we can be certain that it's a newborn great territory. Only in a newborn great territory would the Martial Tao be so low in so many places. There wasn't even a single open heaven realm master to be found. There's one interesting place, though. Do you want to have a look, young master?" Yu He asked. Yang Kai shot her a glance and burst into laughter. "Since you've said so, it must be very interesting. Let's go." Yu He pressed her lips together and smiled. "Please come with me, young master." Upon finishing her words, she leaped into the sky, followed by Yang Kai and Su Yingxue. Yu He then shot off in a certain direction. Over 1,000 disciples from Void Land had scattered everywhere in this great territory. Once they discovered a place that was worth their attention, they would immediately head to the Blue Cloud's continent to report it to Yu He, who would then let Yang Kai make a decision after the latter exited his retreat. Although 1 month had passed, they were still unable to have a clear picture of the entire great territory. With that said, they had made a lot of discoveries. As they moved forward, Yang Kai suddenly recalled something and asked, "What order do you think Lu Bai Yang can achieve?" Yu He replied, "I've checked his Tao seal, and I believe he'll definitely be able to reach the 5th order. It will be difficult for him to directly ascend to the 6th order." Yang Kai nodded his head. He's the first great emperor in that universe world who has the blessing of the world's will. The 5th order will be pretty good for him. The cultivators who could directly ascend to the 6th order open heaven realm were core disciples of the cave heavens and paradises. For every sect, they would probably only get one such disciple every 1,000 years or so. Having said that, with the transformation in the star boundary, turning it into an open heaven realm cradle, Yang Kai wasn't able to foretell what would happen from now on. Perhaps directly ascending to the 6th order would be the norm in the future. Do you want to ask him to join Void Land, young master? Yu He asked. Yang Kai replied with a smile. This great territory is like the back garden of Void Land now. so whether or not he joins Void Land makes no difference. Tell someone to send over a set of materials condensed from the gourd vine to help him ascend to the open heaven realm. Given his temperament, I believe he won't be ungrateful." Upon hearing that, Su Ying-shui rolled her eyes. "You've asked Senior Brother Qing to invite our honored master to come over alongside his friends from the other cave heavens and paradises. And now you also want to keep this entire great territory as Voidland's back garden? I don't think that's feasible." After all, Yang Kai himself had said that Voidland was unable to gobble up so many treasures on its own. This new great territory was also such a treasure. A nonchalant Yang Kai replied, "Feasible or not, that will depend on how I'm going to make it happen." As he spoke, he suddenly turned to look in a particular direction, as there was a world with a golden glow hovering in the void there. Even though it was far away, Yang Kai could still clearly feel a stunning aura coming right at him from over there. He narrowed his eyes when he saw that. He fished out a jade slip and took a look before stating, "There are no living creatures in this universe world, but it contains ample metal element materials." Two disciples looked into it and found out that the materials were only in the second and third order. However, if we dig deeper into the ground, we might be able to get metal element materials of higher orders. Yang Kai sighed. "I recall reading from an ancient book that all newborn great territories are extremely rich in resources. I couldn't imagine it in the past, but now it seems that it's true. The currently known great territories in the 3,000 worlds were all born at some point in time. During that period of time, they were also stuffed full of resources. However, as time passed, the resources gradually became depleted and disappeared from the people's sight. The universe world before their eyes was a treasure vault that couldn't be found anywhere else in the 3,000 worlds. If all the resources were extracted out of this treasure vault, that would translate into immense wealth." Yui said, "Besides this universe world that contains metal element materials, we've also discovered similar worlds that have wood element and fire element materials. There's also a Sealing Yang domain." A surprised Yang Kai asked, "A Sealing Yang domain?" Yui smiled and nodded. "And in the past, the place where Bai Qi ascended to the open heaven realm was also a Sealing Yang domain. It was originally a restricted zone belonging to Golden Rainbow Province. Those from Golden Rainbow Province discovered it a long time ago, but they used it as bait to lure the proprietress and Bai Qi out. In the end, the Sealing Yang domain was destroyed following an intense battle. The proprietress was thorough at that time, as Bao Qi almost lost his life. So, those from Golden Rainbow Province had also suffered immense losses, since the Sealing Yang domain was now gone for good. It was during that time when the proprietress made a heart demon oath. Unless she could destroy Golden Rainbow Province and Boundless Altar, she would never ascend to the 7th order in her lifetime. Yang Qi was abundant in a Sealing Yang domain, as it could infinitely produce Yang element materials of different orders. Out of the Yin, Yang, and 5 elements, Yin and Yang element materials were the rarest. A Sealing Yang domain was definitely more valuable than the metal element universe world. Yang Kai repeatedly said good in order to express his joy. It strengthened his notion of making this great territory the back garden of Void Land. Even though this move would cause some disputes, he certainly wouldn't allow anyone to harm his interests. At that moment, Yang Kai supposed he should thank the old dog Sui Quan Hui. If Sui Quan Hui hadn't made use of his power and opened up a territory gate, Yang Kai wouldn't have discovered this new great territory that would bring tremendous benefits to Void Land. However, this issue was also giving him a headache. There were many places in this new great territory that needed exploration. The small number of universe worlds that contained a huge amount of resources already required a lot of manpower to mine. It had only been 100 years since the star boundary last experienced its biggest war, and since the population had shrunk significantly, they were unable to bear such a burden. Yong-kai believed that he could use the help of Void territory. After all, Void Land now directly managed over 10 universe worlds, so they could bring some people over to help out. As they kept flying forward, they soon arrived at the Sealing-Yang domain. It was a small star that accompanied a dead star, but it contained an abundance of Yang Qi. The Yang Qi permeating the entire star was in the third order. In other words, if any cultivators intended to ascend to the third order, they could just come here and refine the ambient Yang Qi. There wasn't a need for them to look for Yang element materials elsewhere. It was true that world creation was absolutely abstruse. Then, the trio kept flying forward for 10 more days before they arrived at their destination. As Yong-kai looked dazedly at the place where swirling clouds of dust and light were weltering, he could clearly feel a chaotic aura coming from it. Lightning would strike from time to time, as though it was ready to claw through the clouds and break free from the chaos. The aura of a new world permeated a large area of the void. Chaos stirs and a world is born, Yong-kai exclaimed, while Su Yingshui widened her eyes. Although Yuhi had already learned about it from the exploring disciples, she still fell into a dazed state when she actually saw it. A while later, she nodded her head and continued, "This is our biggest discovery yet, young master. However, we're not sure when the chaos will be broken. Only when that time comes will a new world really be born." Yong-kai carefully sensed it, but still couldn't figure anything out. He said helplessly, "I have no idea as well." Then, he suddenly said through clenched teeth, "If anyone dares to lay his paws on this great territory in the future, I'll definitely cut off his hand." Seeing that he suddenly became so emotional, Yuhi broke into a fit of giggles while Su Yingshui just glowered at him. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4612, Hogging Everything for Himself. The reason Voidland Star City could gain popularity and become a first-class star city in a few years was because they had Heavenly Yuan Seal Stabilizing Pills. The pill recipe of the Heavenly Yuan Seal Stabilizing Pills wasn't really a secret. After all, it was bought by Yong-kai from the Red Cloud's auction house, so those from Red Cloud's Paradise definitely still had a copy of it. It wasn't that the alchemists of Red Cloud's Paradise were not skillful enough. It was just that they lacked the main ingredient, which was world source liquid. That was the reason they were unable to refine such pills. Yong-kai could do that because he had world source liquid with him. World source liquid would only appear when a new world was born, so it had basically become extinct across the 3,000 worlds. No world in the 3,000 worlds was newly born, which was why they were unable to find more world source liquid. However, in the depths of this newborn great territory, there was a place where chaos stirred. It was the sign of a new world about to be born. When the new world finally took shape, world source liquid would probably appear. If someone else obtained it, the advantage of Void Star City would be gone for good. The Star City was a place that those from Void Land relied on to get their cultivation resources, so Yong-kai would never allow anyone to harm their interests. He intended to make this new great territory the back garden of Void Land. Initially, he thought that he could share some of the profits with others if there was too much pressure. However, he had now thoroughly discarded that idea. No one else could have a hand in this newborn great territory other than Void Land. If they gave someone else a chance, it was akin to killing their own future. Nevertheless, the territory gate was there. When the high-rank open heaven realm masters from the cave heavens and paradises arrived at the star boundary, they would also see the territory gate. The problem was how Yong-kai could bar them from entry. Should he try to persuade them to go away? No one would listen to him when there were benefits to be gained. It was also impossible to fight against them. Dealing with Swaquan Hui alone caused Void Land to suffer immense losses. If there were more high-rank cultivators they had to deal with, it was impossible for those from Void Land to defeat them. Therefore, Yang Kai reckoned that he had to come up with a different solution. As he looked at the place where chaos stirred, he fell into his thoughts. A while later, he spoke up, "Yuhi, look for Wan by phone and tell her to meet me at the territory gate." Upon hearing that, Yuhi replied, "Understood, but you might have to wait, young master. Everyone has scattered to explore this great territory. I don't even know where she is right now." "It's fine. I'm not in a rush." Yang Kai waved his hand. It was then Yuhi left. After looking around, Suing Shui reckoned that it was inappropriate for her to stay with Yang Kai alone, so she told him that she would also explore the new great territory, and then dashed off into the void. When Wan Bai Feng received the news and rushed over to the territory gate 1 month later, she saw Yang Kai squatting on a random shattered spirit province with a frown. There was a stone in his hand as he drew something on the ground. The spirit province was small, as it was only a few square kilometers. It was obviously brought here by Yang Kai, as it was only 100 kilometers away from the territory gate. "Sir," Wan Bai Feng landed on the ground and stood in front of Yang Kai. Yang Kai waved his hand to motion for her to wait as he continued drawing on the ground. Wan Bai Feng had no idea what he was doing, and when she looked down, she saw many unrecognizable patterns and runes on the ground. She initially pressed her lips together in annoyance, but upon closer look, she arched her brow as her interest had been piqued. When she realized that it was actually a spirit array, she broke into laughter. Given her mastery of the Tao of spirit arrays, she naturally could see that there were many illogical and impossible parts in this spirit array, though it wasn't completely useless. She had no idea why Yang Kai suddenly became interested in spirit arrays. She even thought that he had asked her to come over here to teach him the Tao of spirit arrays. "What did you get?" Yang Kai asked without raising his head. "Well," Wan Bai Feng's eyelashes fluttered. "Nothing much." Yang Kai stopped what he was doing and looked up at her with a meaningful smile. Wan Bai Feng pressed her lips into a line. "Really nothing." Yang Kai extended his hand towards her. Wan Bai Feng was initially enraged. Then she said in a pitiful manner, "Why are you making things difficult for a small woman like me, sir? It's so hard for me to earn a few measly resources." Yang Kai took a glance at her chest. "Small?" Wan Bai Feng pressed her chest forward, her plump bosom almost bursting out of her clothes. However, she took a few steps back. With a flushing face, she said bashfully, "Sir, I won't sleep with you." Yang Kai burst into laughter and snapped, "Stop spouting nonsense. Give me your space ring." At that instant, Wan Bai Feng appeared aggrieved. However, Yang Kai was unfazed. A while later, the woman clenched her teeth and took off her ring before tossing it at Yang Kai. While sniffling, she said, "You're a man, so how do you have the nerve to oppress a woman like me?" Ignoring her, Yang Kai swept his divine sense across the space, ring's contents, and arched his brow. He then fished out a wisp of purple chi from the ring. The purple chi was like a snake that was somewhere between real and illusory. It was truly mysterious. What was more important was that the purple chi contained a pure but profound power. "What's this?" Yang Kai asked. A furious Wan Bai Feng replied, "How would I know? I took it because I thought it was special. I haven't figured out what it is." Yang Kai poked her. "Of the 9 people on the loyalty list, only you dare to speak to me like this." Wan Bai Feng kept a faint smile on her face as she saluted him in an elegant manner. This mistress would like to express her eternal gratitude for her loyalty to Sir. As she spoke, she shot a charming glance at the man, her eyes flashing a truly alluring light. Yang Kai examined the purple chi for a while, but still couldn't figure out what it was. He had a feeling that it was a kind of material, not a cultivation resource. That was because he had tried to refine it, but it yielded no results. He then asked her where she obtained the purple chi from, but that didn't really help. After that, he put the purple chi inside his small universe, causing Wan Bai Feng to become even more aggrieved. He went through her ring one more time, and upon making sure that there was nothing else that was worth his attention, he tossed it back to her. A vexed Wan Bai Feng took it with a discontented and aggrieved expression, like a maiden who had been thoughtlessly abandoned by a man after a night of passion. I asked you to come over because I want you to assist me in arranging a space array. Yang Kai adjusted his clothes. You're an expert in the Tao of spirit arrays, so only you can help me. Wan Bai Feng frowned. A space array? Yang Kai pointed at the territory gate that wasn't far away. For that, Wan Bai Feng looked up, and as she recalled what had happened some time ago, she finally understood Yang Kai's intention. With a smile, she asked, "You want to hog everything for yourself, sir? Aren't you worried that it will invite trouble to you?" Yang Kai replied dispassionately, "Regardless of the trouble, I just have to gobble up everything first. If I don't even have the appetite for that, how am I supposed to achieve anything great?" Quan Hui and I opened up the territory gate together, and although it's still not stable, I suppose it will soon become, so as more than 1,000 open heaven realm masters from Void Land have already passed through it safely. I need to arrange a grand array here and refine some jade tokens so that only those with the tokens can move past it freely. Anyone who does not carry the access token will be exiled to the void. Can you do it? Wan Bai Feng fell into her thoughts with a frown. It wasn't until a moment later that she replied, "I can do it as long as you're willing to cooperate." Yang Kai let out a breath. "Good. We need to finish this quickly. Just tell me whatever materials you need." She looked up at him. "That purple chi, it's mine," Yang Kai said solemnly. "Robber, thief, bandit," Wan Bai Feng said through clenched teeth as she stomped her foot. She knew that since Yang Kai had snatched it from her, there was no way she could get it back. Even though she was unresigned, there was nothing she could do. She was practically his servant since her name was on the loyalty list, so whatever Yang Kai wanted to take from her, she was unable to disobey him. The man was probably the most thick-skinned person she had ever met. He had no qualms about snatching things from others, even a woman like her. After venting out her anger, though, she immediately started working on the grand array. For the next 2 months, Yang Kai and Wan Bai Feng remained beside the territory gate, working while discussing the grand array from time to time. Yang Kai was a master of the Tao of space, while Wan Bai Feng was adept at the Tao of spirit arrays. They worked together to make up for the weaknesses they respectively had, allowing them to rapidly develop this new grand array. The pair used up countless resources, and in just 2 months, the space array outside the territory gate finally took shape. A group of Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters stood in the void as they looked dazedly at the territory gate. The territory gate, which was opened up by Yang Kai and Quan Hui, was initially warped and sent out a dangerous aura. However, at this moment, with the support of the Grand Array, it had become stabilized. They could also see that the territory gate was surrounded by an oval-shaped structure that looked like a kind of gateway. In the middle of the structure was the territory gate that connected both great territories. Wan Bai Feng was slightly pale. She had spent a lot of energy trying to arrange this grand array over the past 2 months. However, when she saw that her work had paid off, she still felt gratified. Marshall Peak, Chapter 46:13. It's someone else. After a long time of exploration, they still hadn't found any open heaven realm masters in this great territory. The Marshall Dow of the discovered universe worlds was also generally low, most of which were worse than that of the Blue Clouds continent. A few of them were an equal match for the Blue Clouds continent, and only one had a higher Marshall Dow where a few great emperors had appeared, but that was it. This was a characteristic of a newborn great territory, as the Marshall Dow was still in the development stage. With such a great territory that was full of treasures and resources in its possession, Void Land would have a bright future. However, their heritage was insufficient presently to fully exploit it. In the past, Yonkai thought that 1,000 open heaven realm masters was a staggering figure. In the entire 3,000 worlds, only a small number of second-class great forces were a match for Void Land in this regard. Nevertheless, these 1,000-plus open heaven realm masters had to protect Void Land, guard Void Star City, and explore this new great territory. Each place required a lot of manpower, especially the last one. In fact, they would probably need 10,000 open heaven realm masters to be stationed in this new great territory, so 1,000 suddenly seemed like a small number. Yonkai could only console himself that he had to take things slow. Voidland was still in its development stage, and they had already amassed a lot of open heaven realm masters in a short time. If he was too greedy for quick success, he might mess things up instead by rushing. Since a jade token was required for anyone to move past the territory gate, they had to ask some people to stand guard on both sides of the gate. First of all, they could watch over the place so that no one would barge in. Secondly, they could open the doors for trustworthy visitors. Yonkai naturally wouldn't have to deal with this, as he would make the arrangements. After passing through the territory gate, he returned to the great territory where the star boundary was located. A few months ago, he led many sixth-order open heaven realm masters to intercept those from Heavenly Sword Palace several million kilometers away from the star boundary. In the end, he borrowed the world strength from the star boundary and temporarily ascended to the seventh order, which was how he managed to destroy the Heavenly Sword Palace and expose Heavenly Sword Union's remaining forces. The territory gate he had opened up was only a few million kilometers away from the star boundary itself. Therefore, after he left the new great territory, he immediately saw the star boundary. Upon seeing what was in front of him, Yonkai became startled and muttered, "Why has it grown taller yet again?" Compared to 4 months ago, the world tree was now even taller. When he most recently returned to the star boundary from Void Land, the world tree was only about 100,000 meters tall. After the great battle, many open heaven realm masters were killed, and the world force which leaked out from their corpses were all absorbed by the world tree. The nutrients allowed the tree to double in height to a 200,000 meters tall giant. Even though Yonkai was somewhere in the void that was several million kilometers away from the star boundary, he could still clearly see the magnificent and humongous world tree now. What was even more surprising was that the star boundary and demon realm, which were originally far apart from each other, had basically merged together. Presently, the star boundary was filled with greenery as an ample vitality permeated it, while the demon realm was seen, with weltering dark demon chi. Both places stood in stark contrast to one another, as one was green while the other one was black. The intertwined roots of the world tree penetrated both worlds, which connected the demon realm and the star boundary. Yonkai had never expected such a thing to happen, and at that instant, he wasn't sure whether this was a good thing or not. Junior brother Yang, Qing Kuei, was waiting somewhere nearby, and upon seeing Yonkai, he quickly flew over. Yonkai nodded and saluted him. "Many thanks for your efforts, senior brother Qing." Qing Kuei replied with a smile. "It was just some traveling back and forth, nothing too strenuous." "Has Marshal Uncle Su arrived?" Yonkai asked. Qing Kui nodded his head and said in a small voice, "Honored master immediately came over after hearing about the situation in this place. Since he was in a rush, he could only invite a few friends of his who happened to be in Inyang Cave Heaven at the time. More people will arrive later as honored master dispatched messengers to some of the other cave heavens and paradises." After a moment of hesitation, he went on to say, "Honored master has asked me to tell you something, junior brother Yang. In the next few years, the star boundary will be the center of attention for the entire 3,000 worlds. All 108 cave heavens and paradises will have their eyes on this place. So, he hopes that you'll be careful in everything you do." Yang Kai put on a smile. "I know." Then he patted Qing Kuei's shoulder. "Let's go. We shall meet Marshal Uncle Su and the other seniors." Taking advantage of his status as a great emperor, he instantly moved across several million kilometers and returned to High Heaven Palace alongside Qing Kui, Su Shui, and Yu He. In the Grand Hall, Hua Qingxi was seated on a chair with nothing to do when something flashed across her eyes. Upon seeing Yang Kai and the others, she stood straight up and saluted, "Palace Master." Yang Kai nodded while Qing Kui looked around and asked in shock, "Where are my honored master and the other seniors?" Hua Qingxi replied with a helpless smile, "They said they wanted to take a stroll. I couldn't stop them." Yang Kai activated his divine sense and instantly found them. Then he broke into laughter. "Let's wait for them." With just a casual sweep, he had detected several powerful auras that were scattered across the star boundary. All of them were powerful seventh-order open heaven realm masters, so they could certainly move around the star boundary as they pleased. Yang Kai was unable to stop them and did not have the intention to do so. After they were seated, Hua Qingxi told someone to prepare tea. Yang Kai took the opportunity to ask about the transformation in the star boundary. When he returned to this place some time ago, he instantly clashed with those from Heavenly Sword Union at the territory gate, after which he was locked in battle all the way to the star boundary's borders, then crashed into the newborn Great Territory to pursue the enemy. Following that, he spent the next few months arranging the Grand Space Array at the territory gate. It wasn't until today that he returned to this place. An excited Hua Qingxi replied, "The star boundary has gone through a tremendous transformation, Palace Master. Not long after you left previously, the world tree started growing rapidly, and the world energy became increasingly ample, which allowed all cultivators to comprehend the heavenly way and marshal Tao more easily. Over the past few months, we've recorded many people breaking through to the Emperor Realm. The ones who are already in the Emperor Realm have also shown great improvement in their cultivation. Furthermore, the overall strength of High Heaven Palace has increased by 30% compared to a few months ago. It was inconceivable that such a tremendous transformation had taken place in just a few months. This phenomenon could not be found in any other universe world in the entire 3,000 worlds, but it was happening right here in the star boundary. The rapid development of the world tree had greatly benefited the cultivators in the star boundary since they were living in this place. They could now easily achieve a breakthrough, and everyone had renewed hopes of achieving greater heights in their cultivation. What about the demon realm? Yang Kai asked. Hua Qingxi replied. Sir Embodiment said that it's the same case in demon realm. For some reason, the world tree suddenly connected the star boundary and demon realm together some time ago. Now that the two worlds have merged, the transformation in demon realm is tremendous as well. Yang Kai nodded his head. The limit of the world's bottle also seems to have expanded. In the future, there will be more great emperors and demon saints in the star boundary and the demon realm. Hua Qingxi was surprised as she hadn't realized this. However, since Yang Kai was the star boundary's void great emperor, he naturally couldn't be mistaken about such a thing. The world's bottle of the star boundary could only accommodate 10 great emperors in the past, but since it had expanded, it would allow more to be born. Unfortunately, you've already condensed a Tao seal. Otherwise, you would have stood a chance to become a great emperor of the star boundary. Yang Kai looked regretfully at her. Hua Qingxi replied with a smile. This mistress is already satisfied with the achievements I've made so far. I wouldn't dare to be greedy. It's great that you don't mind. Yang Kai put on a smile. In fact, there was nothing special about becoming a great emperor. After all, every cultivator would eventually want to become an open heaven realm master. The value of being a great emperor was that one obtained the acknowledgement of the universe world they were from. Therefore, despite being only an emperor realm cultivator, he or she could activate world force and temporarily use the might of the open heaven realm. Nevertheless, the power one could use was only on par with the low-rank open heaven realm, so it wasn't that valuable. But the star boundary was different, as its heritage was incredibly rich now. If one could become a great emperor in the star boundary, they could make use of the might of the world and use strength on par with a mid-rank open heaven realm master, despite only being in the emperor realm. In comparison, the great emperors of the star boundary and the great emperors of the other universe worlds were not even of the same caliber. Furthermore, experiencing such great power in advance would help one's future growth, just like how Yang Kai had experienced the seventh order open heaven realm power in advance. That was the reason he felt sorry for Hua Qingxi. However, since she had condensed her Tao seal, she would have the potential to become a fifth order open heaven realm master in the future. There was nothing worth regretting in reality. Everyone had their own opportunities. Compared to the other Emperor Realm Masters, the ones from the star boundary were already at a significant advantage. And this was just the current generation. The future generations would gain an even greater advantage, which was the reason Su Linggong and the other seventh order open heaven realm masters couldn't contain the urge to explore the star boundary. After talking to Hua Qingxi for a while longer, Yang Kai looked up as a figure flashed and appeared before his eyes. Su Linggong's brawny figure appeared in the grand hall. Honored Master, Qing Kuei and Su Yingshui rose from the chairs and saluted him. Martial Uncle Su, Yang Kai immediately stood up as well. Su Linggong seemed to be burdened with worries. He waved his hand and took a seat on a chair, after which Hua Qingxi set down a cup of tea on the table for him. After giving it a thought with a frown, Su Linggong picked up the cup and gulped the tea down. Then he stared at Yang Kai and snapped, "Brat, you've put me in a tight spot." Yang Kai broke into laughter. "What do you mean, Martial Uncle Su?" Su Linggong replied, "I saw many talented youths when I was out taking a stroll just now, and wanted to take them all on as disciples. What do you think I should do?" Yang Kai's expression darkened as the corners of his eyes twitched. "It seems that you're here to rob me instead of complaining about anything, Martial Uncle Su." Su Linggong grinned. "I only thought about it, but didn't make any moves. It's someone else who has actually done so." As he spoke, he pointed at the entrance of the hall. Following that, another figure flashed as an old man clad in a simple gray robe appeared. What was surprising was that the old man was carrying a toddler that was barely a few months old in his arms. Beside him was a flustered woman whose eyes were drenched in tears. The woman was wearing clothes made from simple linen, and although she was a bit chubby, it was obvious that she wasn't from a wealthy family. She was as ordinary as could be. No traces of cultivation could be found on this woman, and the dirt under her nails and in her hair made it apparent that she was from a family of mortal farmers. Her child was taken away by a seemingly powerful old man, and she was brought to this strange hall at the speed of lightning. At that moment, she was anxious and didn't know what to do. However, Her worried gaze remained fixed on her child, as he seemed to be the only thing on her mind. Marshall Peak, chapter 46:14. This old master must accept a disciple. The toddler in the arms of the old man clad in a gray robe was only a few months old. He was chubby and adorable. Everyone at the scene instantly took a liking to him. At this moment, the toddler could barely contain his excitement as he looked up and pulled the old man's low-hanging beard with his petite hands. The old man didn't mind it, as he let the child do what it pleased. Just then, a strand of beard was snapped. The child started giggling, as though he found it interesting. He then exerted more force with his hands and pulled off more strands of the long beard. Qing Kuei and Su Wing Shui were drenched in cold sweat at the mere sight of this. Others might not know who this old man was, but they were fully aware of his identity. He was an inner elder of one of the 72 paradises, a powerful seventh-order open heaven realm master. The average person could hardly meet him, but here he was getting his beard plucked by a baby. If the disciples from his paradise saw it, they would surely break into a commotion. The two of them wouldn't dare to be negligent as they saluted and called out, "Marshal Uncle Yu." The old man surnamed Yu nodded, then turned to look at Yang Kai before speaking to the woman, who was brought to this place by him. "Don't fret. You're now in High Heaven Palace, and the person in front of you is its palace master." He didn't activate any kind of power, but his words were soothing enough to make the woman calm down instantly. She then turned to look at Yang Kai, and upon making sure that he looked exactly like the person in the picture that she had always paid respects to in her home, she instantly fell on her knees and lowered her head. "Greetings, sir." The old man in gray robes frowned to the side, but he didn't stop her. Yang Kai raised his hand and lifted up the woman, then gazed at the old man in puzzlement. "Senior, she?" He hadn't even figured out which of the cave heavens or paradises this old man came from, or the reason the latter brought a child and a woman to this place. The old man said frankly, this old master must accept a disciple. A surprised Yang Kai took a glance at the woman he was holding up, but he couldn't find anything special about her, making him wonder why this seventh-order open heaven realm master had his eyes on her. As though realizing what was on Yang Kai's mind, the old man patted the child in his arms and said, "I'm talking about this child." While he was speaking, one more strand of his beard was plucked. His white beard was initially well trimmed and organized, but it now looked disheveled, which stripped him of his demeanor as a senior expert. Yang Kai appeared even more surprised. If the old man wanted to take the woman on as a disciple, he could accept it even though he didn't understand it. The old man probably had a way to sense some peculiarity or unique characteristic in this woman. After all, a seventh-order open heaven realm master was powerful, so it was expected that he possessed abilities that Yang Kai didn't. However, he couldn't understand why the old man wanted to take a mere baby to be his disciple. The child was barely a few months old. So, how was this old man able to see through his aptitude? Nevertheless, the old man carried the child like the latter was a treasure, and he didn't even mind that his beard was being pulled. Yang Kai then looked inquisitively at Su Linggong. Su Linggong, however, was just watching the good show while chuckling. Upon noticing Yang Kai's stare, he explained, "Kid, this is Yu Chong Dao from Free and Unfettered Paradise. You can call him Marshal Uncle Yu." "So it is Marshal Uncle Yu. Forgive me for my lack of politeness." Upon learning that the old man was from Free and Unfettered Paradise, Yang Kai instantly became friendlier. Ning Dao Ran was from Free and Unfettered Paradise, and he was on close terms with Yang Kai. Moreover, Yu Chong Dao came to this place alongside Su Linggong, so it was obvious that he was a friend of the latter. Regardless, Yang Kai wouldn't dare to be impolite to him. Martial Uncle Yu, may I know the nature of your relationship with senior brother Ning Dao Ran? Yang Kai asked humbly. Yu Chang Dao replied dispassionately, he's my second senior brother's disciple. Upon hearing that, Yang Kai realized that Ning Dao Ran was Yu Chang Dao's martial nephew. Yang Kai then gazed at the woman and the child before asking, and what is this situation about? Martial Uncle Yu. There was a helpless expression on Yu Chang Dao's face as he replied, the innate Dao body of this child matches my grand Dao perfectly, so I'd like to take him on as a closed legacy disciple. Upon hearing that, Su Linggong was startled as he gazed at Yu Chang Dao in shock and asked, Old Yu, are you serious? Accepting a closed legacy disciple was no laughing matter. Once Yu Chang Dao did so, he would never take on another disciple again, which meant that the child in his arms would be the last disciple of his life. Xianing Chang was born with the sacred spirit medicine body, so she had the right to become a disciple of Wondrous Pill Great Emperor and learn the alchemic Tao from him. However, Wondrous Pill Great Emperor had already accepted Ji Ying, who was the fifth disciple, to be his closed legacy disciple. Therefore, regardless of how outstanding Xia Ning Chang's aptitude was, she was unable to become a direct disciple of Wondrous Pill Great Emperor. With that said, Wondrous Pill Great Emperor had always been generous in teaching her the alchemic Tao. Although there wasn't a formal relationship between them, they were no different from master and disciple. Yang Kai naturally knew what taking a closed legacy disciple would mean. He couldn't help but take another look at the child, but he still couldn't figure out anything, let alone see through the child's innate Tao body. However, as a seventh-order open heaven realm master, Yu Chang Dao wouldn't make a casual joke about such an important matter. The innate Tao body of this several-month-old child was undoubtedly real. A determined Yu Chang Dao continued, with such a legacy disciple, I'll be able to die with no regret. Su Linggong appeared solemn as he nodded. Congratulations, then. He turned to look at Yang Kai. Old, you would like to take on a disciple from the star boundary. Are you fine with it? Yang Kai chuckled. This child must be extremely lucky to gain the favor of martial Uncle Yu. Naturally, there is no problem. Su Linggong appeared gratified as he gave Yang Kai an approving look. However, Yu Chang Dao sighed as he shot a helpless glance at the woman to his side. Although this old master would like to take this child on as a disciple, his mother doesn't agree to it. She said that when the child grows up, he has to enter High Heaven Palace to cultivate. Regardless of how I tried to persuade her, she refuses to listen to me. Why don't you have a talk with her? Martial nephew Yang. Yang Kai burst into laughter. It was then he realized the reason Yu Chang Dao brought the mother and baby together to this place was to make him interfere in this matter. He then turned to look at the woman. When he was speaking to Yu Chang Dao just now, he realized that the woman kept stealing glances at him, and then she would hang her head low with self-abasement. When she saw Yang Kai gazing at her now, she became flustered and was ready to fall on her knees again. A helpless Yang Kai shot Hua Qingxi a glance to motion for her to talk to the woman. It was easier for a woman to approach another woman after all. Upon realizing his intention, Hua Qingxi stepped forward and helped the woman up. As she hospitably took the woman's rough hands, she invited her to have a seat. The woman was clearly anxious. She was just an ordinary farmer, so it was expected that she was flustered when she suddenly arrived at a magnificent palace. Moreover, the person she paid respects to every day and night without fail was now standing right before her eyes. She initially wasn't even able to speak clearly, so Hua Qingxi poured her a cup of tea and placated her before they could start communicating. Yu Chang Dao was seated beside Su Linggong with the child in his arms. Su Linggong extended his head in an attempt to tease the child, but Yu Chong Dao moved his figure a little to block the child out of the other man's sight. Su Ling Gong pressed his lips together. How petty! He then stuck out his head and took a proper look before breaking into laughter. So, he's a boy. Don't worry, old Yu. I'll look for a suitable partner for him from Inyang Cave Heaven. When he grows up, he'll marry into my sect. Yu Chong Dao glared at him and snarled, If you dare to do that, I'll kill you. His loud voice must have scared the laughing child as he started crying. Following that, a stream of liquid perfectly landed on Su Ling Gong's face. Seeing that, Yu Chong Dao started laughing as he patted the child in his arms. My good disciple, you already know you should help vent out your honored master's anger. You're indeed clever. While being patted, the child stopped crying and started chuckling. Qing Kuei and Su Ing Shui just stood behind their honored master, looking up at the ceiling as if admiring the beautiful artwork. Su Ling Gong wiped his face and flung his hand, but he didn't seem to be vexed at all. With a smile, he said, It's said that being sprinkled with a toddler's water can bring good luck. It seems that good things will soon happen to me. He then casually dried his hand on Yu Chong Dao's gray robe. Yang Kai couldn't bear to keep looking at these two, thinking that the demeanor of these high-rank open heaven realm masters didn't meet his expectations of how senior experts should behave. On the other hand, Hua Qingxi was still having a chat with the woman, who would gaze at her child from time to time with concern. However, by now she had somewhat calmed down. Despite the woman's small voice, the powerful cultivators in the Grand Hall could clearly hear her. The woman began telling her story. My family's elders said that the star boundary fell into great turmoil about 100 years ago, and the people were almost wiped out. In the end, it was Senior Void and his high heaven palace that defended the last piece of pure land. With the leadership of Senior Void and the other great seniors, they fought an intense battle and eventually drove back the enemies. That was how we all survived. After that, every family would worship the idols or pictures of Senior Void and the other seniors. This simple woman has never been educated, nor did I have the aptitude to cultivate. Since I was married, I've been taking care of my husband and child and doing some manual work to feed the family. Half a year ago, the child's father passed away. Before his death, he took my hand and stroked my belly. The child wasn't born at that time, but he told me that when the child grew up, I should let him join High Heaven Palace. He didn't expect the child to be as famous as Senior Void. He just hoped that should there be any calamity again, the child could assist Senior Void and the other seniors. As she tucked her hair behind her ears, she took a look at the alluring Hua Qingxi, then bashfully hung her head low. It's been a few months since the child was born. I don't even know if he can cultivate in the future or has the right to enter High Heaven Palace. However, this was his father's dying wish, and I wouldn't dare to disregard it. Otherwise, the child's father might not be able to rest in peace. Hua Qingxi was moved as she clenched the other woman's hands. Don't worry. Since your child has gained the favor of that senior, his aptitude must be extraordinary. He'll certainly achieve great things in life. The woman's eyes brightened when she heard that. Are you telling me the truth? Hua Qingxi smiled and nodded. I wouldn't lie to you. The woman let out a breath. If he can cultivate, he won't be as useless as his parents. However, I wouldn't dare to hope that he'll be as great as Senior Void. This simple woman just prays that he will grow up to be healthy and happy. The wish of an ordinary person was always simple and guileless. You're tuning in to the Mystic Fist YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.